Chapter 1111 Manison. I lack a sense of security. Chapter 1111 Manison. I lack a sense of security. As soon as Manison finished speaking, the entire conference room went silent. Everyone turned to Manison simultaneously. You pulling our legs? Han Xiao almost forgot to breathe. He sized Manison up with a suspicious look. You really have 50 million Lord's avatars? Maybe I exaggerated it a little, Manison joked. Now that makes sense. Lord's avatars are not mechanical soldiers. How can you build that many? I don't even have 5,000. 50,000 spare Lord's avatars. Secretly relieved, Han Xiao asked subconsciously, so, how many do you really have? 48,001,052. Oh, it's 48,001,054 now. Just built 2 more while we spoke. The world went silent. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He was a little lost and completely did not understand why. Wait, I can understand no matter how many mechanical soldiers you've built. But what's the point of building so many Lord's avatars? You can only descend on one at a time. How are you going to utilize all of them? Oh, I lack a sense of security, Manison replied. No harm building more. The world went silent once again. You're the damn mechanic emperor. Lack a sense of security? IF star. Okay, that's an indisputable reason. Other than the word shameless, the people present could not find any other word to think of. All Han Xiao wanted to do was blast off Manison's head. You're showing off your wealth, right? You must be showing off your wealth. Close to 50 million Lord's avatars. Are you an animal? How wealthy can you get? You're trying to take over all the ambush locations, aren't you? You think you're mighty just because you're rich? Noticing Black Star's almost overflowing resentment, Manison calmly smiled and gave him a look. That's right. I'm mighty because I'm rich. Thanks for the assist. Han Xiao clenched his teeth and sent Manison a private message. Stop messing around. There's no point in building tens of millions of Lord's avatars other than it being a waste. You're too young. The mechanical race doesn't have much, but it never lacked machinery. Manison smiled and softly stroked his beard before adding, and money. F***ck. Almost forgot you were born rich. Damn rich people. Han Xiao ground his teeth secretly. I came up with this plan. Shouldn't you show some sincerity at least? How about giving me 10 million Lord's avatars? My avatars are my size, not like you can use them. What do you want them for? Manison raised his brows. I can melt and rebuild them. The material cost for 10 million Lord's avatars isn't low. Sure. Exchange them for some space-time amber. F***ck off. Han Xiao instantly cut off the private conversation. This old man is always trying to get my space-time amber. Bad. While the two of them made faces at each other, the person in charge from the 3 universal civilizations also looked back and forth between them with strong suspicion. One of you is the president of the Beyond Grade A Development Union, and the other is the vice president. Are the two of you putting on an act together? Sidrian coughed, forced out a smile, and said, We appreciate your Excellency Mechanic Emperor's generosity, but the plan has yet to be finalized. You don't have to be in such a hurry. You're right. Manison nodded. He casually waved his hand, signaling that he was just casually making a suggestion and that they could continue their previous conversation. Sidrian then turned to Han Xiao and said with a deep voice, Your Excellency Black Star, your idea does indeed seem good, but its feasibility still requires more discussion. Firstly, we have to make sure that the virus core has returned to the quantum network for us to cut off network connections on a large scale and limit the range of its exits. But how will we know when it has logged on to the network? You must know, those viruses don't have a fixed time for sending feedback data. We have no way of knowing when the virus core will be online. Secondly, as of now, we can't even lock onto the virus core's data pattern and aren't able to trace it on the network. If it remains in the quantum network, will we just not be able to find it? Hence, this was just a rough idea. The details still need to be decided. However, it should be feasible, Han Xiao said. These problems all have a way of being solved. Since we know that the virus core is a life form and have its details, we can use that as an anchor and use prophecy spells to search the time it will log on to the network, Kant added. As for the data pattern of the virus core, I can provide some details, Manison said. Although I didn't catch it, I recorded the traces it left behind when it was in the quantum network. With that as the clue, we can do cross-referencing, and we should be able to lock onto its data pattern. The people present discussed ideas for a while and gradually filled in the details. They all felt that this plan was worth trying. This time, Sidrian brought up the last issue. I have one last question. The participants of this operation might not have to know virtual paramount. Every Beyond Grade A should have the ability to capture the virus core, and the chances will be higher if all the Beyond Grade as here take part in it. He did not believe the nonsense Han Xiao said at all. Beyond Grade as should all have the ability to capture the virus core. There was no way virtual paramount was a requirement. That certainly had to be Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor's conspiracy. I have no objections. I'm glad to be of help. The rest of the people present all agreed. Of course you have no objections. What objections will you have since you will have an opportunity to obtain the core? Han Xiao complained in his mind. Then it's decided, Sidrian said with a serious tone. This plan still requires approval from the upper echelons. The three of us all have to report it. The results should come very soon, and it'll most likely go smoothly. This operation still needs you guys, the Beyond Grade so I hope you're all well prepared. The safety of the universe depends on you. Deactivating the remote projection, Han Xiao's vision returned to his office. He casually knocked on the table and pondered. All the Beyond Grade would be working together to capture the virus core, and every single one of them wanted to get their hands on the core. Hence, choosing the ambush location was the top priority. This was a matter of probability. The more avatars one had, the higher the chances of meeting the virus core. In this respect, no one could compare with the Mechanic Emperor. Comparatively, Han Xiao's spare lord's avatars were very few. It was not because he lacked money, but to him, there was not much of a point building too many of them. He would only be able to descend on one avatar at a time no matter what. It was clear old man Manison had ulterior motives for building so many avatars. He was probably planning to take over countless planets one day. Humph! What an ambitious B*****. Manison probably has more Lord's avatars than the number of trap nodes. He will definitely come into contact with the virus core, so he's basically unbeatable, while the rest of us can only rely on luck. Han Xiao massaged the bridge of his nose. The number of people stationed at each location was not limited. Manison would basically be everywhere, so there was no way of dodging him. When the three universal civilizations have decided on the trap nodes, I'd better let Harrison help choose the ambush locations. If my luck fails me and I don't end up meeting the virus core, I'll just live with it. However, if I do meet the virus core, Manison's avatar will most likely be around too. I'll have to compete with him, and it definitely won't be just a verbal negotiation. I'll just have to improvise. If he had any advantages at all, it was that he did not have to care about whether the virus core was dead or not. The others all wanted to capture it alive and parse it for the full domino virus technology, while he had the Intelligent Plague mission, which would give him a related talent if he eliminated the virus core personally. Given the specialty of the domino virus, the related talent would most likely have something to do with virtual technology. Although he would lose the opportunity to obtain the full technology this way, thinking about it, if the three universal civilizations or other Beyond Grade obtained such a powerful virtual virus, it might not be a good thing. Furthermore, even if he obtained it, it would be a hot potato. Countless people, including the three universal civilizations, would have their eyes on him at all times. However, the domino virus technology could also become a powerful weapon against the World Tree civilization. Han Xiao was stuck in a dilemma. Never mind, it's too early to think of all this. I'll first have to make sure I meet the virus. Only then will I have the chance to compete with Manison. He focused his thoughts. Anyway, this would be a huge operation, so the preparation stage would last quite some time, meaning he had sufficient time. He could add some production lines and produce as many Lord's avatars as possible to be stationed at more locations, increasing the chance of him meeting the virus core. This information is from Black Star? Meanwhile, the remote projections of the three universal civilizations leaders gathered and listened to the report from Sidrian and the other two. Right after the meeting hosted by Black Star ended, The three monitors contacted their three leaders through the one and only coded channel that was connected to the outside world to explain the operation plan, hoping to get approval. After hearing it, Erinrel crossed her hands before her chest and slowly said, "If what Black Star said is true, he'll be a great hero of the explored universe who saved it from a disaster. Without his prophecy, we'd all have to pay a bloody price to discover the truth of the virtual mutiny virus." The brief structure of this plan came from him too. If we catch the virus core because of it, Black Star will indeed be a hero to the entire universe who changed the disaster of a future he saw in the prophecy. Bader expressed his compliments too. Black Star is indeed worthy of merit. The church's pope agreed too. Putting aside their beef in the past, both the Federation of Light and the Arcane Church recognized and appreciated what Han Xiao did in the battle against the intelligent plague. He acted very reliably and contributed a lot. Having thought of that, the three of them looked at each other and nodded. "We shall approve of this operation. We allow you to deploy the resources in the ancient star desert to execute this plan. Don't disappoint us." "Understood," Sidrian quickly replied. The church's pope suddenly said, "One more thing, do make sure that the virus core ends up in our control in the end. We can't let any non-direct members obtain it." "That's right. The virtual mutiny virus is a weapon of war. It's too dangerous. We must not let this technology get leaked, or the order of the universe will be threatened." Bader agreed and added, "Especially Black Star and Mechanic Emperor. If a peak beyond grade of virtual mechanic gets this technology and improves it, it might become something even more dangerous than the intelligent plague." Even though Manison was the Federation of Light's ally, Bader knew what was more important. Although they all wanted this technology, the three of them clearly understood that preventing a fourth party from obtaining this virus technology was more important. In the eyes of the three universal civilizations, they had to have a monopoly on this kind of extremely powerful weapon of war. Only then would it be beneficial for the entire universe. Somewhere in the ancient star desert, a small civilian transport fleet had arrived at a desolate planet. This was a legitimate galactic transportation company. It was not large and did not have much of a name for itself. It only operated on a few fixed routes. Its business range was limited to between several star zones of the same star system. There was a small desolate universe belt there. Due to its size, the advanced civilizations did not set up any stargates. Hence, there were quite a number of long-distance transport companies that filled this gap. The transport fleet slowly came to a stop in this planet's orbit. "Let's resupply here. There are fuel resources on this planet. We're going to collect some." Inside the main ship, the senior captain, who had worked in this transport company for many years, gave the order. Suddenly, an observation officer said, "Captain, the radar shows that this planet is shrouded by a strange electromagnetic storm." The captain was surprised. He moved to the porthole and saw that the atmosphere of this desolate planet was filled with flickering light blue electrical sparks. It looked like a looming electromagnetic shell. "That's weird. I've run this transportation route for decades and stopped God knows how many times on this planet. When did this appear here?" The captain murmured and looked at the radar again. The more he looked at the electromagnetic field structure, the more he felt it looked familiar. "The structure of this electromagnetic field," the observation officer said with hesitation. "Why does it look somewhat like the bioelectrical network of the neurons' movements in the brain of a living life form?" The captain was startled. When he looked at it more carefully again, the structure of this electromagnetic field totally looked like a brain that was enlarged countless times. Could it be alive? Is it an electromagnetic field life form? The captain was surprised. This kind of life form had always been rare. They could be sold to collectors with special tastes at quite a high price. Having thought of that, the captain immediately ordered, "Quickly, try to capture it, frubnell.com. However, as soon as he said that, the electromagnetic storm shrouding the planet suddenly dissipated into thin air like it had never appeared. There were no signs of it on the radar too. The members inside the cabin were all startled. "Am I tripping?" The captain rubbed his eyes with shock. Chapter 11-12 Trap and Pursuit. Chapter 11-12 Trap and Pursuit. On the Star Arc civilization's mother planet, The upper echelons were having a discussion in the conference room. The three universal civilizations sent us a notification not long ago, demanding that we be ready to shut down all the quantum network base stations on all our planets anytime. What's this about? Isn't the intelligent plague already under control? Did something happen? Or are the three universal civilizations plotting against us again? The upper echelons' expressions were stiff. They were full of suspicion. Initially, when the three universal civilizations announced that the antivirus had been created, they thought the intelligent plague was basically dealt with. Hence, their attention was focused on the fact that the ancient star desert was still in lockdown. They felt that the three universal civilizations might use the opportunity and do something to them afterward, so they had been on alert 24/7. It was like they were suffering from delusions. The three universal civilizations' sudden order to tell them to be ready to cut off all the quantum network connections in their territory made the Star Arc civilization even more suspicious. They almost thought that this was a signal of the three universal civilizations' attacks on them. This time, it was not cutting off their communications to the outside world but shutting down the quantum network in their territory, which meant that their Galactic Society Foundation would be shut down. In the interstellar era, large civilizations like them completely relied on the immediate exchange of information through the quantum network to rule and manage their planets. Shutting that down meant that they had to abandon their ruling over their territory temporarily. It was no wonder they were worried. The civilization's leader knocked on the table and silenced the room. The three universal civilizations sent the same announcement to the other civilizations too. We're not the only one. Hearing this, the others all nodded with relief. Then it should still be related to the intelligent plague. What have the three universal civilizations been doing lately? An official asked. The person in charge of the intelligence department raised his eyes and said, "The three universal civilizations troops are stationed separately on various planets. Those beyond grade A mechanics are making strange movements too, dispatching their mechanical troops to those planets. They seem to be up to something big. All the beyond grade A mechanics are acting?" "Yes, all." "What do you think they're doing?" "I don't know the details, but it sure looks a lot like they're setting up an encirclement." The civilization leader pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Cooperate with the three universal civilizations arrangements. For the time being, investigate what the three universal civilizations and those beyond grade as are planning to do. Pay close attention. Don't ignore any moves they make. I want to know what their goal is." In the flickering World Development Union headquarters on planet Finn, the remote projections of various beyond grade as gathered for the routine plenary meeting. Some of the seats were empty, mostly beyond grade as who were summoned, including the president and the vice president seats. Speaking of which, Mechanic Emperor and Black Star have already missed quite a few meetings. "I wonder how they're doing in the ancient star desert," someone casually said. This topic quickly sparked discussion. The intelligent plague in the ancient star desert has lasted for many months. No news has gotten out. What's the situation now? Is the disaster under control? The star field is under lockdown. I can't get any information either. Any of you know what's going on? Since the three universal civilizations evaluated the intelligent plague as a universal disaster, the entire universe was paying close attention to the ancient star desert. However, since leaking any information was forbidden, they did not know the situation in the ancient star desert. The beyond grade as present were all curious too. "Hey, Gila, anything from your army commander?" A beyond grade turned and looked at Gila, who rarely spoke. No, Gila gave the simplest response. She was also a member of the association. Since Black Star could not attend the meetings, she acted as the representative of the Black Star Army. Tolian curled his lips and said, "Humph. Black Star might have already been taken out. Are you itching for another beating?" Gila said with an expressionless face. Tolian gave a creepy smile and said, "The way I see it, the three universal civilizations calling all the beyond grade A mechanics over was a conspiracy to begin with. Think about it, both the president and the vice president are mechanics. Wouldn't they be able to easily achieve what they've been wanting to do to us this way?" The allies of the arcane church all looked at him with speechless expressions. "Whose side are you really on? Stop talking nonsense. You'll be held accountable for the things you say," a direct member of the church said with a displeased tone. My bad. I always say whatever I want to say, Tolian snorted. Gila did not bother with him, but she was indeed a little worried. All the other mechanics only sent their avatars there. Black Star was the only one whose original body had gone over. The ancient star desert was in lockdown. If the three universal civilizations really wanted to do something to Black Star, that place would instantly turn into a death trap. Gila did not trust the three universal civilizations from the bottom of her heart. Although the king's suit could teleport Han Xiao out anytime, it was not enough to make her not worry. On the other side, Secret Master's eyelids trembled uncontrollably. As a protector of the black market, he was more interested in the ancient star desert situation than the others. Ever since the star field had gone into lockdown, all contact with the black market over there had been cut off. A lot of the businesses there were under his protection and had always given him a lot of profit. Some were the Beast Ancestors businesses that he had just taken over not long ago. After having no contact for so long, he had absolutely no idea how his businesses were doing. I wonder how the black market of the ancient star desert is faring. Secret Master pondered. According to Han Xiao's operation plan, the three universal civilizations did a lot of preparations over more than a month. They dispatched fleets to be stationed at all the trap node planets. Most of their time was spent on traveling and waiting for the beyond grade as mechanical armies to arrive at the locations. Since this was a star field level network, there were quite a number of trap nodes that spread across the various star systems of the ancient star desert. The trap nodes the three universal civilizations had chosen were mainly those territories that were not easy to control with just orders or some crucial spots. Every terminal exit had a beyond grade A mechanic and the three universal civilizations fleet around it, and Manison's lord's avatars were at all of them. In this time, Han Xiao had also built a batch of specially made lord's avatars, but it was still not enough. He decided to compromise and stationed only his mechanical troops at every spot. As for the lord's avatars, he placed them at the locations carefully selected by Harrison and hoped he was lucky enough. The target of Lord's descent was not limited to specially made lord's avatars. It could be used on even normal mechanical soldiers, only not at full power and with a full set of abilities. Therefore, even though any beyond grade A mechanic would be able to set up an ambush at all the locations, they could only be a bystander at most, and none had the advantage Manison had. After all, there was no way they could compete with Manison's lord's avatar if they descended on ordinary machines. Therefore, the other beyond grade A mechanics were all planning to do their best to force the virus core to materialize at one of the locations their lord's avatars were at. Due to how stealthy the virus core was, there was currently not a scanning tool that anyone could use. Only beyond grade A mechanics could track the virus core on the network. Although some of them were not specialized in the virtual area, as long as they had learned the Virtual Creator Ultimate knowledge, it was enough. In order to improve everyone's virtual ability and range, the Federation of Light provided a large-scale strategic device, Super Range Virtual Brainwave Enhancer. This was equipment exclusively for mechanics. It improved one's virtual ability in many ways, drastically increasing the range. Could be fully utilized by beyond grade A mechanics. The size of this device was enormous, like a spherical silver galactic fortress. Its exterior looked like it was assembled through plates. There were clearly visible gaps between, and it was not smooth at all. The inside of the device was very empty. In its heart, all the beyond grade A mechanics formed a circle and hovered in midair. They were ready. The remote projections of the three inspectors, including Sidrian, appeared in this circle. Sidrian said with a serious tone, "Guys, the mechanical troops are all deployed. There are only 13 minutes to the time when the virus core will go online according to the prophecy. When the time comes, we will cut off the network immediately and make the ancient star desert a trap. Please act according to the plan. We're relying on you. You must catch the virus core." The people nodded. Although this was a huge responsibility, everyone there was someone who stood at the top of the universe, so they did not feel pressured. The first step of the operation involved them tracing the virus core after the trap was set, preventing it from hiding. It was like catching a chicken inside a cage. With the data pattern Manison had provided and the bonus of the Super Range Virtual Brainwave Enhancer, they could track the virus core for as far as they wanted and not worry about it escaping. This time, Kant said with a smile, this should be the first time all the beyond grade A mechanics in the universe have worked together. I think this will be written down in history. Hearing this, many people present laughed. Indeed, all the people at the top of the mechanic class working together was something worth writing about in the history books. Han Xiao glanced around and curled his lips. Humph, you're all laughing now. But when we fight for the virus core later, you'll all beat each other up without hesitation. I hope Harrison's luck glow works this time and the virus core ends up meeting my lord's avatar. Not taking part in the conversation, Han Xiao prayed in his mind. The people went silent to stay focused. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, when it came to the last minute, Sidrian looked at the time and said with a deep voice, "Guys, let's go." In the quantum network vision, the ancient star desert was an illuminated star field. Countless bright nodes formed a sea of light, and countless data streams connected the nodes, forming an extremely complex 3D network structure. These data connections that looked like strings were the foundation of the galactic society. At this time, a stream of light suddenly appeared outside one of the data links. This stream of light looked like a cluster of extremely intricate data. Countless symbols flowed on its shell. This was what the domino virus core looked like. It was in the form of an artificial intelligence life form. The next second, the virus core came into contact with the firewall of this data link. Its shell instantly assimilated with the firewall, easily getting through the alarm system, and infiltrated this link. It then moved along with the data flowed, capturing the feedback data in the network. At this time, a large portion of the bright ancient star desert in the quantum network vision suddenly became dark. Countless data links broke off, and countless nodes extinguished simultaneously. The sea of light became much smaller. Buzz. At the same time, more than a dozen powerful consciousnesses arrived in the quantum network, scanning through the remaining quantum network area like nothing could hide from them. The next moment, a consciousness locked onto the virus core. Data streams came together and formed a silhouette of light before the virus core. Kant's virtual soul smiled at it. Found you. At this instant, the virus core's program quickly came up with a measure and immediately fled. Through the data link, the virus core changed its form multiple times and fled to a place that was countless nodes away. However, suddenly, a data stream tornado appeared in front of it. Are you playing hide and seek? The data streams formed Quantum Demon's face. It was intently staring at the virus core. Without hesitation, the virus core turned around and fled again, hoping to find a location and hide in the quantum network. However, no matter how much computing power the virus core spent on coming up with disguises, it would still end up meeting a beyond grade A mechanic every time. It was forced to keep changing direction. It looked quite similar to someone who was panicking. Han Xiao, Manison, Kant, Judith, and the other beyond grade A mechanics showed up one after another, stopping the virus core in its path. The encirclement started to shrink around it. At this time, the virus core suddenly stopped fleeing. It entered one of the nodes and disappeared without a trace. It has materialized. Inside the real world, Han Xiao's original body's eyes sparkled. The terminal exit that the virus core had chosen seemed to be a planet where the machinery faith was. That was one of the ambush locations his lord's avatar was at. Buzz. At the same time, powerful mechanical forces appeared around every mechanic in the super-range virtual brainwave enhancer. Multiple consciousnesses traveled in the cosmic space and headed to the planet this node was at. Chapter 11:13 Confrontation and Negotiation. Chapter 11:13 Confrontation and Negotiation. In the ancient star desert, planet Magnetic Cloud was one of the gathering grounds of the machinery faith. Its ground was yellowish-black, and heavy bases in the style of the machinery faith stood on the surface neatly, forming a ring-shaped industrial city. Around it were open mines with countless large industrial cranes. The streets of the city were well connected in all directions, all flat gray roads. Convoys of carriers rode past the pedestrians on the sides of the street wearing heavy kinetic armor one after another. At the heart of the ring-shaped city was a tall mountain. It was sliced flat in the middle as a platform where the temples were. On top of it was a floating island releasing a gentle artificial light. The machinery faith had many followers and factions. It had no strict rules and mostly centered around the Grand Priest and the various bishops, forming fleets that traveled the universe looking for planets to migrate to. Their goal was the planet's mines and the machinery wreckages underground, accumulating them or selling them. Therefore, most of the planets the machinery faith visited were just temporarily strongholds. They were somewhat like a wandering religion. The machinery faith did not have many fixed strongholds. Some were the subdivisions of different factions. Some were long-term gathering and residential areas of the believers such as Planet Magnetic Cloud, and some were holy grounds recognized by all the believers. Now, the heavily armed fleet of the three universal civilizations hovered above Planet Magnetic Cloud. The believers on the ground, however, were not surprised. They only occasionally glanced above and then got back to what they were doing. The three universal civilizations had already contacted the machinery faith. This kind of loose organization with religious factors was always hard to manage. The three universal civilizations did not trust in the machinery faith's ability to execute their orders, so they just stationed their fleet there and used it as a trap node. Currently, on the open platform at the top of the mechanical temple, the Grand Priest who was wearing the bishop armor looked up at the fleet above and softly murmured. The priest beside saw this, approached him, and asked, "Grand Priest, are you worried about the three universal civilizations fleet?" The Grand Priest shook his head and said, "We're just a civilian organization that obeys the law. We've never had much contact with the three universal civilizations, so they won't do anything to us. I'm glad that the three universal civilizations are here." Glad? Yes, ever since the intelligent plague erupted, the fanatics in the religion have been growing by the day. Not only have they been studying the virtual mutiny virus privately, but they even wanted to spread it. This completely goes against the machinery faith's neutral stance. Their twisted faith will bring disaster to the religion sooner or later. Now that the three universal civilizations have come, they've indirectly kept those fanatics obedient, the Grand Priest mumbled. Thinking back, it still felt quite heavy. After the three universal civilizations invented the antivirus, there were even some fanatics who attempted to improve the virus and crack the antivirus so that the intelligent plague would continue. These madmen strongly believed that this was a great artificial intelligence revolution. Therefore, left with no choice, he dispatched the guards of faith and locked these people up. However, this idea remained and was still spreading around this gathering ground. Maybe. The priest paused momentarily. Even now, I still don't understand why the three universal civilizations are temporarily using our gathering ground. It seems to be related to the intelligent plague. I don't know much either. The Grand Priest shook his head. Before he finished his sentence, the radar in his armor suddenly reacted. Abnormality detected in the planet's magnetic field. A vortex has appeared. Coordinates. The Grand Priest was startled. He turned and looked at the magnetic field vortex together with the priest beside him. The magnetic field of Planet Magnetic Cloud was very special. The armor of the machinery faith believers here was equipped with specially made monitors of the magnetic field. At this time, they all heard the notification from the radar. The people on the streets all stopped and looked in the same direction. They quickly switched to electromagnetic vision so that they could clearly see the movement of the magnetic field. In their vision, in the sky far away, the magnetic field seemed to have formed a tornado, and bright light sparks appeared out of nowhere, quickly forming an energy field. Right at this moment, something happened. Boom! Bright meteors suddenly flew out from the three universal civilizations, fleet one after another, quickly heading to the location of the electromagnetic vortex. Although these meteors were not large in size, they all gave off an astonishing energy presence, dragging extremely bright electrical tracks behind them that left long-lasting marks on the pupils of those watching. Those meteors made thunderous sounds while moving, as if the sky was collapsing. What is that? Including the Grand Priest, all the machinery faith believers on Planet Magnetic Cloud were shocked. At this time, the first batch of meteors arrived at the electromagnetic vortex's location and all stopped. After the flames around them disappeared, their appearance as machines appeared. They were all Lord's avatars of the various beyond grade A mechanics. Manison was the quickest. He looked up and glared at the electromagnetic vortex, and it stopped moving for an instant. Then he raised his hand and grabbed toward it. The electromagnetic field at the vortex's center was grabbed by him, and it entered into a mini triangular container the size of a human head. The next moment, the abnormal electromagnetic vortex disappeared. The wind and the rain stopped, and the sky became bright again, as if the electromagnetic tornado just moments ago was only an illusion. Are those the Lord's avatars of beyond grade A mechanics? Seeing this, although the machinery faith believers still had no idea what was going on, they were all instantly overjoyed and thrilled. In their eyes, this many beyond grade A mechanics appearing was the same as God's descending. However, before they could be surprised, the situation changed drastically again. Suddenly, the other beyond grade A Lord's avatars behind Manison attacked him all at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in midair and illuminated the faces of countless machinery faith believers. The next second, Manison's Lord's avatar flew out from the explosion and was surrounded by the others. Seeing this, a flash of shock appeared in the eyes of every believer. These beyond grade as are gonna fight here? Then aren't we witnessing a battle of gods? 10 seconds prior. Inside the three universal civilizations fleet outside planet Magnetic Cloud, mechanical troops of the various mechanics hovered. Some mechanical troops were surrounding their own Lord's avatars. The instant the virus core escaped the quantum network, all of their consciousness arrived. The eyes of the mechanical bodies lit up one after another. Target locked. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, the radar's notification sounded beside his ear. At the same time, a black silhouette landed from not far away. That was Manison's avatar, and it rushed to the virus core's material body instantly. That old man is fast. This thought flashed past his mind in an instant. Han Xiao was just about to use his ability, only to realize he could not use any teleportation abilities such as the void hyperdrive. His pupils constricted, and he understood what was going on. Without further ado, he instantly followed after Manison's avatar and fell toward the planet's surface. Behind him were many meteors, all avatars or troops of the others. Bang! They passed through the atmosphere. Their high speed gave them a burning flame coat. Han Xiao stared at the target closely. The electromagnetic vortex enlarged in his sights as he quickly approached. The virus core had just escaped the quantum network and was gathering electromagnetic energy to form its body, only to realize a group of beyond grade A Lord's avatars approaching. It gave up materializing and attempted to head back to the quantum network to flee. However, in an instant, a dense electrical light shot out from Manison's eyes. He had activated Virtual Paramount. Wang! The virus core's virtual soul was instantly locked, unable to escape its shell that had yet to even form fully. Manison's movements were smooth without any hiccups. He quickly took out the specially made containment device and sucked the virus core in. This containment was specially made to suppress the virus core's abilities. Could perfectly contain it. As long as the virus core was caught in it, it would never escape. Han Xiao's pupils constricted. Old man Manison got it. However, the next instant, the other Lord's avatars that followed attacked at the same time. Highly dense beams passed him by and headed right toward Manison's back. Boom! Manison had expected this. Layers of shields appeared and blocked the bombardment, causing violent explosions. Using this force, he quickly got away from the others, at the same time turning toward them, with the containment that carried the virus core still in his hands. The others surrounded and confronted Manison. Be careful. If you guys destroy the container, my efforts will have gone to waste. Manison was not angry at all and spoke calmly. A direct member of the Federation of Light, Defender Romo, said with a deep voice, Manison, hand over the virus core. You should know that this kind of thing can't be leaked. The remote projections of the inspectors, including Sidrian, appeared. He said with a solemn tone, that's right. Your Excellency Mechanic Emperor, you're a sensible person. The three universal civilizations will certainly reward you generously for capturing the virus core. But this thing cannot remain in the hands of someone else. You don't have to be so nervous. After I'm done studying it, not only will I hand-turn the virus core over, I'll even share the technology I've obtained through it. Manison was very casual and did not panic at all. Han Xiao did not speak. He looked around and nodded secretly. This was completely within his expectations. In his previous life, the person who obtained the virus core had probably obtained it secretly. Now, however, the situation was completely different. The virus core was a hot potato. No matter which mechanic possessed it, they would instantly be in a difficult situation and become the target of the rest of the mechanics. At the same time, the three universal civilizations would certainly ask for the virus core from them. The battleships were of no help in capturing the virus core, so why did the three universal civilizations deploy fleets at the trap nodes? Clearly, they were not there to deal with the virus core but to deal with them, the beyond grade A mechanics. The Lord's avatars present all had short-range hyperdrive abilities. Han Xiao even had void hyperdrive, but no one used it. This was because the fleet had activated spacetime stabilization anchors at the trap nodes long ago, preventing anyone from escaping. And this was the exact reason Manison stayed to talk, or he would have escaped the moment he succeeded. The only way to leave with the virus core was to fight a way out. However, although the three universal civilizations and the other mechanics wanted to take away the virus core, they were worried about destroying the container, so they all held back. The three universal civilizations hoped to take back the virus core from Manison through a negotiation. They were even mentally prepared for Manison to ask for an outrageous price. Mechanic Emperor, the virtual mutiny virus is a strategic weapon that can threaten the entire universe. It will only be safe in the hands of the three universal civilizations. We won't allow any risk to exist, so no matter what, we have to take the virus core today. You should know the severity of this matter. The inspector of the arcane church's tone was firm. Manison did not respond instantly but looked at the avatars of the other mechanics. He then said slowly, "See that? Anyone who gets the virus core will have to face this. Are you guys still planning to fight for it?" Honestly, I don't have a lot of interest in the virus core. After all, I'm not a virtual mechanic. However, I wouldn't mind exchanging this for more good stuff. Kant chuckled. Don't look at me. As long as I get the virus core, I'll regain my freedom, so I'm on the side of the church, Mechanical Catastrophe Francisco said. I'll fight for something with all I've got as long as there's a chance. Teacher, you taught me that. Mechanic Empress Morniza's tone was calm. Everyone expressed their attitude. Their reasons were different, but they all had the same resolve. In the end, Manison's eyes stopped on Han Xiao. Black Star, what about you? Han Xiao did not answer it directly, but replied with a mocking tone. You didn't ask around just to chat. Did you? Are you stalling for the time? Or are you trying to find a temporary ally? Freebnol.com. Hearing this, Manison smiled. Black Star, you know me well. That's right. I need an ally to deal with this tough situation together. You and I both know the situation the Beyond Grade as are in. We're on the same side. I plan to study the virtual mutiny virus not only for its technology but also to add a layer of insurance for the Beyond Grade as, if you're willing to help me, I won't mind studying this technology together with you. Everyone looked at Han Xiao with different emotions. Han Xiao was not convinced at all. He casually said, Sounds good. But I have a feeling you'll go back on your word. Hehe. You might not believe me, but I need someone to take this risk together with me. Two people having this technology suits my interests more. So this time, I will keep my word. Tisk, that's all words. No matter how good they sound, they're just that. Then, how do you want me to prove it? Han Xiao pointed at the container in Manison's hands, smiled, and said, Since you're willing to study it together with me, who's holding the virus core won't make a difference. Give the device to me. I'll take the risk, and you'll help me to get out of this. That way, I'll believe that you're sincere and not just toying with my feelings. I'm okay with that, but will you be willing to study it with me when it's in your hands? How can I be sure you won't go back on your words? Manison asked the same thing. As you just said, I need someone to share the pressure too. Han Xiao shrugged. Manison stayed silent for a few seconds. As the atmosphere became heavier and heavier, he finally spoke slowly and shocked everyone. Since that's the case, then why not? Chapter 11:14 The Choice of the Era. Chapter 11:14 The Choice of the Era. At the same time, what was happening on planet Magnetic Cloud was being broadcast live to the central galaxy through a military-coded channel. The leaders of the three universal civilizations were monitoring events in real time. Seeing this, the three of them were all silent. Bader took a deep breath and slowly said, Manison, we've given him too much freedom. We can put up with other things, but this time he crossed the line. The church's pope said, he always ignores our warnings, provoking our authority time after time, and now even wants to acquire a strategic intimidation weapon. He says he's fighting for a form of insurance for the beyond grade but he's just trying to make us fear him so he can be on the same level as us. He'll definitely also use this to threaten us for more things in the future. The possibility of all that happening has to be eliminated at the roots. I seem to recall that Black Star has a similar ability to the multidimensional sky opening transportation device. If he works with Manison and takes the virus core, he'll be able to teleport out immediately. Bader turned to look at Ernrel, who was silent, and said with a more serious tone, as long as he leaves the scene with the virus core, we'll assume that the virtual mutiny virus has already been obtained by Black Star. So, Your Excellency Dynasty Ruler, what are you planning to do? Ernrel stayed silent for a while before saying, now isn't a good time for a cleansing. The flickering world is in development, and the superstar cluster civilizations are a threat. If we force Black Star and Mechanic Emperor to turn on us, they might go to the superstar cluster civilizations with the virtual mutiny virus in their hands. That's going to be a real threat, so we should try our best for things not to come to that. That's right. With the superstar cluster civilizations, now indeed isn't a good time to have a cleansing. However, our compromise and tolerance should have a limit, and we can't step behind that line, Bader said with a deep voice. The church's pope said with a grave tone, maybe having a trump card to protect their safety is a sensible demand of the beyond grade but we can't ignore how much of a threat this is to our rule. I know that if Black Star or the Mechanic Emperor acquire the virus technology, we'll still be able to maintain a peaceful relationship with them as long as we don't push them too hard, and things won't end up in the worst scenario. However, it will still be a hidden threat. Can we close our eyes and act like all this never happened just because it won't show its dangers for the time being? We did not get to where we are today by having illusional hopes in others. Ernrel frowned and shouted, do you have any idea what you're talking about? You're talking about a war that will involve all the advanced civilizations in the entire universe. A cleansing that will last for decades or even a century. Do you not know the consequences of that? Do you want to go back to the exploration era? It won't come to that. We're already the absolute rulers. No one can stand above us. Maybe this will be the most chaotic time since the start of the galaxy calendar. But it will make sure all our obstacles are cleared. It's better than watching our enemies grow so powerful that we can't get rid of them. The Pope's tone was calm. What about the threat of the superstar cluster civilizations? If the superstar cluster civilizations want to use the virtual mutiny virus technology, we'll announce this to the entire universe. It'll be the best reason to start a war with them. The superstar cluster civilizations have ignored the safety of the universe and attempted to use such a dangerous weapon. To maintain order, we have no choice but to wipe them out. This will be an opportunity to shatter all the superstar cluster civilizations. Although both sides will end up suffering, nothing else will be able to shake our position afterward. After our enemies are eliminated, we'll have more than enough time to deal with internal matters. Ernrel bit on her lips and squeezed out the words from between her teeth. Stability above all. The church pope was unconvinced. Our bottom line doesn't allow provocations. The atmosphere became tense. Disagreements were common in such meetings. Seeing the two of them argue, Bader looked left and right with a strange expression. The always aggressive Crimson Dynasty shockingly spoke about stability today, while the usually cheeky Arcane Church suddenly became a war fanatic. Bader was at a loss. He suppressed his shock, coughed, and said, "That's very decisive of you, Pope. Since the dynasty ruler doesn't agree with the more aggressive approach, maybe we can do it another way. Let's say the Mechanic Emperor and Black Star succeed, we can temporarily compromise with them on the terms of them having to deal with the superstar cluster civilizations. When they're both wounded, we can come in and clean the two sides." Too assumptive. The church pope shook his head. If the Mechanic Emperor and Black Star acquire the technology, they definitely know the risks they'll take by eliminating one of their potential customers. Otherwise, the leverage they have will lose its biggest threat. Things are still not clear yet, Erinrel said with a heavy frown. Black Star has yet to agree to work with the Mechanic Emperor. He's a smart person. I believe he will make a choice that's beneficial for the peace of the universe. The Church Pope coldly said, but what if? The Federation once trusted the Mechanic Emperor too much as an ally, which led to him pushing the boundaries and gradually getting out of our control. With such an example, is the dynasty still planning to continue to protect Black Star for the sake of not offending him? A choice has to be made between the big picture and allies. Unending fawning will only make the other party think you're weak. Hearing this, Erinrel closed her eyes, only opening them again after a while. Her eyes were emotionless when they opened again. By then, I'll have my measures, such as, that's not for you to worry, Your Excellency. On the other hand, the confrontation was still underway on planet Magnetic Cloud. As soon as Manison said that, everyone present was startled. They did not think Manison would be willing to pass the virus core to someone else. Han Xiao was shocked too. He was just mocking Manison and testing him. He did not think Manison would really agree to it. Hearing this, Han Xiao hesitated and did not respond instantly. He started to think quickly in his mind. Manison wants to work with me, not only to shift the target to me but also because of the teleportation ability of the King suit. Of all the people here, I'm the only one who can leave this place with the virus core easily. Old man Manison is strong. Sure, but even he isn't very confident in fleeing from here, which is why he has chosen me. Han Xiao pondered. This body was a lord's avatar that did not have the king. Nonetheless, he could summon a spare one from the Dimension Factory, so it was not an issue. Manison is killing two birds with one stone. If I agree and leave with the virus core, I'll instantly become the target of everyone, while Manison won't have to fight for a way out after throwing the hot potato to me. Instead, he got himself out of the equation, and I'll face the most pressure from the three universal civilizations. If I break my promise after acquiring the technology, not only will I have to endure the pressure alone, but I'll also have to suffer the consequences of breaking my promise. Not speaking of offending Manison, my name among the beyond grade as will plummet for sure. Therefore, he's certain that I'll need an ally, so he knows he'll most likely still get his hands on the technology, and he's willing to gamble on it. Han Xiao clenched his teeth in his mind. He's playing these dirty tricks again. The two of them did not chat privately but openly. Manison's intentions were clear. He wanted to shift the target of the conflict, and everyone understood that. However, some people still panicked. Seeing that Han Xiao was about to be convinced, the dynasty's inspector yelled loudly, "Black Star, you have to think carefully about what you're doing." He had to panic. Although the spacetime was stabilized, Black Star was the only one who could just teleport out. Although the two of them could run but could not hide, if the three universal civilizations could not retrieve the virus core on the spot, it would cause tons of problems afterward. The Beyond Grade A mechanics changed their positions and stood apart from Manison and Han Xiao. This time, Manison raised the contained virus core, stared at Han Xiao, and said, "Black Star, I've always had high hopes for you. You should know that this will become the amulet for the Beyond Grade as we have the same philosophy. Leave with it. Our future is in your hands. Bulsh *T. Although you're the association president, you still don't have the right to make this kind of decision on behalf of all the Beyond Grade as no one needs you to plan the future for them." Kant turned to Han Xiao and said, "Black Star, don't get tricked by him. Not only will possessing the virus core not give us insurance, but it will bring us a disaster." Han Xiao hesitated. His philosophy was not the same as the Mechanic Emperor's. He wanted to interfere with the calamity of the supers so that the explored universe could preserve more strength to deal with the World Tree civilization in the future. Manison wanted to make the Beyond Grade as stronger, making everyone in this grade his shield. Another goal of him attempting to acquire the Domino virus technology was most likely to make the other Beyond Grade as more united around him and see him as their leader. In Han Xiao's previous life, Manison most likely was the one who got the Domino virus. However, he did not use it during the World Tree Civilization War. His ambitions showed from that since he still did not expose his trump card even when the explored universe was threatened by an outside enemy. He clearly wanted to use it on the three universal civilizations. Han Xiao looked around and saw the expression on everyone's face. Is the domino virus really an amulet? Who knows? It might be a death invitation. How can the three universal civilizations possibly be willing to be restricted by someone? If I threaten them with this as leverage, I won't receive compromises, but, more likely, the three universal civilizations resolve to eliminate their enemies no matter the cost. Most of the time, the three universal civilizations would think about the big picture, but this did not mean that they would compromise without limits. Strategic weapons would only achieve a balance of power when the power of the two sides was on the same level in the first place. However, if one side's power overwhelmed the other, it was tough to imagine they would allow an outsider to use a weapon that could threaten them to demand things. If he obtained the domino virus technology, he would be able to cause huge damage to the entire universe if he wanted to and make the galactic society go back multiple generations. He might feel this meant that the three universal civilizations would have no choice but to choose to tolerate and compromise with him. However, this would be the exact source of the three universal civilizations' resolve to eliminate him. Even if he did not think of causing trouble, people could change, and the three universal civilizations would not be willing to take that risk. From Han Xiao's perspective, the three universal civilizations allowing them to possess the domino virus technology did not seem like a big deal. After all, as long as everyone held back, it seemed like no one would suffer any losses. It looked like a small issue not worth all the trouble. However, this was only his mind playing tricks on him, telling him he might get lucky. In truth, the three universal civilizations had lines that could not be crossed. They could tolerate others being greedy, but they would never allow anyone to threaten their positions as the absolute rulers. In this situation, if he ignored their warnings and took the virus core away, no matter what he said afterward, the three universal civilizations would still assume he was thinking of overthrowing their rule. If things really turned ugly, Han Xiao did not think the other beyond grade as would be standing on his side. He knew very well that everyone had their own plans. His call only got so many responses before because it suited their interests. However, no one was ready to turn on the three universal civilizations. By then, there would definitely be more people who would choose not to be involved than people who chose to take this path to the end. By that time, he and the Mechanic Emperor might be seen as the cancer of society. Most of the time, the majority represented the society they were in. Also, the impact of things turning completely ugly would show in all areas. The Black Star Army's territory in the flickering world would be retrieved. The civilizations would no longer provide any resource channels. The civilian financial groups would terminate their partnerships. The army's funds and accounts would be frozen, and the army would not be able to purchase any resources. Countless army soldiers would quit and leave. The army's business would shrink dramatically. The three universal civilizations would only have to make a simple announcement for all this to happen. All the benefits he was enjoying from the advanced civilizations would be gone forever. Everyone was a member of the galactic civilization. There would certainly be extremely few people who would be willing to fight against the three universal civilizations on the Black Star Army's side. After all, most people were just ordinary people. No one could blame them for putting themselves first. Han Xiao's eyes flickered. He stopped joking around and said with a deep voice, "You're putting me in the gamble. I'm thinking about the big picture." Manison's tone was calm. Han Xiao stayed silent for a while before suddenly moving. Buzz. Void energy erupted and shrouded this area. Everyone there felt like they were in a swap and could not move freely. Void prison. Due to the space-time stabilization device, the strength, duration, and range of this ability all decreased drastically, but it was still barely enough. freewebnovel.com. In this area, only Han Xiao's movements were unrestricted. He flew past the encirclement around and instantly came before Manison, grabbed onto the virus core and immediately moved aside. Black Star. As Void Prison ended, everyone came and surrounded Han Xiao this time. Everyone's eyes landed on him with all kinds of complicated emotions such as anger, worry, anxiety, and many more. Outside the crowd, Manison looked at Han Xiao and said, "Looks like you've figured it out. You're a smart man. Don't disappoint me." Black Star. Don't do anything stupid. Sidrian and the inspectors were shocked. Han Xiao did not respond to anyone. He looked at the virus core in his hands carefully, softly rubbed the container, and made sure it was the real thing. With so many beyond grade as around, the possibility of it being swapped without getting noticed was non-existent. With the virus core in his hands, he felt as if he was not holding onto a physical object but the fate of countless people in this universe. The direction of the era and the path it would take might be all decided by his one decision. This time, Han Xiao looked up at the nervous eyes of everyone and slowly said, "Before taking the bet, one has to see the risks first. Sorry, I might have made a not-so-right decision. It's just that I suddenly recall something a woman once said to me. She said, 'This universe has an end no matter how enormous it is, but ambition has no limits.'" Right after he said that, under the shocking look of everyone, Han Xiao's mechanical force erupted and flowed into the container. The mechanical force was mixed with a virtual soul attack. It completely wiped both the virus core's physical body and soul. Kacha! He shattered the metal shell with his fingers. The empty container turned into pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, it was like everything froze. Everyone watching, including the leaders of the 3 universal civilizations who were watching the broadcast, were all completely astonished. Everyone had a lot of guesses in their minds, but not a single person had thought of what just happened. Black Star destroyed the virus core? He's mad. Why did he do that? Even if you don't want it, you didn't have to destroy it. A bright light suddenly appeared in Manison's eyes, and a terrifying energy flowed in his body like a tsunami. His deep voice echoed around word by word. "What the hell have you done?" Chapter 11:15 Twin Gods Advent. Chapter 11:15 Twin Gods Advent. The lightning snaked wildly around, flickering with arcs of electricity as the energy fluctuations blasted around with the force of a hurricane. The beyond grade A avatars and machinery present were all blown away and retreated. Han Xiao was blown back a short distance, and he immediately stabilized himself, staring at the other party. Manison was entwined with a brilliant golden arc of mechanical force, releasing an astonishing aura. His pinnacle beyond grade A energy was fully released, and even though this was just an avatar of his, Han Xiao felt a heavy sense of oppression. Manison's eyes flashed as he locked onto Han Xiao, repeating his question. "Do you know what you just did? Are you angry?" Han Xiao did not bother to explain, only indifferently replying, "I'm very disappointed in you. You definitely understood what sort of chance you just gave up. Why did you destroy the virus core? Eradicating the intelligent plague is the goal of our trip. I just did my part. And on the first day I arrived, I told you this. It's my generation's responsibility to prevent the universe from growing more chaotic. But you didn't seem to take it seriously." Manison hovered in the air, his tone not revealing any surprise or joy. "It seems like my understanding of you is still insufficient. Many people don't even understand themselves, let alone say that they understand others. Mechanic Emperor, you think that we're the same kind of person, but in fact we're not. Since things have reached this point, there's no need to say any more. Since you disappointed me, you should know how this will end today." Manison's mechanical force soared up to the sky, piercing through the clouds, and connected to his machinery in outer space. His voice boomed out. "Let me see just how much ability you have." Just as his voice sounded, a black wave of machinery passed through the atmosphere, shooting out a dense beam of light as they fell from the sky like a meteor shower toward Han Xiao's position. "My thoughts exactly." Han Xiao's left fist slammed upward toward the sky in a fanfare of light. An arc-shaped psionic protective shield unfolded in the air. The dense cluster of light beams hit on the protective shield like a heavy downpour hitting the leaves on a plantation. This was accompanied by crackling explosions. Han Xiao's mechanical force also rushed upward to the sky, summoning his machinery on standby in outer space. The machinery acted instantaneously and broke through the atmosphere. Manison's troops immediately shifted their targets, exchanging fire with Han Xiao's troops at a high altitude. The crisscrossing beams gave off a mysterious glow in the skies. Han Xiao and Manison's avatars were not idle either. They quickly drew close to each other in a collision. Boom! Just like a comet hitting the Earth. A bluish-gold circular shock wave exploded at the center of their impact. The two figures exchanged attacks hundreds of times, entangled as they rose into the air. Boom! Alloy rubbed against alloy, releasing countless electric sparks, and shock waves constantly formed at the point of their impacts. Just as two of them started fighting, the other Beyond Grade A avatars and troops on the scene immediately diverged from each other, running off to the side to watch without getting involved. Seeing Black Star fighting against the Mechanic Emperor, everyone then recovered from the shock of Han Xiao destroying the virus core. I really didn't expect that Black Star would do this. Maximilian was surprised. By doing this, he has put an end to the possibility of any organization obtaining the complete technology of this virtual mutiny virus. Neither us nor the three universal civilizations can restore this technology now. He was too impulsive. Now no one has obtained anything from this trip, Morniza complained. Impulsive? In my opinion, he's the one who is the calmest and most rational, Sun Hunter replied. While doing this will cut off our hope of obtaining the virus technology. From the perspective of the universe and the bigger picture, this was a selfless choice. Kant nodded, speaking emotionally. Come to think of it, we did not lose anything, nor did the three universal civilizations. The only ones who truly lost were Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor. The Mechanic Emperor has been made a fool of, and his position is making the three universal civilizations feel a certain degree of danger from him. As for Black Star, he has relinquished the possibility of obtaining benefits. If I was in that position, I would definitely not have destroyed it. I would have negotiated with the three universal civilizations in exchange for a lot of benefits. Yet Black Star was able to give up on those benefits to choose to destroy the root cause of this disaster. This should be the most beneficial to universal peace. I always thought of Black Star as a pure profit seeker and didn't expect him to do such a thing. Maybe I was wrong all along. That's right, Judith sighed. Our understanding of Black Star seems to be too limited. Turns out, he was not such a profit seeker. Everyone was in a complicated mood. At this moment, the image of Black Star rose rapidly in their hearts since they did not expect him to perform such a noble move. Even Jackernets and those who had some enmity with him had to admit that their impression of Black Star had risen a notch. While the hope of restoring the virus technology was lost, no one was too disappointed even though they thought it a pity. In fact, they heaved a sigh of relief. This was an outcome they could all accept. In fact, everyone had this vague worry in their heads as to what would happen after the three universal civilizations obtained the virtual mutiny virus. Everyone present was a mechanic, and the virtual mutiny virus would be the most lethal to them. The virtual mutiny virus would pose a huge threat to their class, which would cause their entire profession to enter hibernation. In contrast, destroying the virus core was a wise choice. From this point of view, most of the people present were not against Han Xiao's choice and even thought of it as a compromise that would benefit the Beyond Grade as. They just did not know if Black Star had thought about all this when making a decision. Then, what shall we do now? One of the neutral Beyond Grade as stared at the fierce battle unfolding. Are we going to intervene? Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor have deep conflicts, as they were originally the president and vice president of the Development Union. This is a dispute over their chosen paths. Let's see how it goes. Kant paused for a while before continuing. The dynasty's fleet seems to have switched off the space-time stability anchor. After fighting for a while, Han Xiao and Manison noticed the release of the space-time anchor and suddenly broke apart, confronting each other at a higher altitude. Their machines stopped fighting, returning to the positions of the two, guarding their own avatars. Your strength has improved very quickly, Manison said indifferently. It's just that, without burning your potential, you're still not my opponent. Try me. Han Xiao casually threw back the ball. He maintained his focus, his fighting spirit soaring. After Black Star's godlike battle, the outside world recognized Black Star to have two fighting styles. One would be the regular form, and the other was the explosive form caused by burning his potential. Han Xiao did not have the ability to burn his potential. He had already obtained the mechanical great sage skill as well as a few stacks of the god's trait transformation skills. In addition, he had managed to draw several powerful specialties after the attack on Gila. His strength at the moment was considerable, enough to give Manison a run for his money. However, it was still an undeniable fact that the mechanic and machinery abilities of Manison were well above his own. The Mechanic Emperor had a higher level and God's trait transformation level, as well as more mechanical abilities and talents. The quality and quantity of his own machinery were incomparable to Manison's. Han Xiao had intended to challenge Manison, but because the two of them were only present with their avatars, he would not activate his character summon cards immediately. After all, both of them were army-style mechanics, so their fight would be over who had the most troops. A winner would not be easily decided. From their previous exchange, he had discovered that Manison's clone was not easy to fight. His opponent had taken preventive measures, and not only were his armor and shield strong, his melee skills were also good. The longer one lived, the more versatile one got. Old Man Manison was still a pinnacle beyond grade A, and his HP would not be too low. Furthermore, it was more normal for a mechanic to use an avatar to fight rather than the main body, with Han Xiao being the only exception. At this moment, Manison spoke with a chill in his voice. "It's been a long time since I last used this move. Black Star, you're worthy of me showing my true ability." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Buzz! His secondary dimensional army box burst open beside him, and the boundless army of machinery descended, covering the sky. "Come on, who's afraid?" Han Xiao immediately saw through the Mechanic Emperor's intentions and also opened his secondary dimensional army box. Countless mechanical soldiers rushed out, surrounding him. The size of their mechanical troops continued to soar and quickly covered the sky. On one side was the pitch-black machinery representing Black Star, whilst the other had the white gleaming troops from the Mechanic Emperor. The two sides faced each other far away, separated by a strip of sky, as though that was the dividing line. The machinery then started to converge on their avatars, quickly forming a huge mechanical structure. Boom! The next moment, two mechanical deities, one black and one silver, descended on the world. Frubnell.com. The black mechanical deity was holding a black war halberd, wearing a huge robe, its body wrapped in the blue glow of psionic energy. The silver mechanical deity held onto a purple trident, wearing a cloak and armor, its entire body flashing with golden arcs. The two mechanical deities faced each other, and countless various mechanical soldiers stood by their sides. Mechanic Emperor, Black Star. The sound waves swept across the entire planet. The halberd slashed down, and the trident stabbed forward, as both mechanical deities simultaneously wielded their weapons. Their huge bodies seemed to move slowly, but the actual movement was so fast that time distorted around them. The halberd hit the edge of the trident, and the two universal treasure weapons locked onto each other. Clank! A resounding clash echoed in everyone's soul, causing a frightening tremor. An eye-piercing glow appeared at the position of the strike, suddenly blooming and turning into a silvery white lightning as it extended infinitely toward both ends. At first glance, this looked like a glowing cut, searing the retinas of the countless people watching, as though the impact had torn apart the black backdrop that was the universe. At the same time, at the machinery faith colony on the surface, be it the believers or the priests, all of them turned their heads up to stare blankly at the sky, watching the two mechanical deities engaging in an earth-shaking, divine battle. Seeing Black Star swing his war halberd toward the publicly recognized machinery faith leader, every believer of the machinery faith was stunned. To see the mechanical deities that they worshipped fighting before their very eyes, only one sentence could describe their current feelings. "Baby, come out and look at God." At the same time, in the flagship of the Crimson Dynasty nearby, the commander, who had gone out to answer an emergency call, hurried back to the bridge at the command room and loudly ordered, "The ruler has issued her orders. Immediately intervene in the battle and open fire at will." The members were dumbfounded, gazing at the battle between the two mechanical deities, as well as the frantically rising energy fluctuations. They subconsciously asked, "Which one? Do we help?" "Pa!" The commander raised his hand, slapping the back of the guy who asked this nonsensical question as he raged. "UF*King Tool, Help the Black One. Chapter 11:16 The Full Firepower of the Strongest Mechanic. Chapter 11:16 The Full Firepower of the Strongest Mechanic. The aftermath of the collision between the two mechanical deities stirred up the atmosphere of the planet, forming a huge vortex. The clash between the weapons constantly released sparks of electricity, distorting the viewer's perception of space. The mechanical force was akin to a neural network, circulating around the body of the mechanical deities, turning the huge mechanical structure into a part of one's body. The celestial punishment edge collided against Manison's trident again and again, setting off circles of energy shock waves that were visible to the naked eye. They swept across the sky of the planet, raising an endless gale. The earth was disturbed to the point that sand and rocks were flying around, with every inch of the ground cracking, and even the machinery faith colony seemed to be teetering on the edge of collapse. Because the body of the mechanical deity was too large to completely display their fighting prowess on the planet, the two fought as they ascended higher, leaving the atmosphere and making outer space their battlefield. Their secondary dimensional army boxes were still sending out troops, and the scale of the battle continued to expand. Clank! As the purple trident stabbed at him, Han Xiao blocked it by holding the halberd horizontally, and the majestic energy wrapped along the trident collided with his psionic shield, causing it to continuously flicker. In the channel, Manison's voice sounded out. Celestial punishment edge? That's a weapon I threw away long ago. It all depends on who is using the weapon. Han Xiao's eyes focused, and he squeezed the handle and twisted. Psionic energy burst out, and he took the chance to flick away the trident. However, the trident vibrated and shot out a phantom copy. Under the assistance of the force field guidance, the rebounding force was converted into a propelling force. The trident only bounced back slightly before it stopped and shot back with an even faster speed. Han Xiao took a defensive position, resisting Manison's concentrated attacks whilst his thoughts ran fast, analyzing the current situation. My celestial punishment edge's blueprint came from the Federation of Light, and Manison likely understands the characteristics of this weapon. But I have a limited understanding of the weapon in his hands, so I need to play defensive and test the waters. Some more. The lethality of a universal treasure weapon far exceeded its ordinary counterparts, so the mechanical deities chose to engage in close combat. Only in this manner could they break through each other's thick shields with only half the effort. Old Man Manison had rich combat experience, and while Han Xiao did not know if he possessed any universal treasure-level space wonders, he definitely had quite a few universal treasure mechanical devices, much more than Han Xiao himself. The trident, as well as the cloak and armor his deity possessed, were definitely at the level of universal treasures, but it was unknown just how many more he had. Activating his mechanical deity meant that Manison was going all out. Han Xiao had no doubt about his opponent's endurance. If he was unable to utilize the mechanical deity for an extended period of time, he would not lay down all his cards at the start. Both Manison and I are here with our avatars, and both sides are using mechanical deities. It is impossible to easily crush the other's avatar, so it will become a battle of attrition against whose troops are better. Thinking about this, Han Xiao glanced at the interface. Just as the two of them started to attack each other, a new mission appeared on his interface. Mechanic Emperor Manison Mechanical Deity Battle. The mode of the mission was the same as the other missions that involved challenging beyond grade, as he could complete the mission so long as he held on for a certain period of time. The rewards were also similar, having character summon cards and getting to randomly draw a skill. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. With the 3 universal civilizations present and so many beyond grade A onlookers, the influence of this battle was definitely not small and was bound to trigger the mission. Both of them would also not be able to distinguish victory and defeat for a while, so completing the mission was basically a given. Last time, it was only battling in the virtual world. This time, fighting him in reality, I can finally see what it's like when Manison goes all out. Han Xiao suddenly felt the attack cease and saw that Manison had retreated a step back, in a stance to gain momentum. Blades started rotating rapidly like a drill bit. The golden mechanical force was highly compressed on the tip of the blade, shining with a strong, dazzling light akin to a small sun. As the blade rotated, The psionic energy was drawn into it and swirled along, producing a psychedelic effect similar to a water vortex. Han Xiao's senses were ringing in alarm, and the machinery under his control began to fire at Manison. However, layers of diamond-shaped psionic shields emerged on the surface of Manison's mechanical deity, blocking out all the concentrated fire of the machinery. Whoosh! Manison's figure suddenly blurred, and he accelerated in an instant, the shining trident thrusting out so quickly it turned into a gold and blue beam. Han Xiao held the halberd horizontally in defense and raised his emperor's cape to generate a powerful shield. Ka! The trident was once again blocked by the halberd. However, the golden-blue piercing light continued unabated, shooting out from the main blade of the trident to pierce through his emperor's cape, hitting the abdomen of his machinery deity. Swoosh! It tore through his abdomen, disappearing into the distance and leaving a huge penetrating wound in Han Xiao's mechanical deity. All the parts within the beam were annihilated into molecular-grade fragments, and the edges of the wound showed fiery red melting marks. What a powerful penetrating force! Han Xiao's heart was shocked. In terms of just strength, this trident was indeed higher than the celestial punishment edge. It was not just because of the blueprint, but also because the Mechanic Emperor's creation was of a higher quality and possessed stronger mechanical force bonuses, which served as a multifaceted suppression. With just a thought, the surrounding mechanical soldiers stopped fighting, turning around and converging on him as they transformed into parts to supplement the gap in his mechanical deity. The mechanical deity itself was already a structure composed of a large number of machines. As long as there were no fatal injuries and one had enough energy and machinery, they could recover from all sorts of injuries. Manison was about to seize the opportunity to pursue his attack, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Dense beams of dark energy shot out diagonally, blasting into Manison's troops and exploding the shields of countless mechanical soldiers, disrupting the formation. Both of them stopped moving, glancing toward the source of the attack. The third party that fired was the fleet belonging to the Crimson Dynasty, its countless battleship weapons constantly firing toward the Mechanic Emperor's troops. The dynasty came to aid me? Han Xiao had the thought in his heart but did not find it a surprise. With the Mechanic Emperor as a negative example, Han Xiao destroying the virus core was considered good behavior in the eyes of the three universal civilizations, increasing his positive image by a lot. While the virus technology would not be made available, it was indeed an acceptable result. That his own relationship with the Mechanic Emperor had soured, they naturally had to express their stance. Rationally, they could not just sit back and watch idly as an ally that had completed a feat beneficial to the peace of the universe fight alone. Thus, their probability of intervening in the battlefield was almost guaranteed. However, the attitudes of the other two civilizations were more ambiguous, sitting by the sidelines with no intention of interfering. The Federation was not ignorant of Manison's position, but it was another thing to show support to him now. After Manison just demonstrated his intention to hide the virus and antagonize the three universal civilizations, the Federation obviously could not provide support at this time, so they sat on the sidelines and watched the dynasty attack their ally. As for the church, this was not their business, so they happily sat at the side with popcorn. The three universal civilizations troops that were stationed at the trap node were mainly there to prevent the Beyond Grade A from absconding with the virus, so they naturally possessed some measure of combat capabilities. While the space-time anchor was now lifted, allowing the mechanics to summon troops on a large scale, and only the dynasty was currently shooting at him, Manison still could not afford to take them lightly. Annoying flies, Manison gestured with his trident, and a portion of the mechanical soldiers emerging from the secondary dimensional army box split off, forming an array to exchange fire with the dynasty's fleet. The army-style mechanics were the supers best suited for interstellar warfare. If it were any other profession, they were bound to be restrained by the suppressive firepower of the fleet. However, mechanics were able to take out a part of their soldiers to fight on their own, minimizing the restraining abilities of the fleet. If they wished to cause considerable interference to the Mechanic Emperor going all out, the scale of the dynasty's troops had to be hundreds if not thousands of times larger. Han Xiao understood that this was a short reprieve granted by the dynasty and immediately repaired the damage to his mechanical deity. At this moment, Manison turned toward Han Xiao. Black Star, you seem to have grown once again. I've been watching you for a long time. The more battles you go through, the faster your growth. Is this the basis for your confidence? Have you not battled for too long a time to forget that running your mouth is to give opportunities to your opponent? Han Xiao did not hesitate, and his celestial punishment edge lashed out. The psionic energy converged into a biting blue blade of light, slashing toward Manison's body. The highly concentrated energy resembled a bright half-moon sapphire. Manison, however, remained motionless. The universal treasure cloak on his body suddenly shook, and a spherical white shield covering his entire body popped out, giving off a hazy texture like a cloud of flowing white smoke. The light blade from the celestial punishment edge hit the white shield, and the smoke on the surface of the shield suddenly accelerated, turning into swirling patterns. The sapphire-colored light blade suddenly shattered, turning into motes of light and scattering into the sky. The next moment, the energy spots seemed to be drawn and absorbed by the shield, and the now discolored shield was swallowed and retracted into the armor of the mechanical deity, converted into energy to supplement the consumption of the mechanical deity. Absorbing damage to replenish energy? Han Xiao's eyes turned solemn. I was very interested in your indestructible body, and there are many similar abilities and magics in the universe, but none of them have reached to a degree comparable to yours. Thus, I specially researched into this and explored your ability principles through your battle videos. I finally created this universal treasure-level equipment that is dedicated to the mechanical deity. Imitating part of your abilities, Manison faintly said. It seems like the actual combat effect is quite good. Han Xiao felt his head ache, secretly envious of Manison. The Mechanic Emperor could research and create his own universal treasure, unlike me, who had no idea what to do before I unlocked awakening points. Just craft what you're lacking in. This is the true style of a proper mechanic. At this moment, Manison slowly commented, Black Star, you're still too green. I've seen many talented mechanics in my life. Before they were taught a lesson, they always thought that the strength of their talent could make up for the lack of accumulation. I once taught this lesson to many of them, and right now, I shall also teach you the same lesson. A mechanic needs to settle down and accumulate. Time is our greatest source of strength. His voice echoed loudly in the wide area communication channel. At the same time, a different type of troop burst forward from his secondary dimensional army box. This special unit possessed many different individuals. Some were luxuriously equipped special mechanical soldiers, while others were luminous energy beings. The combat power of each individual was amazing, and they killed their way into the battlefield as though unafraid of death, sweeping aside all of Han Xiao's mechanical soldiers. And when these individuals were killed and destroyed, there was no need to utilize skills such as waste modification. Their bodies automatically regenerated, and they went back into battle without any reduction in strength. The moment these troops entered the battle, it overturned the entire situation, gaining an absolute advantage. Han Xiao's pupils shrank as he recognized the origin of this unit. Manison's aces, the indestructible mechanic empire. Without waiting for him to observe, Manison's apostle weapons led the army, smashing into the battlefield from the other direction, causing huge casualties to Han Xiao's troops. Han Xiao took a deep breath. Glancing roughly, he could tell that there were at least 40 to 50 apostle weapons present. This meant that Manison's apostle life creation skill had broken through the upper limit by 40 to 50 levels at least. In this violent clash, the scale of troops which Manison released accounted for about 70% of his total, and all of them were under the mechanical force bonuses. Manison still looked at ease, his mechanical force completely covering all the soldiers. Assuming that 1 point of mechanical force for Han Xiao could give bonuses to 10 soldiers, Manison's mechanical force could aid over 25. This difference was not only due to attribute, talent, and skills but also because of the gaps in their equipment. Han Xiao personally saw Manison pulling out 4 more universal treasures dedicated to his mechanical deity from the secondary dimensional army box. All of the equipment types were different, not only allowing the mechanical deity to be armed to the teeth but also expanding its size. After using all these treasures, Manison's mechanical deity increased significantly in strength. Some class-specific universal treasures would provide a certain increase to its user. For example, Han Xiao's king suit could provide additional machinery affinity bonuses. Manison's equipment was similar with all-round enhancements to his mechanical force and his body. At the same time, Han Xiao realized that he had also been invaded on a virtual level. Manison had summoned Finet, the ancestor of the AI civilization, and allowed it to perform a virtual intrusion with a large group of virtual lifeforms to fight with Han Xiao on a virtual level for control of the machinery. Old man, you really have a lot of methods. Just as Han Xiao had this thought, a flash of light appeared in front of him. He only saw the afterimage of Manison's fully equipped mechanical deity, slamming down with the trident. He hurriedly raised his halberd to block, but the shock wave penetrated his body, jarring his ears with the sound. Clank! The terrifying force was transmitted along his arms, and the countless built-in shock absorbers were instantly scrapped. Large pieces of his outer armor cracked, and Han Xiao's mechanical deity appeared to be full of cracks. If he had not obtained the Machinery Control Master from Jackernitz, gaining an additional 35% efficiency bonus for his mechanical suits, Han Xiao doubted that the arms of his mechanical deity would still be intact. Manison, however, did not slow down in his attacks. Taking advantage of Han Xiao's stun, the newly equipped Universal Treasure Wing type self-automated planetary obliteration cannon shot out a thick psionic beam with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Boom! Han Xiao was blown away by the planetary obliteration cannon, and his shield shattered under the continuous attacks. Manison followed, chasing after him, his trident spinning rapidly as it shot out waves of light, continuously dismembering the opponent's mechanical deity. The Mechanic Emperor had shown his true mettle, fully opening up the mechanical deity, machinery, and the virtual layer, a three-pronged attack. Seeing this situation, the Beyond Grade A avatars on the sidelines avoided the aftermath of the battle, feeling the powerful suppressive aura of Manison flooding the area. They chatted quietly in their channel. It's been a long time since I've seen Manison go all out. It's still so terrifying. Kant recalled some bad memories. The Mechanic Emperor is still the Mechanic Emperor. The Sun Hunter's voice was subdued. Mechanical catastrophe. Francisco shook his head. It's different from the battle in the flickering world. This time, it's an internal battle between two pinnacle Beyond Grade A mechanics. Black Star is completely suppressed. Luckily, it was his avatar that came this time. The man in question, Han Xiao, who was being beaten up, did not know that he was a topic of conversation for the audience. He was trying his best to resist Manison's frenzied attack, gritting his teeth secretly. F***CK. Old man, you're really good at fighting. You're really forcing me to explode. Chapter 11:17 You pay to win, I cheat, we all have a bright future. Chapter 11:17 You pay to win, I cheat, we all have a bright future. Manison showcased his full firepower, and with his P2W1 method of strengthening his foundation, he quickly occupied an absolute advantage and completely suppressed Black Star. This scene also fell into the eyes of the machinery faith believers who were watching the battle on the surface of planet Magnetic Cloud. Am I dreaming? I can see the descent of two mechanical deities with my very own eyes in my lifetime. Quickly record it. No one knows when the Mechanic Emperor last went all out. This is precious first-hand data. Why did the two of them start fighting? It seems like a challenge. Black Star's situation doesn't look good. The Mechanic Emperor is still the Mechanic Emperor, having occupied the highest position in our faith for so many years. Black Star is still too young. It's unknown what will happen in the future, but right now, how could he be an opponent for the Mechanic Emperor? Black Star set a historical record a while ago, and I thought that he had already arrived at the same level as the Mechanic Emperor. Now it seems like he's still lacking in accumulation. The onlookers were extremely excited. As enthusiastic fans of the top mechanics, they considered the experiences of each pinnacle Beyond Grade A their precious heirlooms. While they did not know the reason for the battle, this did not prevent them from discussing the fight. While their settlement was threatened by the aftermath of the battle, few of the believers were willing to leave. In their opinion, as long as they could watch the magical battle of the mechanical deities with their own eyes, it was nothing to bear some risks in return. If not for the fact that the land only reached this high, they would have moved even closer to them. On the top floor of the Machinery Faith Temple, many of the priests looked at the virtual screen in front of them, which showed the image of Han Xiao and Manison in outer space. Both deities have moved away from the battlefield, but the settlement might still be in danger. Grand Priest, should we evacuate the organization's followers? One of the priests softly asked. The Grand Priest in question was staring at the screen quietly, for fear of missing any second of what the image showed. He watched in fascination and did not even turn back as he said, "Wait, let me watch it for a while more." By the side, someone muttered, "While I don't understand why they started fighting, there should be no suspense in the result. Both parties are here as avatars, and they're only fighting based on machinery abilities." In this regard, Black Star is indeed below the Mechanic Emperor. It seems like that. The various priests also nodded. Having seen the situation, the majority would regard it as so. However, no one would be disappointed over this because in the eyes of the Machinery Faith, this was a normal situation, a given. However, the situation suddenly changed, and the energy readings at the edge of the screen suddenly soared. The Grand Priest was taken aback. Black Star's energy fluctuations suddenly spike. At the same moment, the three universal civilizations were also watching the live broadcast of the battle between the two. The flashing lights on the screen reflected in the faces of the trio. The Arcane Church's Pope turned to glance at Urnrel. "Your Excellency, Black Star doesn't seem to be in too good a state." "It's expected." Urnrel was calm. "We never hoped that Black Star would fight with the Mechanic Emperor. He has amazing potential and needs more time to strengthen his foundations, even if his growth always exceeds expectations. It's still too early for him to fight against the Mechanic Emperor head-on. However, the first to release the spacetime anchor was your dynasty's fleet. It seems that you wish for them to fight with all their strength instead." The Pope joked. "You're mistaken. Since the virus has been resolved, of course the blockade should be lifted. We cannot forcibly retain the avatars of the mechanics. We opened the blockade in hopes that the Mechanic Emperor would leave, but it seems like he wishes to show his strength in front of us," Urnrel solemnly replied. Her order to close the spacetime anchor was not an arrogant decision. Urnrel was aware that Black Star could leave the area at any time even under the restraint of spacetime, but in her opinion, Black Star did not do anything wrong. Destroying the virus core was an act beneficial to the universe, so why should he run? The one that should be running was the Mechanic Emperor. It's understandable that after being made a fool of by Black Star, the Mechanic Emperor would definitely retaliate. The Pope glanced at Bader. Bader continued staring at the screen, silently telling them to just continue chatting among themselves whilst he acted as the backdrop. Seeing this, the Pope knew that Bader was not going to talk about the Mechanic Emperor for the time being, so he withdrew his gaze and continued. "However, Black Star is not on the Mechanic Emperor's level. It is likely he will lose. We don't wish for Black Star to have conflicts with the Mechanic Emperor right now, but since they have started fighting, the dynasty will support Black Star to the end. There's no need to back down," Urnrel decisively stated. In terms of their stances, the three universal civilizations were on Han Xiao's side, but they did not deny the fact that the Mechanic Emperor was still more powerful. Furthermore, Black Star was only using his avatar, so losing to the Mechanic Emperor was not unacceptable. After all, Black Star's age was but a fraction of Manison's, and his future potential was promising. Just as the trio were thinking of that, an abnormality appeared on the battlefield. Han Xiao's energy reading suddenly skyrocketed, climbing to an astonishing level. The three of them were startled. Black Star's switched modes? He's burned his potential again. Bader was stunned. The Pope was dumbstruck. This is too impulsive. Does he need to struggle like this? The fact that Black Star had two modes of fighting was no secret. His regular mode would not be able to defeat the Mechanic Emperor. This was something the trio knew well in their hearts. But they also understood that Black Star's fighting prowess would only peak when he burned his potential. Black Star had utilized his burning of potential to shock the entire universe during his godlike battle. Whether such a form could match up to the Mechanic Emperor, no one knew. Urnrel's expression was not too good. Black Star's actions were once again out of her expectations. He could obviously utilize a slow and methodical approach to develop and accumulate his foundation, but he just had to burn his potential to explode in strength. She was unable to accept such an approach. Didn't you already burn your potential once? You still want to burn more? How much more potential do you have to waste? Black Star was the dynasty's ally, and she had high hopes for him. The position he had taken was also in line with universal peace. Now that Black Star had burned his potential, it was a loss to the dynasty. In her rational judgment, this move would no doubt be a loss in blood, but in an emotional sense, she appreciated the never-say-die attitude of Black Star. The choice Han Xiao had made lived up to the trust she put in him. Whichever way she looked at Han Xiao now, she found it very pleasing to the eye. Clank! The trident once again cut open the shield provided by the Emperor's cape and drew a deep line on the abdomen of Han Xiao's mechanical deity. Many mechanical parts were dug out, and the body of the mechanical deity now was scarred with defects. The surrounding mechanical soldiers wanted to come over to repair the wounds, but they were all blocked by the troops of Manison. They could not overcome the blockade of the combination of the indestructible mechanic empire, apostle weapons, and the mechanical life troops. The performance of his machinery was suppressed by the mechanic emperor on almost all fronts, with only his attack power being stronger than the latter. This was all thanks to his legendary battle technique, which was not something to be trifled with. It was only that the majority of the attacks were being absorbed by Manison's indestructible mechanic empire, which was not afraid of destruction or damage. The legend of the indestructible body had long been spread through galaxy, and because Manison had no idea if this also applied to Han Xiao's avatar, all his attacks were concentrated toward the non-critical parts of the mechanical deity, aiming to destroy the majority of Han Xiao's machinery in the shortest time possible. At this moment, Han Xiao was finding it difficult to resist, and the thoughts spun rapidly in his head. If this continues, my mechanical deity will be cut apart piece by piece. Manison has the advantage now, and if I were to allow him to attack so unscrupulously, it will greatly consume my machinery. I have to stop being forced into this passive state. The large number of universal treasures had greatly enhanced Manison's combat power. His own foundations were not solid enough. If he wished to bridge this gap, he could only do his best to improve his attributes, especially intellect, which would directly affect his mechanic class's abilities. Opening the interface, Han Xiao saw that he had accumulated quite the bit of experience over this past month or so while the three universal civilizations were preparing for this operation. He originally wished to hoard it until he could promote, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. The experience urgently needed to be turned into combat prowess. Han Xiao did not hesitate, taking out most of his experience and using it to upgrade his blueprints on a large scale in exchange for more awakening points. His current accumulated experience was not enough to gain 100 awakening points, which did not meet the conditions of obtaining a unique talent. However, Han Xiao's purpose this time was not to generate unique talents but to replace his awakening points with free attribute points in order to pump them into his intellect. In that instant, his intellect attribute rose by almost 8,000 points. He had also accumulated more than 4,000 free attribute points, and after placing 1,000 into his endurance, allowing it to break through the 15,000 point threshold, he placed the remaining 2,000 points into intellect. Adding both together, his own intellect attribute skyrocketed by more than 10,000 points in total, breaking through the 30,000 threshold and approaching 40,000. This was his fastest increase in history. After completing this delightful step, Han Xiao did not hesitate to start activating his character summon cards. Mechanic Emperor Character Summon Card, the Ancient Ones. Effect: plus 20% INT, plus 10% MYS, plus 2 to all skill levels. Last for 24 hours. Nero Character Summon Card Perfect Mechanical Sense. Effect: X 1.4 Machinery Affinity. Grade of mechanic equipment that receive mechanical force bonuses are temporarily increased by 1 to 2 tiers. Highest quality will not exceed pink grade. Plus 4 to all mechanic skills. However, Han Xiao did not stop here. He activated Polar Channel Flow Blood Rage, and his HP value plummeted. At the same time, the additional effect of Advanced Strength and Life came into play. For every 40% of his HP lost, His attributes all temporarily increased by 10%. Since Manison will not hit me, I'll hit myself. He also had talents such as One Against the World, which gave him an 11% bonus to all attributes, and Battlefield Wisdom, which gave him a 15% bonus to intellect. Han Xiao took out everything he had. Old man Manison has a solid foundation? What's scary about that? If you know how to P2W, then I can just cheat. We're evenly matched in this regard. This wave of bonuses came into play in an instant, and a powerful force surged throughout his body. The energy fluctuations Han Xiao was releasing suddenly skyrocketed. Manison keenly noticed the change in Han Xiao and was shocked. Before he could finish speaking, Han Xiao turned his defense into offense, knocking the trident aside with an elbow and slashing the celestial punishment edge down diagonally. A highly compressed psionic energy enveloped the blade, drawing a blue trajectory line. Swoosh! The power behind the slash exceeded the upper limit of which the blue protective shield could handle and broke through the defense. The blade suppressed the trident before embedding itself deep within Manison's battle armor. The next moment, the psionic energy wrapped around the blade caused a violent explosion. Manison's offensive was interrupted, and a huge portion of the mechanical deity's body was slashed away. A huge wound was left in the chest of his battle armor, left by the eruption of the psionic energy. A large portion of his outer armor was torn and corroded. This was the first time Manison had been repelled since the fight began. The one-sided battle was instantly turned around by Han Xiao. Eat a few more of my blades. Han Xiao pressed the advantage, slashing out in rapid succession to seize the battle rhythm. The combat capability of Han Xiao's mechanical deity was enhanced in every respect, and the gap in their combat capability was shortened. Han Xiao was no longer suppressed. His increase in mechanical strength was reflected in his surrounding mechanical soldiers. The Black Star troops experienced an increase in their combat power, successfully breaking through the blockade of the Mechanic Emperor's troops, approaching Han Xiao to repair the damage to his mechanical deity. Manison finally stabilized himself, and while waving his trident to counter Han Xiao's attacks, he spoke on the wide area channel with astonishment. You burned your potential again? Think what you want. How's that blade taste? Han Xiao laughed. You're ruining your talent. Manison's tone turned cold. He originally only wished to teach Han Xiao a lesson but did not expect him to burn his own potential in retaliation. To consume his future potential to fight a battle with their avatars was a foolish act from Manison's point of view. Even if this battle involved factors such as prestige or speaking rights, it would still be a loss-making business. He was puzzled by this. Maybe their ideals were different, but he did not think that Black Star was such an impulsive person. He had no way of knowing Han Xiao's thoughts. Since he was willing to waste his potential, Manison was also happy since they were all competitors. However, while he sneered at Han Xiao's approach, he had to admit that the combat power Han Xiao displayed in his mode was extremely strong, which allowed him to immediately recover from his disadvantage. If he did not go all out, he would definitely suffer. Moreover, Manison felt that the increase in Han Xiao's combat power this time was higher than the first. This discovery surprised him. What is this? Can burning your potential even be trained? Also, since when was polar channel flow so strong? How did I not know about this? What is behind of Black Star's explosive ability? How is the effect so good and yet unknown? Feeling the surge in Han Xiao's aura, Manison was both surprised and suspicious. One gaming slang for pay to win, meaning the person becomes strong through using real-world cash. Chapter 1118, A Just Cause Enjoys Abundant Support. Chapter 1118A Just Cause Enjoys Abundant Support. The flames of war blazed in outer space, and the two mechanical deities, one white and one black, collided into a blur. The exchanges between their weapons continued to explode outward in shock waves. Psionic energy collided with psionic energy, and metal crashed against metal, surrounded by their huge mechanical armies, which hovered around them like crows. They fought tirelessly. The entire area was filled with molten metal caused by the high-intensity energy rays, which would rapidly cool and condense into weird-shaped metal blocks. Some fell down to the surface of the planet, while others turned into space debris, orbiting planet magnetic cloud. It looked as though two gods that could penetrate the sky and earth were leading their respective armies to engage in a battle of the universe. This burst by Han Xiao allowed him to obtain a significant amount of combat power. His intellect rose by almost 40%, and his degree of machinery affinity also skyrocketed. With the 20% increase from Manison's character summon card, it only further magnified his strength. According to his calculations, these tens of thousands of attribute points in intellect enhanced his mechanic abilities way beyond his rewards from the attack on Gila mission. It could be said that this was the current peak state of Han Xiao, because he did not have the time to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. Han Xiao's control over his power was not as fine as it should have been. However, this still gave him quite the confidence, and riding on the increase in his senses, he adapted a pure offensive style. The sharp glint of a blade flashed continuously as the celestial punishment edge twirled in Han Xiao's hands. Every slash he made was heavy and unrelenting, fierce and ruthless. He seemed to be embodying the spirit of Guan Yu 1, killing his way through with reckless abandon. His boosted mechanical force controlled the mechanical deity to become even more agile than before. The celestial punishment edge in his hands seemed to exude an even higher amount of strength, breaking through the shield around Manison and leaving gaping wounds in his armor. While Manison was surprised at Han Xiao's combat power after his boost, it did not affect his performance. With the support of his 6 universal treasure equipment, his trident endlessly counterattacked, poking large and small holes in the body of Han Xiao's mechanical deity. Both sides suffered from various injuries, being evenly matched. Only these two figures could be seen traversing the starry sky, taking the universe as their battlefield. The trident and the halberd crossed dozens of times in an instant, blasting out electrical arcs. While it seemed like they were simply fighting each other in close combat, the two parties were actually mixing their melees with a lot of advanced technology. Force fields, electromagnetic pulses, and energy conversions were merged seamlessly. In addition, there were also countless control-type mechanical devices exerting their effects. Various restraints were wrapped around each mechanical deity like a spider web, restricting their actions. At the same time, they also maintained their artillery bombardment, with countless muzzles around their bodies spewing high-energy beams like a torrential downpour blasting into each other's shields, creating fireworks. This seemed to paint a beautiful picture, but it was full of an energy that could destroy the world. The Mechanic Emperor's apostle weapons were too powerful in combat, having a huge advantage in the mechanical army fight. Han Xiao could only continue to pull out his troops from the secondary dimensional army box, using numbers to make up for his lack of advanced combatants. The battle gradually approached a climax, and under the countless excited and shocked gazes, the two fought in outer space for quite a lengthy period, unable to extricate themselves. Swoosh! Han Xiao's blade condensed and swept across, slashing into Manison's neck and slicing 3/4 of the way through, almost beheading the deity. At the same time, the trident pierced through Han Xiao's head, scattering countless broken machinery. The two mechanical deities, however, acted like they were unaware of the injuries. They raised their hands, grabbing the opponent's weapon that was embedded in their bodies before pulling it out. They raised their legs and kicked toward each other's crotches. Their moves were at least 90% synchronous with each other. While they shot backward, both parties simultaneously raised their hands, throwing their weapons at the same time. Both their huge weapons shot through the air, colliding halfway before bouncing apart. The trident slammed down toward the planet's surface, landing in the wilderness with a loud bang, printing an outline on the planet's crust. The celestial punishment edge spun off course and smashed into the battlefield of the mechanical armies, wiping out countless soldiers on both sides. At this moment, Manison's figure suddenly flickered and disappeared as he warped through space. The next moment, he appeared behind Han Xiao, and a bright light shot out from his waist. A silver-colored short sword was pulled out its sheath, and the sword drew an upward arc. The light of the sword swept across Han Xiao's waist, instantly bisecting the mechanical deity. Han Xiao reacted quickly, turning his upper body to whip his arm condensed with psionic energy toward Manison. It broke through the shield, and the remaining force slammed into Manison's head, beheading it and throwing it out toward one of the three universal civilizations' fleets. It was smashed into pieces by the intercepting fire from the fleet. At the same time, Han Xiao's severed lower body disintegrated, retransforming into mechanical soldiers, which once again integrated back with the mechanical deity. The celestial punishment edge, which had been sent off course, stopped in midair before flying back as though being pulled by an invisible rope, forcing Manison to retreat as it circled around before landing back in Han Xiao's hands. Another universal treasure. Seeing Manison take out another weapon, Han Xiao felt bitter in his heart. His Emperor's cape had the effect of strengthening the internal structure of his mechanical deity, but the short sword sliced through it easily. It had to be gold-grade equipment. The fact that his foundation was insufficient was already a sad issue, but after fighting for such a long time, the mechanic emperor was still so fierce and lively, not showing any signs of weaknesses. His reserves were unfathomable, and his endurance also surprised Han Xiao. It stood to reason that so long as a lot of energy was consumed, the number of bonus stacks would decrease, resulting in a temporary decline in status and attributes. Because he had the ability to convert HP to energy, he had always stayed at the peak, but this old man seemed to have eaten Viagra, for him to be able to maintain this state for such a long period of time. While the old man also managed to come out with equipment that would allow him to convert damage to energy, Han Xiao discovered that there was a limitation to this piece of gold-grade equipment. There was a cooldown required after each absorption, unlike his own talent which was effective anywhere. Thus, maybe Old Man Manison possessed some kind of talent that would allow him to retain his energy bonuses but at the cost of a reduction in strength. That sort of ability was rare but not unique. But this was not the main point. Han Xiao was surprised to discover that not only did Manison's strength not drop, it was even slowly rising. He's probably the same as me, having talents to continuously obtain bonuses in battle. He's worthy of being the top powerhouse in the universe, just as difficult to handle as myself. Han Xiao ground his teeth. Even after fighting for so long, they could only be evenly matched. Attempting to expand on his advantage would only cause him to be blocked by Manison time and again, as if he was some spring that could not be completely compressed. Fortunately, the same was true for Manison. Neither was able to suppress the other. The time for the character summon cards is ultimately limited, and I cannot keep this state up forever. Manison's attributes are also slowly climbing, and if we continue to fight, the situation that I finally stabilized will be reversed once more. Damn, it's usually me who kills the enemy after a protracted battle. Now I've finally met someone who can last longer than me. Han Xiao analyzed the grim situation, but his mood was actually quite relaxed. It was a lonely thing to not be able to find an opponent. It was rare to also face a strong enemy that required him to utilize all his moves. He had fought heartily and comfortably, venting all his energy on the mechanic emperor. Furthermore, he had managed to witness Manison's combat power to estimate the gap in their strength, which was not small at all. In fact, the hit-and-run tactics were still effective against Manison. While his avatar might be durable, it was in no way comparable to himself. The problem was that the other party had deeply hidden himself within the mechanical deity, and he could not damage the other party in any way. As long as he did not shatter the mechanical deity, there was no way he could hurt his opponent's avatar. This was something he needed to pay attention to. In other words, he was now obtaining experience on how to deal with Manison. As all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind, Han Xiao spoke in the wide-area communication channel. Mechanic Emperor, we're evenly matched, and there won't be any results even if we fight for the next 10 days. Are you sure you want to continue? You're thinking too much. I don't think you can hold on for so long, Manison replied blandly. This should be your current peak, but you're at most only able to fight evenly with me. How long can your burst mode last? Never counted, but it should last till the end of our fight. Since no one knew of his details, Han Xiao just made up a lie calmly. So, you wish to fight a protracted battle with me? Manison let out some emotionless laughter, as though scorning Han Xiao's confidence. How much of your machinery can you waste? Is it even a fraction of mine? Isn't it just money? It's not like anyone here lacks cash. Han Xiao smirked. While he spoke this manner, the great mechanic Han had to still admit that the old man had a stronger ability to make money. He wished to test out his strength against Manison, not to show off his accumulation. Han Xiao also did not forget that Manison still had some beyond-grade collectibles in his hands, which were not used. They had probably not come out because this was not a good time to use them, since he did not wish to show them off in front of the three universal civilizations. In other words, this might not be Manison's true strength. While their growth models had a difference of heaven and earth, there was one thing that Han Xiao agreed with: the importance of accumulation to a mechanic. Were Manison's attributes higher than his? That remained to be seen, but his opponent definitely had much stronger machinery compared to his. That was due to his accumulation over the years. The mechanic class was different from all the other professions. Even when everyone reached a bottleneck in power, the mechanics could ignore the bottleneck and improve their own combat power through manufacturing, research, and development of machinery. Thus, it could be said that P2W was the root behind all the powerful mechanics. This gap is not small at all. Han Xiao shook his head. While he considered himself affluent, compared with Manison, who was filled with universal treasures, he suddenly looked a lot more shabby. In this manner, the difficulty of me defeating Manison currently is too high. Manison wants to beat me in order to maintain his face, so I have to draw with him at least. It is impossible to retreat or escape, or else I will lose all credibility. Just as Han Xiao was thinking of which trump card he should utilize, the situation on the battlefield changed once more. A different group of machines suddenly broke into the battlefield, attacking Manison's troops at the same time, separating the battlefield and preventing the two forces from fighting. A dozen streams of light flew from the distance, stopping between the two as they faced Manison. Han Xiao and Manison looked at the dozen or so figures, which were the other beyond grade A avatars originally watching the show. Mechanic Emperor, let's stop here, Kant said. Manison glanced at the others, slowly asking, you all are helping him? Black Star doesn't need our help. There's no clear winner now, and even if you fight for a month, the battle likely won't end. Kant deliberately spoke using the wide area channel. He chuckled. It's impossible for the three universal civilizations and us to be here watching you for a month. So we'll consider today a tie. Tie? Manison's tone sank slightly. Isn't it so? Kant smiled as he replied. Manison narrowed his eyes. And if I wish to continue fighting? We are also people that take our dignity seriously. Since we have spoken, we will act. Kant laughed. If you don't give us face, then I'm sorry, but we can only join you for a couple of rounds. Just as he spoke, all the beyond grade as collectively took a step forward. While they did not say it clearly, their intention to protect Han Xiao was clear. freewebnovel.com. Want to touch Black Star? You'll have to do it through a gang fight. Seeing this, Manison sank into silence. The battlefield was at the Machinery Faith Temple, so he naturally wished to suppress Han Xiao. While Han Xiao's burst mode was strong, it was only temporary. If they continued fighting, he was confident in winning. However, the situation caused his plans to fail. The battle between them was interfered with, and Manison could naturally see what they intended to do. They wished to create a situation where it was a tie, forcing him to accept this instead of fighting for a win. After thinking for a bit, he understood the reason. Manison raised his head to look at Han Xiao, speaking in a somewhat complicated tone. This is really a case of a just cause enjoying abundant support. Having spoken, he did not intend to stay, collecting all his troops and recalling his avatar, canceling the Lord's Descent skill before leaving. No matter how confident he was, he did not plan to challenge all the beyond grade as present. Seeing this, Kant laughed before looking at Han Xiao. All right, this matter is over. Han Xiao was a little surprised. I thought you'd continue spectating. Why did you suddenly help me? If the dynasty aided him, he could understand this. But why did the mechanics from the Federation and the Church also stand up for him? Could it be that my heroic act of destroying the virus core convinced them to forget their grudges? Blame me then, for inadvertently failing to restrain my inner charm, infecting and influencing them too much. Mechanical catastrophe, Francisco snorted coldly. Don't overthink this. We're not doing this for you. You could have fought for over 10 days, so how could the three universal civilizations continue to keep watching? Thus, they asked us to interfere and end the battle. Then that's weird. Couldn't you have done that earlier? You had to wait till we reached this stage. It's not just an order. All of us were quite happy to see the mechanic emperor suffer a little, Kant said in a tone full of schadenfreude. All right, I understand now. The majority of people present had been bullied by Manison before but could only hold in their anger. Seeing Black Star's brave performance, they felt that they could take the opportunity to attack Manison. So they chose to intervene. The result of deliberately promoting a tie was the small revenge for this group of people. This would shake the Mechanic Emperor's position as the main deity for the machinery faith, building momentum for Black Star. As long as the record was set, Black Star would be able to disperse the firm belief in the Mechanic Emperor among those of the machinery faith, allowing Manison to suffer. Of course, the premise of doing so was that Black Star had to be able to withstand the Mechanic Emperor. If Han Xiao kept getting beaten up, then this group would not have deliberately chosen the best time to help him. Intervening in the battle was not just because of orders but also a decision from their hearts. As for whether or not there was a factor of admiration due to Black Star's actions, only they themselves knew. Once Han Xiao understood this, he also sighed in relief. Indeed, the more people you have close relations with, the more benefits you obtain. Ignoring how Manison has lived for so long and has a wide range of contacts, in the eyes of the beyond grade A mechanics, the Mechanic Emperor's image is worth very little. He's offended too many of his peers in the beyond grade A realm. As the saying went, a just cause attracts much support. An unjust one finds little. One Guan Yu is a character from the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 11-19 Poaching People. Chapter 11-19 Poaching People. After Manison withdrew, the operation to deal with the virtual mutiny virus core was finally settled. Han Xiao dismissed his mechanical deity, putting away the combat troops. He only left a few maintenance teams to cooperate with the three universal civilizations in cleaning up the battlefield. While he and Manison had deliberately moved away from the battlefield to prevent the troops from firing in the direction of the planet, the aftermath of the battle still had a considerable impact on planet magnetic cloud. The Earth seemed to have been sanded down by a file, and its skin and flesh that was filed down turned into sand and dust in the sky. From outer space, the surface was full of traces of falling objects as well as pits and ravines, of which the most conspicuous was the ravine left by Manison's trident, transforming the wilderness into a large group of rift-like valleys. The settlements of those in the machinery faith were affected to a certain extent, and their protective shield was dim, but it was not wiped out. It was just that there was a violent earthquake that caused a large number of buildings to collapse, as well as sinking the surrounding terrain by 1 or 2 meters. The city shrouded in the shield suddenly became an island. Seeing this, Han Xiao had an idea and piloted his lord's avatar down to the settlement. Everyone had gone over to chase and kill the virus core, and the battle had happened straight after. While they all noticed the machinery faith on planet magnetic cloud, there was no time to contact it. Now was the best time. Manison had warned them before that he did not wish to see any other beyond grade as contact the machinery faith. But now that he had completely disregarded Manison, Han Xiao naturally did not care about his warnings. Han Xiao slowly descended, stopping in the air directly outside the protective shield. The other beyond grade A mechanics also swiftly approached. Han Xiao did not restrict them. He was no Mechanic Emperor. After a few seconds, the shield opened automatically, and Han Xiao and his group landed on top of the temple in the middle of the settlement. All the priests formed a circle around them in excitement. Look, it's a mechanical deity, in the flesh. So many beyond grade A mechanics. I really want to touch them. Do you think that they will allow us to take photos with them? Many of the priests whispered among themselves in fanaticism. This should be heaven. On an ordinary day, it was only the Mechanic Emperor that would contact them, and none of the other beyond grade as would come over, as though they had no interest in the machinery faith, making them feel as though these beyond grade as looked down on them. The priests normally did not take the initiative to come into contact with the objects of their faith, and each individual would have their own idol of worship, so the interaction was limited. Getting to see so many living beyond grade A mechanics in person made everyone happy, excited, and cautious. They wished to jump upon them but were also afraid of making their gods unhappy. In the end, it was the Grand Priest that took the initiative to greet everyone. I'm the Grand Priest of this machinery faith colony. Beyond grade A mechanics, I welcome you on behalf of the machinery faith. Han Xiao knew how to interact with them, choosing not to say anything about the scene nor give any self-introductions. He directly glanced at the collapsed buildings in the distance, asking in a tone like a commander asking over their subordinates. I fought a really fierce battle with the Mechanic Emperor just now. Are you guys still all right? We're fine. We all have heavy armor as protection, and the residents have already taken refuge in the flying vehicles. There were no casualties, so the loss of the city is nothing since we can always rebuild it. Seeing Black Star's concerned attitude gave the Grand Priest a great boost to his spirits. His expression was one of joy. My idol is concerned for us. I have no more regrets in this life. It would be better for you all to shift to another planet. The damage done to planet Magnetic Cloud is quite serious, and there might be natural disasters in the future, Han Xiao said with concern. The Grand Priest vehemently shook his head. No, no, no. We're going to stay here and pay tribute to the traces of battle that you and the Mechanic Emperor have left. With planet Magnetic Cloud already beaten to this state, a normal person would choose to move to another planet, but those of the machinery faith were not ordinary. They believed that having witnessed a fight between Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor, planet Magnetic Cloud had become some sort of divine battlefield, which possessed a lot of commemorative meaning. They could not wait to pray to it every day. What, moving? Out of the question. In this case, that's fine too. Since I'm already here, let me help you guys. Han Xiao pointed at the air, and a virtual screen unfolded, showing a 2D map of planet Magnetic Cloud. He said in a kind tone, I'm to blame for your residence being destroyed, so choose a location. I'll help you guys to build a new city there. Many of the priests immediately opened their eyes wide, not daring to believe that such a superior being was actually so benevolent. We don't dare. How could we trouble someone like you to do such a small thing? The Grand Priest hurriedly declined the offer. Don't be so polite. We're considered a family. I've always known of the existence of the machinery faith and heard that you guys worshipped me as a god. While you have never contacted me before, you respect me as a god, so I shall not be stingy with succor. Han Xiao did not beat around the bush, directly using the I'm a reliable backer, so just lie on my huge and assuring chest logic. Hearing that, the Grand Priest could not help but feel a little moved. Their beliefs would not be transferred because of material interests, but they also did not find it necessary to reject their god's divine bestowal. Everyone discussed it a bit before choosing a location for their new settlement. Glancing at it, Han Xiao discovered that it was the rift created by the trident. He was not surprised and deliberately smiled. Very good. This area was the spot that the Mechanic Emperor's weapon landed after being deflected by me. Hearing this, the priests present all had their curiosity dug out. They had been watching the battle between the two mechanical deities and discovered that they had stopped fighting halfway. Later, they heard Kant speak on the wide area channel, saying that both of them were tied. Manison left soon after, and because everything had happened so quickly, the priests were still in a state of confusion. Your Excellency, why did you and His Excellency Mechanic Emperor start fighting? What happened in the end? If this is sensitive, then I apologize for my offense. The Grand Priest could not help himself from inquiring about it. While he knew it was somewhat abrupt, he felt the itchy to sate his curiosity. It's no secret and will be made public sooner or later anyway. There's no harm in telling you guys. You've heard of the virtual mutiny virus, right? Yes, yes. All of them nodded like chickens pecking. That plaything isn't any ordinary virus, but rather an information systems weapon with a core controller. It has the ability to continuously evolve and upgrade itself, and it can even phase in and out between the virtual and physical world. Us Beyond Grade A Mechanics responded to the call of the three universal civilizations to cooperate and kill it, Han Xiao briefly explained. The eyes of the priests were open wide in shock. Only at this time did they realize that the virtual mutiny virus that plagued the ancient star desert for many days was actually such powerful technology. The Grand Priest was immersed in Han Xiao's narration, hurriedly asking, "Did you succeed?" "We caught the virus core, but we had a conflict in handling the issue." Manison, regardless of the risk, wished to keep the core and research the technology behind it on his own. "For the sake of universal peace, I took the virus core and destroyed it," angering the mechanic emperor. "He wanted to teach me a lesson, so we had a fight. I'm embarrassed to have affected you." Han Xiao was speaking the truth, but he slightly changed the details to highlight Manison's disregard for the safety of the universe. Kant and the others glanced at him, knowing that this was him trying to discredit the mechanic emperor, but no one stopped it as they were happy to see it happen. Then the result, just as you heard, it ended in a tie. Both the mechanic emperor and I do not know of the outcome, and he felt that if he continued to fight, he likely would not be able to beat me, so he ran away and did not continue fighting with me. Kant and the others once again glanced at Han Xiao before nodding along. "Not bad. Keep this up. Continue to smear his name. Don't stop." "No wonder." The Grand Priest sighed contentedly, like a reporter who had gotten his scoop. From the start, Black Star was suppressed by the mechanic emperor, and the situation was only reversed after he burned his potential. However, the machinery faith only recognized the result. Regardless of whether Black Star had burned his potential or not, as long as his mechanic abilities produced the desired result against his enemy, they would recognize that Black Star and Mechanic Emperor had tied. They placed the two on the same level now and could not wait to advertise it in their sect and share the gossip. At the same time, the Grand Priest felt a little regretful. While he did not belong to the Zealot faction, it hurt to hear that such powerful technology like the virtual mutiny virus had been destroyed by Han Xiao. However, he admired this feat even more. Black Star clearly had the core of the virus at his fingertips, but he cared for the common people and eliminated any opportunity for any organization to obtain this technology from the roots itself for the sake of the universe. This was an admirable act. As for the Mechanic Emperor, he wished to study this virus in order to master the weapon. The safety of the ordinary citizens was not within his consideration. While the Grand Priest could understand the Mechanic Emperor's approach, he felt that his bearings were inferior compared to Black Star. Subconsciously, the image of the Mechanic Emperor was no longer so tall and mysterious, and the image of Black Star grew much more. Rumors could always be distorted, and it was more likely that the information revealed by these big shots would be more reliable. Many of the priests thought that way. Han Xiao and his party thus promoted his battle record of achieving a tie and, in the process, discredited the Mechanic Emperor, allowing this group of machinery faith members to vigorously publicize it in their internal networks, reducing Manison's believers. The machinery faith only believed in the strong, and they did not have any die-hard fans. With a record as evidence, it was not difficult to poach people. To achieve their goal, Han Xiao and the rest had a conversation with the believers, deepening their impression of them in the machinery faith. They then left the planet, dispelling their lord's dissent and only leaving the construction machinery to build the new settlement for the machinery faith. The Mechanic Emperor has withdrawn. The three Universal Civilizations leaders looked at each other the moment the live broadcast screen ended. While there were some twists and turns, the operation was largely successful, and the threat of the virus core has also been resolved. Black Star's intelligence was correct, and he also went to great lengths for the operation to succeed. If it were not for him, we would definitely have suffered a huge loss. This achievement could be said to have turned tide, and he should be rewarded, Ernrel said. Bader and the Pope nodded in agreement. This was a disaster that threatened the whole universe, so they let go of past grievances for the time being and reward those who had contributed. Furthermore, in order to destroy the Mechanic Emperor's plan, Black Star had to burn his potential and fight. "We should compensate him," Ernrel said again. Bader secretly screamed out the word, "shameless," and he retorted, "This isn't too justified. Handing over the virus core to us would also have ruined the Mechanic Emperor's scheme, but Black Star did not do this. Perhaps it is out of his consideration to maintain the order of the universe, but it could also be his distrust in us. We are not of the same mind. So, the reward is justified, but the compensation isn't. We can't end it like that." Ernrel shook her head. Black Star ruined the virus core based on his own considerations. This might be a case of a wise man looking after his own hide, but he indeed cut off the source of the disaster. Through this behavior, we can finally catch a glimpse of his vague position, that he chooses order above everything else. While Black Star might not be one of our direct members, but based on his position, he is consistent with our interests and should be awarded more trust. Bader frowned without replying. Seeing this, Ernrel solemnly continued. In fact, we have not lost this technology even with the destruction. The monopoly of the virus technology was just to prevent leakage. With our own strengths, we can already naturally suppress the explored universe. And without this technology, we're still the overlords, but there will be one less variable that can threaten the entire universe. She made no attempt to hide the fact that she wished for Black Star to obtain more benefits. Bader looked as though he wanted to speak, but the Pope suddenly spoke. We need to consider how to deal with the Mechanic Emperor. His current position is extremely dangerous to us, and if Black Star had not revealed the specialty of the virus core, he would have hidden it in his intelligence. Manison's appetite is growing larger. While he did not succeed this time, he has already revealed his ambition. We cannot tolerate him doing whatever he wants, so we have to find ways to weaken him, such as his business's status, his believers in the machinery faith, and his speaking rights in the development union. We have to choose a candidate to go against him, repeatedly stealing his resources. And the person you're suggesting is Black Star. Huh? Bader was a little unwilling. That's right. He's the best candidate. While he is not of our direct line, his position is worthy of our trust as he will not do anything to disrupt order. It's better to make Black Star bigger than the Mechanic Emperor, who is unscrupulous. It would be best for Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor to compete, causing a division. If Black Star can lead the development union, that would be even better. We will not have to worry about those beyond grade A people creating any sort of radical collective behavior. After they exchanged their opinions, a consensus was reached. For Black Star, not only did they have to reward him, they also had to vigorously promote his deeds throughout the universe. This would build an image for him to compete against the resources of the Mechanic Emperor, as well as to promote the correct values that were conducive to their order. As for the Mechanic Emperor, they had to suppress him hard, no longer allowing him to be so unrestrained. Apart from other things, they had to first lock down that old thing's main body. Manison was no Black Star, so his true body was his fatal weakness. His vision shifted from his lord's avatar and returned to his main body. Han Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He was still within the virtual brainwave amplifier, and the consciousness of the others did not return to their avatars there. He was the only one in this space. I finally solved the virus core problem. Han Xiao opened the interface, and the special requirements that required him to destroy the virus core by hand showed a completed sign. However, the entire Intelligent Plague mission was not over yet. All rewards for this mission would not be handed out until the 3 universal civilizations had eliminated all the first-generation viruses within the ancient star desert. As for the Mechanic Emperor Manison Machinery War mission, that could be turned in. He and Manison had fought for half a day, allowing him to reach the highest evaluation. Since Phaidon, Nero, and Ames were not around, he could only look for Harrison. After taking a trip out to meet Harrison and giving him a good rub under the other party's confused and terrified gaze, Han Xiao clicked on the reward settlement with a satisfied look. He glanced past the experience and character summon card rewards, looking directly at the skill extraction interface. You have received. Draw one of Manison's ability, talent/skill. Tip: Manison is a virtual mechanic, and your class is completely compatible with his. You will be able to draw any of his abilities. If you draw an ability that you have, you can strengthen your ability to a certain extent. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. Blueprint Emperor Mechanics Sacred Trident. Skill. A universal treasure class melee weapon dedicated for the mechanical deity's usage. Manison has combined a lot of weapon technology to develop this fine piece of work. The specific parameters are as follows. Expand/collapse. Minimum manufacturing requirements. Character level 310, 20,000 INT. Ultimate Mechanical Engineering LV.5. Endless Material Science LV.5. Eternal Power Source LV.4. perfect mechanical sense, talent. X 1.4 bonus coefficient to machinery affinity. Grade of mechanic equipment that receive mechanical force bonuses are temporarily increased by 1 to 2 tiers. Highest quality will not exceed pink grade. +4 to all mechanic skills. Blueprint Punisher skill. Manison's self-developed advanced mechanical soldiers. Powerful war weapons made possible through biological transformation and biochemical machinery. A living super is needed as raw material, and the stronger the super, the higher the performance will be after transformation. The specific parameters are as follows. Expand/collapse. Note, to transform a beyond grade A living super into a Punisher, the minimum requirements are character level 340, 32,000 INT, and possess endless material science LV5, mechanical life Tinder LV5, eternal power source LV5, virtual creator LV5. The Ancient Ones, talent. A long life gives you a wealth of experience, which is precious spiritual wealth. Plus 20% INT, plus 10% MYS, plus 2 to all skill levels. 100 million Mechanic Empire Manison talent, plus 15% INT, plus 1.2x machinery affinity coefficient, plus 2 to all mechanic class skills. In addition, plus 6 to machinery fusion, Emperor's Gift, King's Mentor, Tinder Awakening, Apostle Life Creation, Dimension Factory, Apostle Evolution, Mechanical Proliferation Growth, Strengthened Machinery Civilization, plus 5,000% for machinery production efficiency and plus 10%, 40% for the quality of mechanic artifacts produced. Furthermore, plus 36% in abilities relating to the research and manufacturing of ordinary blueprints, and plus 12% in abilities relating to the research and manufacturing for golden blueprints. When battling against any other machinery, you will obtain a bonus of plus 10% to all attributes, minus 15% to damage received, and plus 10% to damage dealt to the other party. Your energy and stamina consumption are also reduced by 25%. Remarks. You're the owner of hundreds of millions of machines. You are the Mechanic Emperor. Gulp. Han Xiao was a little dazed, swallowing unconsciously. Is the goddess of luck finally willing to hold onto my pants? Chapter 11:20 Snatching Manison's Treasure. Chapter 11:20 Snatching Manison's Treasure. The quality of this wave of extraction was just too scary. Han Xiao was unprepared for this and was stunned for a while before ecstasy surged in his heart. Because both of their classes were perfectly matched, any skill or expertise could be drawn, so the thousands of blueprints Manison had would lower the possibility of him drawing anything good. Han Xiao's original goal was to at best extract a molding talent, but he did not expect to draw out Manison's treasured baby. 100 million Mechanic Empire Manison. A unique talent. Just look at the effect. Whoa, the difference in template level. And it's even top-notch among the templates. This was definitely the reason behind Manison's strength. The unique talents of most characters stemmed from their own experience, which also carried a strong personal touch. Generally speaking, the talent formed after becoming strong would definitely be more powerful compared to the earlier ones, and the 100 million Mechanic Empire was obviously the specialty born after Manison had been famous for a long time. Its conditions for forming were extremely harsh, and it was the summation of his lifetime of experience. To put it in layman's terms, this talent was equivalent to the old man's inner core. It contained the essence of his life. And right now, the old man's lifetime of work was unfortunately extracted by him. It was as though one had gone down to the river to fish, and immediately caught a protected animal in one go. The richness of this harvest completely outstripped our great mechanic Han's expectation, and he was so excited that he wanted to gorge on his nutrition fluid as a reward. IF** King earned big this time. One's character indeed needs to be accumulated. Harrison has stored so many years of luck with him, and I probably wiped it all clean in one go. Han Xiao was full of excitement. Forgetting the 100 million Mechanic Empire, the overall quality of this extraction was also surprisingly high, with 2 molding talent-level abilities and even perfect mechanical sense. Fortunately, he had long obtained the perfect mechanical sense template by bullying Nero, and even if he chose it again, he would only obtain a minor upgrade to the skill. The price-to-performance ratio was too limited, otherwise he would have had trouble deciding. The other options were also quite good. The Emperor Mechanic's sacred trident was the weapon that Manison had used in the battle against him, which was a universal treasure stronger than the celestial punishment edge. The blueprint, Punisher, was a special living weapon modification technology that was even applicable to the Beyond Grade A levels. Most likely, all the Beyond Grade as collected by Manison were transformed into advanced weaponry in this manner. The Ancient Ones was also a high-level talent, which Han Xiao had used before through the character summon card. If he did not draw the 100 million Mechanic Empire talent, then this ability would have been good to solidify himself. Since the other abilities paled in comparison in front of Manison's unique talent, Han Xiao did not need to hesitate. Tonight, we are all Manison. You have received a new talent, 100 million Mechanic Empire Manison. An unexplainable change occurred in his body, different from the pain experienced during the sublimation of life level. Han Xiao only felt as though he was flying, the unknown shackles binding him having been broken off. His vision rippled, and scenes flashed quickly in front of him. He saw the fast-forwarded process from a baby's birth to when he became a teenager. Obscure books on machinery theory were being read as children's books, casually flipped through. He saw the first mechanical force of the boy being born, the first book he read, the first machine made, the first blueprint refined, the first enemy killed. As the stars shifted, countless messy and fuzzy pictures flashed by, and the person in the illusion finally turned into an old man dressed in a silver robe, with his eyes flickering with lightning. Behind him stood a mighty mechanical army, boundless and as numerous as the stars in the galaxy, occupying every inch of Han Xiao's sight. The illusion ended there, and Han Xiao opened his eyes in revelation. This must be Old Man Manison's life story. It seems as though obtaining the unique talent of a person will allow me to see the general outline of said person's life. But hey, that old bugger is still alive, so why does it seem like they're celebrating his life? The illusion was fuzzy most of the time and lacked detail. It only showcased the more important nodes of Manison's life. Han Xiao did not receive any intelligence despite viewing the whole thing, at most only having a better outlook over Manison's life. He was a proud son of heaven, talented in many ways, and had always been the outstanding one from a young age. The stereotypical child next door. Han Xiao grimaced. The only special thing worth noting was that despite Manison being so dazzling since childhood, he seemed to have no interest in material enjoyment, nor did he have any interest in passing down his genes. All he wanted was to stay in his workshop and tinker with machinery. This is a little similar to me. We're all craftsmen that are focused on our own crafts. Han Xiao shook his head, putting this illusion to the back of his mind before carefully scrutinizing the effects of 100 million Mechanic Empire Manison. While the talent was now his, the suffix of Manison had not disappeared. This would always display the origin of the skill. One of the most exaggerated bonuses within would be the 5,000% increase in production efficiency. Most likely, the nickname of Mechanic Emperor for Manison was derived because of this, as his speed of creating machinery was frightening. While this was awe-inspiring, 50 times the production efficiency also meant 50 times the speed of money burnt. Manison had been continuously expanding his organization all the while. Other than ambition, it was because he needed to support his own expenses. With the expenses he incurred in his own class, he spent the money he earned fast. The biggest difference between me and Manison now is our accumulation. With this bonus, the speed at which I accumulate my foundation will increase sharply. While it will not shorten the gap, it will not allow Manison to open up the gap between us even more. Han Xiao stroked his chin as he thought. It's just that my money will be spent too quickly. Luckily, I'm not short on cash. The Black Star Army was at a huge scale now, with huge cash flows and terrifying profits daily. Furthermore, there was the cornucopia in the form of the evolution totems. His own personal finances were now full enough to have permanently crossed out the term lack of money from his dictionary. The bonus awarded to his blueprint manufacturing and R&D was also large, which could be around the range of dozens of stacks from the Spirit Instrument buff. The best would be the 12% bonus to gold-grade blueprints. Manison's specialty was the research and development of various universal treasures, and this should be affected by his expertise. This will make things easier when I study universal treasures myself in the future. Han Xiao was overjoyed. As for the buffs that would take effect when facing off against other machinery, this was the best when having a battle against other mechanics. This was one of the reasons Manison was so powerful when facing other mechanics. The next time he faced off against Manison, he would also obtain the same targeted increase. The bonus given to me by the 100 million mechanic empire is equivalent to 2 perfect mechanical sense talents stacked together. The unique talents of the best are actually so terrifying. Han Xiao was satisfied as though he had managed to eat a full meal. The gap between him and the mechanic emperor was already greatly reduced now. What I said earlier still stands. Manison is indeed a good person. Every time I argue and fight with him, I obtain such a huge gift. What sort of attitude is this? Returning grievances with virtue. If it were not for his fear of angering the other party, he would send a pennant over to Manison, with the word, the timely assistance for Galaxy, Hero Manison. Seems like I need to fight more with Manison. My ability to obtain a fortune depends on him now. Han Xiao secretly clenched his fists. Closing the skill interface, he looked at the other mission rewards. Directly challenging Manison was an extremely difficult mission, and the experience awarded was even greater than the first time, giving him close to 100 billion. His stock, which was basically used up to exchange for awakening points, was now filled up again. As for the character summon card awarded, it was an ability known as Vigor Resonance. The effect reduced energy consumption as well as strengthened his attributes. When converted to mechanical force, it increased the coverage of mechanical force bonuses given. At the same time, as long as his energy value did not reach 0, his energy bonuses would always remain at the maximum. Perhaps due to him using up all his luck, the effect of the character summon card was quite ordinary. With his own HP to energy exchange, this character summon card was quite useless to him. However, Han Xiao was not discouraged. With Manison's core talent in his hands, he was already very satisfied. Thus, after doing some statistics, Han Xiao closed the interface, thinking about the impact of his actions. I've changed the trend of the plotline, as the virus core was directly eliminated by me. The intelligent plague will no longer sweep through the universe like in my previous life, and the losses have been reduced by more than 95%. The explored universe has survived this disaster without any risk, and more people have been saved in this life. With the work I've done, I should obtain the highest mission rating this time. Other than the mission reward, the 3 universal civilizations will also give me a second wave of remuneration. When the news is released, I can once again obtain a third wave of rewards from the feedback given by the Galactic Society. It's a pity that this domino virus cannot be used to deal with the world tree. However, since the virus was not used in my previous life, the impact should not be too huge. Actually, if the world tree managed to crack this technology and turn it against us, that would be bad. The negative impact of this virus on us is far greater than that of the world tree, so eliminating this variable might not be a bad thing. The possibility of the Mechanic Emperor retaliating against me is low, since he'll have to deal with the suppression from the 3 universal civilizations. Even if he really wishes to mess with me, I'm now full of abilities and will not be too afraid of him. Since we've made our contradictions clear, the Mechanic Emperor and I will definitely fight in the Development Union. The Beyond Grade A mechanics are not on the side of the Mechanic Emperor, so they are equivalent to my hidden supporters. My speaking rights in the Union should increase. Han Xiao calculated the pros and cons silently, discovering that his gains this time were huge, with the only disadvantage being that he had offended Manison. In the past, it was likely that Manison had obtained the virus core, becoming the greatest beneficiary of the intelligent plague. Now, it was the other way around. In this operation, the old man Manison became the only one that lost out. It seems like I did him a good number this time. Han Xiao scratched his head. Bah, what does it have to do with me? It's not that I'm bad. You're just too sly. Chapter 1121, Special Consultant. Chapter 1121, Special Consultant. Han Xiao left the virtual brainwave amplifier, returning to the command center. As the spaceship landed and Han Xiao stepped out from the hatch, he immediately saw Sidrian and the other inspectors waiting for him on the platform. Sidrian took 2 steps forward before bowing slightly. His attitude showed a lot more reverence than before. Your Excellency Black Star, the 3 heads are waiting online for you. Han Xiao's actions in destroying the virus core had won him over. All right, I'll head over now. Han Xiao smiled as he nodded. He was not surprised and had long expected the 3 universal civilizations to approach him. He swept the area with a glance, realizing that the other Beyond Grade A avatars were not present. The others, they have yet to descend at the moment, but all their missions have been completed, so we are enough to wrap up the back end. With the virus core eradicated, the virtual mutiny virus was thus stopped at the 1st generation. With the 3 sets of antivirus kits, the 3 universal civilizations' original plan to cleanse the virus could now continue. Since the next step did not require the Beyond Grade, as their missions could be said to have been completed, the Mechanic Emperor was even more unlikely to come back, or else it would be awkward if they saw each other, not knowing if they should fight. Han Xiao followed the trio to a remote conference room on the top floor of the headquarters. Walking into the room, he glanced to see 3 huge virtual screens standing in front of them. They were the remote projections of Urnrel, Bader, and the Pope. Sidrian and the others nodded to show their respect before retreating and closing the door. Only Han Xiao was left in the room. Urnrel was the first to speak. Black Star, you've achieved a great merit this time, pinpointing the real danger of the intelligent plague for us. Without your intel, countless people would have been killed and injured in this disaster. We're grateful for you for your contribution on behalf of the universe. Maintaining the order of society is everyone's responsibility, Han Xiao replied perfunctorily as he looked at the 3 of them. This was still the first time he had spoken to all 3 heads of the universal civilizations. He had practically reached the very forefront of galaxy, as few had such an honor in the universe, with those receiving this treatment being the most dazzling great people of each age. Speaking of which, he was only familiar with Urnrel and had not had much contact with either Bader or the Pope. The 3 of them took turns to speak, praising Han Xiao for his contribution but did not say much about his act of destroying the virus core. After listening to their praise, Han Xiao then finally heard the Pope move onto the main topic. For such an achievement, we will definitely not be stingy with the reward. Han Xiao secretly rolled his eyes. He knew that the 3 leaders had definitely reached a consensus before speaking to him. Not out of his expectations, the 3 of them coincided with each other, introducing the reward. Among them, resources and policy support counted for the majority. The Federation and the Church expressed their willingness to help the Black Star Army in the star fields outside the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World, allowing them to expand their businesses and sphere of influence. The development of the Black Star Army in the other star fields had been relatively difficult, as their hands could not stretch too far at the moment. With the joint support of the 3 universal civilizations, the development would be much smoother. Han Xiao understood the meaning behind this. It was to allow him to catch up with the Mechanic Emperor's organizations, allowing the 2 of them to better compete with each other. At the same time, this support would mean that the 3 universal civilizations were sharing their own interests with him, so as to deepen their relationship and avoid any conflict with him like what happened between them and Manison. Furthermore, the 3 universal civilizations promised to open a portion of the Universal Treasure Blueprint Library to Han Xiao, which would allow him to purchase a portion of the gold-grade blueprints using money and his contribution points. Originally, most of these blueprints were not for sale. However, during his conflict against the Mechanic Emperor, the 3 universal civilizations saw the gap in strength between the 2 parties, so they were willing to provide some benefits to aid Black Star in reducing the gap. Generally speaking, such privileges were only awarded to those of their direct line. These treatments could be regarded as a manifestation of their trust in Han Xiao. Of course, support still had its limits, and they would not give everything away for free. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled, and he was unexpectedly surprised. If this was the case, other than his own research and awakening point methods, he now had a new channel to purchase universal treasures. Because of his spirit instrument skills, there were additional benefits to this reward for him, and in his opinion, this was better compared to those business support they would provide him. At this moment, Urnrel slowly said, "We've also jointly decided to hire you as a special safety consultant for the Federation of Light, the Crimson Dynasty, and the Arcane Church, Han Xiao was stunned. A special safety consultant for the three universal civilizations? This was new to him. If that was the case, then he would also form a relationship with both the Federation and the Church, turning from an ally of the dynasty into a cross-faction character. It seemed like there was no beyond grade A who had been given such an honor before in history. He might be the first and likely only one. After thinking about it, Han Xiao could guess the intentions of the three universal civilizations. Firstly, they wanted to build his momentum, and the second reason was that the other two wished to earn money through investing in him just like advertising sponsors. Black Star would carry a part of their labels with him. The third intention would be for the development union, which would mean that the three universal civilizations were currently adjusting their attitudes toward the beyond grade A development union. Why does this feel like in the martial arts novels that I read in my previous life, about how the court would secretly support one of their own in order to become the master of the martial community, thus allowing them to control the pugilists? I'm becoming more and more like a villain. Han Xiao grumbled in his heart. freewebnovel.com. While he thought this way, he did not refuse the position of the special safety consultant and politely nodded. I'm honored to be offered this position. For the mechanic emperor to engage in rebellion, it was not just because of the methods employed against them but also contained his own selfish will. Han Xiao did not have that idea. For him, there was more than one way to protect the beyond grade as, in his opinion, no one could truly be alone in the universe. The right way was to seek cooperation amid their struggles. Furthermore, the three universal civilizations would be the main force in dealing with the World Tree civilization. What he wanted was to make their cooperative relationship equal, not to backstab the three universal civilizations. The majority of people in the Beyond Grade A Association also thought the same way. His position as a special security consultant for the three universal civilizations would now act as a halo, which could attract members with the same idea. This would further separate him from Manison. Thinking of this, Han Xiao once again had a fresh perspective. Why does it feel like we're Professor X and Magneto? While he had become a special consultant, his roots were still as a pillar of the dynasty, and his relationship with the other two civilizations was a lot more superficial. These are the general rewards. Black Star, do you have any specific needs? Han Xiao thought for a while before saying, I hope that I can purchase the ultimate knowledges of other systems and be able to pass it on to others. The moment he spoke, the eyes of the trio changed, and silence fell. This was a sensitive issue and one that the Development Union had been negotiating with the three universal civilizations. The issue of lifting the monopoly on knowledge. There were so many beyond grade as, and if they gathered together, they would definitely be able to gather all the ultimate knowledges of every class. The key lay in their right to disseminate the knowledge, as the three universal civilizations prohibited any sort of private teaching. Now, Han Xiao wished for them to release their grips on this issue, which was in line with the requests of the Beyond Grade as, however, it would harm the interest of the three universal civilizations. Seeing their expressions, Han Xiao said, Gila is still serving as my deputy army commander. I have to help her gather knowledge of her Esper system, and there are also people with extraordinary potential under me that I hope can master some ultimate knowledge to improve their combat power. The three of them exchanged glances, and after being silent for a long time, Erinrel finally spoke. You may exchange 3 ultimate knowledges for Gila, but you are only limited to passing 1 ultimate knowledge per person for others. At the same time, you have to submit a list for filing and limit the number of people who are able to learn this. The 3 universal civilizations finally made some concessions on this issue, but this was only limited to Black Star himself, while others did not have this treatment. After the various deals were negotiated, the 3 universal civilizations leaders went offline, and Han Xiao left the meeting room, stopping by to greet Sidrian before returning to his territory. Just as he walked into his exclusive office area, he saw Harrison nervously standing at the door, waiting for him. Han Xiao did not stop, however, instead walking on. Harrison immediately rushed up, stammering, Your Excellency Black Star, I have something to ask. Speak. I would like to ask, what are we going to do after the intelligent plague is over? Hearing this, Han Xiao turned to glance at him, only to see Harrison's expression of anxiety. He immediately knew what was on the latter's mind. What, are you afraid you'll go back behind bars? Yes, that's right. Harrison appeared a little frazzled. While he had followed Han Xiao for a few months, he was still guilty. This charge had not been lifted, so he was afraid he would have to continue sitting behind bars, and had come to ask Han Xiao for help. Relax, you've made a great contribution this time, and I won't leave you in the lurch. Han Xiao patted his shoulder. Harrison was flattered, but at the same time he was a little dazed. I made a great contribution? Why didn't I hear anything about it? Then, what will happen to me in the future? I will ask the 3 universal civilizations to withdraw the charges against you and restore the freedom of you and your companions. But you can no longer be scavengers. Thank you very much. Harrison had an expression of gratitude. It was nice to regain his freedom. It did not matter if he could not be a scavenger. After unearthing the virtual mutiny virus, Harrison was already traumatized and planned to go back and inherit his family fortune. Don't rejoice too early. I'm not saving you for nothing. You'll need to continue your current job scope and do exploration under the funding and surveillance of the Black Star Army. Harrison hesitated. Not willing? Han Xiao stared at him. Then I hope you'll get used to your prison life as soon as possible. No, no, no. Harrison immediately grabbed Han Xiao and helplessly replied, we can do it. Black Star was their last hope, so he had no other choice. Besides, obtaining financial aid from a behemoth such as the Black Star Army would mean that they did not have to worry about everything like before. Han Xiao hummed in agreement, but he was smiling in his heart. Want to go back and inherit the family business? Dream on. Once you enter my leak field, don't even think of running away. Just work hard for me. Chapter 1122, Changes and Announcements. Chapter 1122, Changes and Announcements. After the 3 universal civilizations completed the operation, they notified the various organizations in the ancient star desert to reopen their quantum networks. The quantum network was only disconnected for half a day, yet it brought about huge economic losses to the entire star field. The various organizations were all wondering what the 3 universal civilizations had done during the period when their quantum network was disconnected. Through intelligence gathered from all walks of life, they quickly found out that a group of beyond grade as had gathered for an operation, and they all were dumbfounded. The superstar cluster civilizations were all suffering from PTSD from the 3 universal civilizations, and thus they were always on the lookout about this turmoil. Upon learning of this matter, the upper echelons held another meeting. It turns out that the virtual mutiny virus had such a mechanism. If it was leaked out, it's unknown how many people would have been killed or injured. It's a pity that we were kept in the dark, and the core has now been destroyed by Black Star. Many of the upper echelons displayed fear and regret. They were afraid of the threat of the virtual mutiny virus itself. They thought that the 3 universal civilizations had controlled the situation, but they did not expect it to be just an illusion. If they did not manage to find the virus core, then disaster would have swept across the entire universe. What they regretted was that they did not know the goals of the 3 universal civilizations in advance, and in order to cooperate, they developed a wait-and-see attitude, finally resulting in the virus core being handled by the 3 universal civilizations. The virtual mutiny virus thus became a disappearing voice. Because the ship had already sailed, the 3 universal civilizations no longer concealed the information, so the Superstar Cluster Alliance discovered this matter. One of the executives sighed in relief. Luckily, Black Star destroyed the virus core. If we'd let the 3 universal civilizations obtain such weaponized information technology, then our situation would have been much worse. You're wrong. Black Star destroying the virus core does us more harm than good. Even if the technology was obtained by the 3 universal civilizations, they would only use it in order to maintain order. But for us, this sort of technology would be enough to allow us to threaten them, and it would allow us to shorten the gap between us and them. Now that this technology has disappeared, we have lost this opportunity forever, someone retorted. It would have been good if the Mechanic Emperor had succeeded. Many of them sighed. They had hoped that Manison would succeed, as there was a high chance the Mechanic Emperor would ally with their Superstar Cluster Alliance in order to maintain his competitive advantage in hoarding profitable goods. In this manner, they would also have had an opportunity to find ways to obtain the virus technology through him. However, this hope of turning the tables was now destroyed by Black Star, and they could not help but greatly regret it. Black Star, this fellow really... One of the superiors paused, not knowing how to describe Han Xiao, before finally speaking dejectedly. He's too wasteful. Glancing at the other upper echelons with varied expressions, the Star Arc Civilization's leaders solemnly said, "The results cannot be changed. What we need to think about is how to deal with the current situation. In the flickering world, the three universal civilizations and the Superstar Cluster Alliance will definitely have a battle. What we lack now is preparation time. Originally, the intelligent plague would have taken up all the energy of the three universal civilizations. The longer they are held up, the better. But now that the disaster is about to disappear, the three universal civilizations will soon be free to deal with us. The virus core was discovered by Black Star, and it was also eliminated by him. Because of his actions, the time for the three universal civilizations to solve the intelligent plague was greatly reduced." "Hey, it's Black Star again." Most of the upper echelons were very dissatisfied. The exposure of Traveler before was due to Black Star, and now he had once again disrupted their plans. But while they were angry, they could not do anything. They hoped to be low-key at this point to avoid trouble, so why would they go and provoke Black Star? The leader of the Star Arc civilization looked through the intelligence and suddenly exclaimed, "Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor had a disagreement on the issue of dealing with the virus core. The two of them had a fight and officially turned against each other. What do you think about this?" The battle report shows that Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor reached a tie. An intelligence department's chief frowned. If Black Star arrived in his main body, it is still possible, but both sides were using avatars. Our artificial intelligence has constructed countless models and analyzed the results, showing that in the case of this battle, Black Star's win rate was as low as 0.0027%. He is not yet an opponent of the Mechanic Emperor. The tie was because the other beyond grade as forcibly interfered, which meant that they were instructed to do so. Thus, we can judge that the three universal civilizations hope to create an equivalent character to compete against the Mechanic Emperor. The leader of the Star Arc civilization narrowed his eyes. This means that after this battle, Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor will part ways, and the Beyond Grade as will be divided into two factions. One faction will support Black Star, and the other the Mechanic Emperor. There might be an opportunity in this. You mean, after operating his business for so many years, the Mechanic Emperor is already considered a semi-independent state, almost rid of the three universal civilizations' control, the leader of the Star Arc civilization said. However, against the three universal civilizations, he will still require some external help, and that help can be offered by us. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they nodded. Everyone would have a time when they sorely needed help. The Mechanic Emperor was such a powerful figure, so if the Superstar Cluster Alliance helped him right now when he was in a difficult position and not trusted by the three universal civilizations, they might have a chance to become his secret partner. In this way, to a certain extent, they can prevent the Beyond Grade A Union from reaching a new cooperative relationship with the three universal civilizations, and they would also add obstacles to Black Star, who often caused them trouble. On a desolate planet in the primeval Star River, there was a hidden base underground. Electricity arced in the darkness, and a pair of eyes emitting sparks opened, reflecting a silhouette sitting on the ground. This figure stood up, his robe rustling in the silence of the room. The next moment, he turned on the light, revealing his appearance, which was the true body of Manison. After the battle, he had released his lord's descent and had not been in contact with others for quite a while. During this time, he had been secretly operating his organizations in the various star fields, ready to deal with the suppression of the three universal civilizations. Manison knew better than anyone what sort of measures the three universal civilizations would take against him. "This day has arrived a lot sooner than I expected." Manison let out a sigh of relief before his tone turned a little unpleasant as he snarled. "That kid? Black Star. Spoiling my plan. If it were not for Black Star releasing news about the virus core, he would not have had to take the risk to try and obtain it. Manison had also found clues about the virus core and concealed his tracks without reporting it to the three universal civilizations, also that he would have the opportunity to swallow the virtual mutiny virus, secretly obtain this technology, and make a fortune. In his opinion, Black Star also had this opportunity with even more clues than he had, but in order to reduce the damage of the disaster, he sought out the three universal civilizations to share his intelligence. If not for this, he would not have had to compete against the three universal civilizations in full view. If he had missed out on this opportunity, then he would never have obtained the chance to get the virtual mutiny virus technology. Everything was due to Black Star. He had taken the risk, but Black Star had actually destroyed the virus core in the end, making everyone fight for nothing. Manison could still recall the moment Han Xiao crushed the virus core, and this made his heart ache. Since he dared run the risk of offending the three universal civilizations to rob the virus core, it was naturally because the item was worth it. As a top-notch virtual mechanic with an AI civilization under him, if he obtained the full virtual mutiny virus dataset and improved on it, there would be a violent chemical reaction. Coupled with his own strength, it would be enough to create a new version of the universe. Apart from this, as long as he placed the core in his own artificial intelligence incubation room, cultivating generations of viruses in advance and placing them out to penetrate the universe, he would be everywhere at once. Phoebnovel.com. At that time, the intelligent plague would be a toddler compared to him. Even if the three universal civilizations obtained the technology, there was still a chance. Manison could still hack in and steal the technology at the risk of being discovered. But now, the opportunity for him to reach the apex had been ruined by Black Star. Manison could not help but want to deem Black Star as a criminal on the spot. Manison shook his head. With things as they were, there was no use dwelling on it. It was better to deal with the matters in the present. After this matter, the relationship I have with the Federation will become even more strained. The three universal civilizations will scheme to cut off my wings, but fortunately, I've managed to get rid of as many attachments as I could over the years. I've also obtained independent channels and cultivated a large number of hidden forces. Many of my businesses can easily be transferred into hidden ones. Since a long time ago, Manison felt that there would come a day where he would turn independent, and thus prepared for a rainy day. He dared to take the risk today because he was not afraid of falling out with the three universal civilizations. Moreover, given the current situation, neither side would be completely opposed to the other, since the three universal civilizations still had some restraining fear toward him. Manison had calculated his risks before he acted, thus taking the opportunity to reveal a few of his cards. The tens of millions of Lord's avatars that he revealed were enough to make the three universal civilizations hesitate in dealing with him, fearing the repercussions of their actions on the innocents. As long as they could not find his body, he could always appear once more. The three universal civilizations will want to support Black Star to compete with me. I guess I'll lose my funding from the Federation, and I'll now have to make new friends. Manison narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. After the virus core was eradicated, the disaster relief efficiency of the three universal civilizations was rapidly accelerated, and the antivirus kit was re-promoted as part of the antivirus plans. Without the virus core, the first generation of the virtual mutiny virus had no leader and lost all coordination. The three universal civilizations just had to scan and lock down each node before clearing them at the same time. They would then go online immediately with a dedicated firewall. The viruses in the ancient star desert were solved quickly, and the damage done by the intelligent plague was quickly rectified. It had been several months since the outbreak of the intelligent plague, and the star field had been blocked out of signal for the whole time, leading the universe to be concerned about the status quo of the ancient star desert. As the news was blocked for a long time, more and more rumors started circulating in the universe, spreading faint panic. Now that the disaster was under control, the three universal civilizations finally issued an announcement to the entire universe to reassure the citizens of Galaxy. In the announcement, the three universal civilizations specifically shared the entire experience of hunting down the virus core. As soon as the official news bulletin was released, it immediately attracted the attention of countless organizations within the explored universe. Han Xiao's deeds were also propagated around the universe following the deliberate announcements by the three universal civilizations, causing a huge uproar. Chapter 1123, Damaged Blueprint. Chapter 1123, Damaged Blueprint. Following the development of the star field, more galactic residents had begun pouring into the flickering world. The various industries had been rapidly improved, and a large number of planets were transformed into transit stations or tourist destinations. As the entrance of the territory of the Black Star Army and the gateway toward one of the top 10 Stargate traffic routes in the flickering world, Planet Blackgate had an amazing number of daily visitors. Numerous entertainment facilities had been built on the planet's surface, confusing day and night and causing the place to be constantly noisy. Every moment was extraordinary, as one could see visitors from all star fields and races present. Murica Street was a famed entertainment street, with casinos, pubs, shops, and departmental stores present. The area was full of feasting and pleasure-seeking, with people constantly coming and going without rest. It's been a while since I last came here, and it's getting more and more prosperous. Maple Moon dragged Frenzied Sword along as they walked through the bustling street, looking curiously around at the strange passers-by. Seeing their emblems, showing them to be high-ranking warriors from the Black Star Army. Everyone showed varying degrees of awe in their eyes, giving way to them. On the bustling street, there seemed to be an invisible wall around them. Stop browsing. We're here to submit our mission. Frenzied Sword could only speak helplessly. At this moment, the giant screen on the wall of a building in the distance lit up, showing a news screen. Now we'll broadcast an urgent piece of news. The Federation of Light, the Crimson Dynasty, and the Arcane Church are jointly issuing an announcement to report on the progress of the intelligent plague to the entire universe. Hearing the first official news about the ancient star desert in days, the pedestrians on the street stopped suddenly, as though someone had pressed a freeze button. They all looked up at the screen and stopped to watch. Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon both stopped as well, curiously looking at the screen. They saw the scene of a diplomatic press conference on the giant screen. The spokespersons of the three universal civilizations all stood side by side and read out the announcement. The intelligent plague has troubled us for several months. We contained the disaster within the ancient star desert and carried out a special disaster relief operation. Because this matter concerned the security of the entire universe, it attracted great attention from all walks of life. Thus, we're hereby making a special report today to announce the progress of our tripartite governance of the intelligent plague. The virtual mutiny virus is a highly dangerous information data virus that can rewrite the underlying logic of any artificial intelligence, turning machinery into an exterminating organism. The virus has an amazing permeability, spread, and threat, and it is an information warfare weapon that has been lost in time. We thought that the threat came from the virus itself, but it was only recently discovered that the virus core was the true threat. The representatives described the mechanisms of the virus core, highlighting the danger of its self-evolution adaptability, using exaggerated words to describe the consequences of the disasters. Hearing this, the people listening on the streets shuddered involuntarily. Because of the news blockade, the galactic residents had little understanding of the virtual mutiny virus. Now that they understood the real horror behind the virus, they could not help feeling a panic in their hearts, frightened by the lethality of the virus. At this moment, the spokesperson changed the conversation, saying, "If Black Star had not discovered the threat of the virus core, we would still be in the dark. According to our artificial intelligence's simulation, the antivirus plan we made without the knowledge of the virus core would have had a success rate of no more than 0.1%. It is very likely that the virus would have leaked out in the end, leading to disasters sweeping across the entire universe. Countless creatures would have died in the disaster, and the interstellar era would have regressed catastrophically. This discovery by Black Star allowed us to avoid this result, so his merits are huge, as he has indirectly saved countless people. Many of them breathed out a sigh of relief, still feeling the jitters at the thought of their escape from disaster, and thanked Black Star for changing their fates. The representative then continued. Because of Black Star's intelligence, we planned an operation, and the entire star field was disconnected from the network to chase down the core of the virus. Everything was going well. However, when the virus core was captured, some twists and turns occurred. The virus core was captured by the mechanic Emperor Manison, but he refused to turn it in regardless of the safety of the universe, in an attempt to reverse engineer the complete technology. In order to maintain the peace of the universe, Black Star seized the virus core, destroying it and completely eliminating this technology. He eliminated the possibility of a reemergence of this virtual mutiny virus so that the whole universe would always be out of the shadow of this disaster. But the Mechanic Emperor was unwilling to fail like this. Thus, he attacked Black Star and the two of them fought to a tie. He was finally driven back by Black Star. Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon could hear the commotion of the people around them on the street. This speech first raised the issue of the operation, triggering the anxiety of the population, then made a comparison between both the Mechanic Emperor and Black Star, distinguishing between them. It deliberately promoted Han Xiao's actions protecting the galactic residents, implanting an image of Black Star with boundless love for the residents, making the galactic residents thank him for his contribution. In contrast, the Mechanic Emperor was portrayed as a selfish careerist who disregarded the overall situation. Because he ignored the interests of the galactic residents, he was regarded as a villain, and his image discredited. The representative summarized the entire happenings at the end. Today, the management of the intelligent plague is now in its final stages. The disaster is under control, and the virus will be completely eliminated in the next few days. The blockade surrounding the ancient star desert will be lifted. In this incident, the merits that Black Star has rendered are irreplaceable, and thus, the three universal civilizations have decided to jointly award the title of Special Safety Consultant for the three universal civilizations to Black Star as a reward. Special Security Consultant to the three universal civilizations? Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon looked at each other, surprised. Didn't the Federation and the Church have something against our Black Star army? They've now turned their status as enemies into friends. Were they taken down by the army commander? Then won't we have two more strong and sturdy thighs to hug? The news ended, but the enthusiasm of the people had just been aroused. They fervently discussed the topic, creating a buzzing in the streets. Thanks God for His Excellency Black Star. He's really a great person. Among all of the beyond grade, as only Black Star is working for the welfare of our ordinary people. Just like the previous Holy Light Emissary Cultivation Plan, he's given us ordinary people a chance, an opportunity to turn someone into a super. Now he is determined to destroy this virus technology because of our safety. For this reason, he even went to war with the Mechanic Emperor. If I were a woman, I'd definitely fall in love with him. I never expected the Mechanic Emperor Manison to be that sort of person. To think I used to worship him for such a great merit. No wonder the three universal civilizations invited Black Star to be a special security consultant. It seems like no one has ever been awarded such an honor, right? Frankly speaking, other than Black Star, I cannot think of anyone who would be more qualified for this position. At this moment, from the opposite street came out a wave of cheers. Someone ran over and exclaimed, "Hurry! There are a few wealthy merchants who've bought the entire bar's stock. They said that they were thankful for Black Star's accomplishments and are offering free drinks to everyone." Hearing this, the people on the street swarmed over, and when they passed Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon, they no longer avoided them. Rather, they enthusiastically greeted them, using all kinds of weird etiquette to show respect to the people of the Black Star Army. Feeling the warm atmosphere, Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon felt a sense of pride flowing in their hearts. They strongly felt the sense of camp identity. The two of them hurriedly went to the forums, and the forums had already exploded as the news swept across the board. Their army commander had only disappeared for a few months, but he immediately made such big news as soon as he appeared. The three universal civilizations exaggerated the whole thing, making it seem as though Black Star was their savior, leaving the players extremely excited. Glorious Tomahawk. Damn. So we were in the frontal camp? Cloud Dragon Lee. 2nd Battalion Commander. Take out my spaghetti to let Black Star try one. Intelligent Cold Monarch. Be reasonable this time. The army commander can be described as handsome. Gallery Sister. Black Star is still Black Star. He never lets us down. Fox. Where's Galaxy Times? Come out to get beaten up. You said that it's going to be a mission, so why did it become a cutscene instead? Daydreamer. Am I the only one that cares about how the army commander and the mechanic emperor tied? Throughout the posts on the screen, there was basically a wave of praise. Some of the older players gave the newbies a rundown on the deeds that Black Star had done, such as solving the mutation disaster, destroying the Dark Star organization, and so on. Even after several versions, Han Xiao's image in the eyes of the players was still magnificent, and this time, his merits once again raised the players' perception of him, giving birth to a consensus. Black Star is really a noble man. In addition to faction interests, if the leader of a faction had a charming personality, the players would also have a sense of identity. As soon as the public announcement was released, everyone that was concerned about the progress of the intelligent plague was relieved. This achievement allowed Han Xiao's reputation to rise to the top for a while, whereas Manison's reputation was struck down by the deliberate suppression. At the same time, Han Xiao's fleet had just passed through the dynasty's military stargate, leaving the ancient star desert. He also saw the official announcement of the three universal civilizations. TSK, the three universal civilizations representatives are really skilled in the act of raising one while kicking down another. Han Xiao read the news happily. He just loved it when people praised him. At that moment, he suddenly had a thought and opened his interface to take a look. With the three universal civilizations basically completing the elimination of the first-generation virtual mutiny virus, only an unsuspecting ending was left. Thus, when the announcement was made, the Intelligent Plague mission finally changed to completed. The mission can finally be turned in. Han Xiao turned his head to look at Harrison, whom he had brought onto the spaceship, rubbing him before choosing to accept the mission completion reward. S-ranked mission. Intelligent Plague has been completed. Mission rating S+. Perfect. You have obtained 300 billion experience, x8 random rewards, plus 35,000 Crimson Dynasty contribution points, plus 15,000 Federation of Light contribution points, and plus 15,000 Arcane Church contribution points. You have gained x2 political assets, the Crimson Dynasty, x1 political asset, Federation of Light, and 11 political asset, Arcane Church. You have obtained x4 legendary points. Starfield legendary point, Ancient Star Desert, Black Market's Giant Croc. Through various means and methods, you temporarily unified the Black Market organizations of the Ancient Star Desert, leaving behind a frightening legend. Universe legendary point, Intelligent Plague's Curer. The Intelligent Plague is a universe-level disaster on the level of complete annihilation. You accepted the invites from the three universal civilizations to treat the disaster and finally made a unique contribution to successfully solve the disaster. The whole universe will remember your achievements and contributions. Universe legendary point, Galaxy's Guardian. You had to choose between selfish desires or righteousness. For choosing the latter, your choice has maintained the peace of the universe and affected the evolution of the entire universe. Perhaps this is a turning point in your destiny. You are always watching and guarding Galaxy, and the people all know it. Universe legendary point, Special Security Consultant for the three universal civilizations. You have been invited to become a special consultant for the three universal civilizations. This is unprecedented, and no matter how the situation evolves, you will leave behind a rich and colorful stroke in history. Dungeon copy created. Intelligent Plague. Simulated disaster. Han Xiao nodded. The rewards up to this point were still within his calculations. After all, this was an S-level mission, and he had even achieved a perfect evaluation. The rewards were bound to be huge. It was just that Han Xiao got stunned the moment he continued reading. Given that your mission rating has achieved S, you have received extra reward. You have received a new skill. Blueprint, Domino Virus, damaged. You have completed the special mission requirement. Personally destroying the virus core, generating a related specialty. Generation complete. You have received a new talent. Virtual Purification, Restore. What? Han Xiao's eyes widened, staring blankly at the reward of Blueprint, Domino Virus, damaged. This was not an extra reward for the completion of the special mission requirements, but a normal reward obtained when the S-ranked mission reached the highest rating. This meant that only those who had made great contributions in disaster relief could obtain this reward. After toiling so hard to resolve the intelligent plague, the mission actually gave me a damaged blueprint of the virus technology, allowing me to recreate it. He suddenly felt a great wave of irony. I didn't expect that, after so many twists and turns, this virus technology was actually not destroyed and has landed in my hands, even though it's a damaged remnant. Looking at the content of this blueprint, Han Xiao's expression was conflicted. He did not know if he should be happy. 1. This phrase originates from the movie L, loosely translated as Bright Sword. Chapter 1124 Spy. Chapter 1124 Spy. The mission reward was the incomplete version of the domino virus blueprint, so a lot of key content was missing. A lot of deduction had to be done to put the blueprint into production, and the results of those deductions might not be the same as the original version. It's very troublesome to deduce complete blueprints at this level from the incomplete version. Sure, I can use awakening points to speed it up, but that seems a bit wasteful. I'll be better off slowly working my way through it. Fate was really unpredictable. He had thought that the domino virus was destroyed, but the technology still ended up in his hands. The entire outside world thought that he had destroyed the domino virus, so there was no way Han Xiao could just expose the fact that he had this technology. Otherwise, the results would definitely be the exact opposite of the treatment he was receiving now. Furthermore, the core material of it was 1,000 mutated artificial intelligence lives, which was not easy to find. Manison had a lot of them, but it was certainly not realistic for him to purchase any from him right after having a fight with him. Plus, Manison might notice something even if he could purchase any from him. Therefore, this technology could not be shown to the world for a very long time. He might only use it when facing enemies like the World Tree Civilization. Now that I think about it, it seems logical for Mechanic Emperor not to use the domino virus during the World Tree War in the previous life. Han Xiao suddenly figured it out. Unless the situation of the war was totally one-sided and unwinnable, even if he could obtain the upper hand with this kind of weapon, he would still be surrounded by trouble after victory. Perhaps, in his previous life, the Mechanic Emperor saw the domino virus as something similar to the Hand of Death system. When the three universal civilizations really had no way of winning the war, only then might he release the domino virus. He would then use his tons of lords' avatars and mechanical armies to utilize guerrilla warfare tactics against the World Tree Civilization. Han Xiao recalled something else. In his previous life, having considered the possibility of losing the war, the three universal civilizations executed the Tinder operation. They sent a large group of wandering fleets out and far away from the explored universe. At the same time, they built tons of refugee shelters deep inside the secondary dimensions, which stored intelligent life forms, crops, and flora and fauna samples, ensuring that the civilization could be rebuilt after losing the war. He wondered if the Mechanic Emperor had his eyes on those refugees. Could his plan have been to start anew after losing the war, escape far away, and build a world in which he was the god of creation? If his final goal was to rule the entire world, this might really seem like the most feasible path. Han Xiao let his imagination run wild for a while before focusing on the matter at hand again. He closed the introduction of Blueprint, Domino Virus, incomplete, and looked at the related talent he had just obtained. Virtual Purification Restore could purify the artificial intelligence target that was infected by viruses. The Virtual Mutiny Virus, for example, rewrote the fundamental logic of machines into killing organic life forms, and this talent's effect would clear that modification and restore the target's normal fundamental logic. Simply put, if those artificial intelligences were considered hypnotized when their fundamental logic was modified, this ability would wake them up. At the same time, this ability was not limited to the domino virus. It could restore any type of virtual virus. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. This is going to be very useful in virtual battles. The Mechanic Emperor is probably going to cry when facing this. If his control of the mechanical army was taken away, he could just use this talent and directly regain control from the enemy. However, given his current strength, there was almost no one who could take away his control of his mechanical troops. The only one Han Xiao could think of was the Mechanic Emperor. Speaking of which, Manison controls his artificial intelligence civilization through rewriting their fundamental logic too, like what the ancestor of that civilization, Finet, is experiencing. This talent is going to give him a huge problem. Han Xiao scratched his head and thought of the reboot series mission that had been collecting dust for a very long time at the bottom of his mission list. It looks like I just got the key to liberate that artificial intelligence civilization. If I find an opportunity to use this on Manison's AI civilization, his indestructible mechanic empire might totally go out of control. Also, since a portion of Manison's elite forces were created by transforming living bodies, he might have used virtual means to twist their minds, so virtual purification restore might be effective on them too. When a certain level was reached, virtual methods that could be used on living things would actually have a lot of similarities to soul-related spells. To take it one step further, this might even be effective on the World Tree, even more so than the Domino virus. Recalling how the World Tree operated, Han Xiao pondered. The blueprint and the talent were the biggest rewards he had obtained. Universal Grade S missions sure gave generous reward. He also received a total of 4 political assets that came from all the 3 universal civilizations. This meant that after this incident, his words would carry weight even in the Federation and the Church. At the same time, the EXP bonus he received increased once again. Han Xiao glanced at the Intelligent Plague, Disaster Simulation, dungeon. This was a special type of dungeon. It no longer worked through intercepting a part of this incident but through selecting a certain area, and the dungeon would simulate what happened in this area during the Intelligent Plague outbreak. The difficulty depended on the area. For example, if the selected area was the Black Star Army headquarters, the difficulty would almost be impossible. If the area was a normal colonial planet of a normal star system civilization, the difficulty would be around Grade B or Grade C. If the area was a sealed battleship, it might turn into a horror movie. This dungeon should have a good market, especially for the mechanics. Han Xiao saw quite a good business future. Also, the large amount of EXP awarded to him filled up his empty wallet, and the total 65,000 contribution points for the 3 universal civilizations could not only be used to exchange for ultimate knowledges but also gold blueprints. The 3 universal civilizations had already opened this option up to him. Speaking of gold blueprints, Han Xiao suddenly thought of the Holy Accord and the Federation. These 2 were making deals with him, but it was put aside temporarily because the Intelligent Plague suddenly erupted. There was no need to worry about the Federation. They definitely would not forget about it. What he was mainly concerned about was the Holy Accord organization. The date they previously agreed on was voided, and Oathkeeper did not leave any means of contact, so he could only wait for Oathkeeper to come looking for him. After going through the rewards, Han Xiao closed the interface and contacted the headquarters. The fleet had already left the ancient star desert and could now communicate with the outside world freely. He had been out for a few months, so he wanted to know what was going on in the army. The communication got picked up very soon. Sylvia's projection appeared before him, wearing exquisite makeup on her elegant face and a simple work uniform that highlighted her exceptional curves. She seemed to be in the middle of a meeting, and she was surprised to see Han Xiao. "Teacher, you finally got released?" Yeah." Han Xiao gave her a weird expression. "Why did you say it in a way that sounds like I just got out of prison? I've seen the news. The decision you made was marvelous." Sylvia praised him. "The entire army is now praising your virtue, and the army is more united than ever. The director from that time wants to sign the contract for 5 more follow-up movies. Since you're not here, I didn't reply to him. Tell him yes, and Faiden will still be the lead, so he has something to do." Han Xiao waved his hand. Suddenly, he realized that Sylvia was wearing a pair of frameless spectacles, adding a well-educated lady vibe to her. So he asked, "Why are you wearing spectacles?" Sylvia blushed a little. She took off the spectacles and showed them to him. On the inside of the glass was a single-sided screen. "Embarrassed," she said. "Meetings are sometimes boring, so I use these to watch shows. Have you gotten close with Loggy recently?" "Nonsense. I hate him the most." Sylvia firmly denied it. Han Xiao did not want to make a fuss about his subordinates slacking at work, so he changed the topic and asked, "By the way, how's the Black Star Cup going?" "Well, due to the impact of the Intelligent Plague, the audience rating of the Black Star Cup decreased somewhat, but it's maintained its popularity. At this point of time, most of the secondary competitions are already finished. The Army's elites in various areas have already been selected. The card players don't count. Sylvia paused momentarily. Currently, only the finals of a few important items are left. They're the battles of the various grades. Han Xiao listened to Sylvia's report while nodding and saying, "Not bad. Not bad." He did not have many forms of entertainment in the ancient Star Desert, so he was looking at the forums every day and paying attention to the Black Star Cup. As the competition carried on, the only ones left were the elites of elites. The players had made a name for themselves among the NPCs, so they felt a strong sense of achievement and became very passionate about the event. The popularity of Black Star Cup remained high and comparable to the official Pro League. Him not being present did not impact the Black Star Cup at all, only causing disappointment to some people who wanted to produce his character summon card when facing crucial matches. "Teacher, the closing ceremony of the Black Star Cup needs you to make a speech. Don't forget. Will you make it back in time?" Definitely." Han Xiao then changed the topic and asked, "Has anything major happened in the army recently? How's the situation in the flickering world? There are more and more people entering the new star field. The explored area of the free competition zone has already extended to the center of the various star clusters, and the territory of the Superstar Cluster Alliance has been increasing. Other than that, there are no other changes. Deputy Army Commander Gila is also slowly exploring with the fleet. By the way, she took leave some time ago, saying she had to go to the secondary dimensions, and told me to inform you." "Got it." Han Xiao nodded. Ever since Gila inherited the underworld dimension, she had been going there every few days. Now that a few months had passed, the underworld dimension had probably stabilized. He wondered if Gila was sucked dry. Fruobnovel.com. As Gila was brought up, Han Xiao was reminded of another matter. "How's the Holy Light Emissary plan going?" "Rec. Very smoothly. Other than recruiting ordinary people, we've also recruited many people to cultivate the Holy Light seeds and let Aurora harvest them after the seeds mature. These people have already signed contracts before starting work, so there won't be any problems." "Very good. Increase the number of cultivators as much as possible," Han Xiao said. He was hoping Aurora could grow fast by harvesting leeks, so of course the bigger the leek field, the better. Then he paused and said, "I've made a huge contribution this time. The 3 universal civilizations have decided to work with me and provide heavy support in multiple major star fields." Han Xiao explained the details of the support the 3 universal civilizations were about to provide, and Sylvia soon turned moody. "So, my workload has increased again? TSK. Buddy, your resolve isn't strong enough." Han Xiao criticized her with a serious tone. "You need to have a more positive mindset. Having a wider work scope and heavier workload means you now have more power in your hands. Right? As if I'd believe you." Sylvia chuckled with absolutely zero emotion. Hearing her laughter, Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. "Just look at how happy she is. Her face is basically covered with joy." He then glanced at Sylvia's hairline and was relieved. After his many years of experience, the hairline of his subordinates was equivalent to their durability. It looked like this student of his could still last quite a long time. The two of them chattered for a while, and Sylvia suddenly thought of something. "By the way, yesterday, there was a political talk show that wanted to invite you as their guest to discuss this intelligent plague incident. Do you want to go?" "What show?" "That Ruden's show that's quite popular." No. Han Xiao waved his hand. With the 3 universal civilizations helping him to promote himself, he did not have to do it personally. Keeping a certain amount of mystery and distance would be more beneficial for his reputation. "All right, I'll refuse him then." Han Xiao gave Sylvia a few words before hanging up. The intelligent plague was a sudden incident. Without it, the 3 universal civilizations would definitely be preparing to deal with the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Now this had been postponed. The intelligent plague had given the Superstar Cluster Alliance time to catch their breath. After the 3 universal civilizations were done with the intelligent plague completely, they would then start fighting with the Superstar Cluster Alliance like they did in his previous life. This time, the Superstar Cluster Alliance was more prepared, so the fight would definitely be more intense. The results of that would decide the path the universe took. As a semi-independent force, his fight with the Mechanic Emperor in the Development Union would definitely be dragged into this storm too. He had to prepare early. Who? While he was thinking about this matter, the sound of the air moving abnormally suddenly appeared beside him. Han Xiao looked up and saw clusters of black flames appearing out of nowhere, forming a man wearing a black coat whose face could not be seen clearly, which suddenly appeared before him. It was indeed the Holy Accord's Oathkeeper's spiritual projection. Han Xiao looked around and saw that all the crew in the bridge command room, including Harrison, did not react to Oathkeeper at all, as if they could not see him. "We meet again, Black Star," Oathkeeper said. His voice sounded right in Han Xiao's mind. They had formed a mind link. "You're on time, coming here right after I've left the ancient star desert." Han Xiao caressed his chin and asked through the mind link, "Speaking of which, why can you use your spiritual projection on me directly? Do you know my whereabouts?" "This is the specialty of my Esper ability," Oathkeeper said slowly. "There are no two exactly the same souls in the world, especially strong individuals. Souls are very easy to identify. As long as I record the characteristics of your soul, I can trace the target in a higher dimension and use spiritual projection on you right away. Of course, it's only limited to that. I can't figure out where the target is in the real world." Han Xiao was not surprised. The Beyond Grade, a leader of a mysterious organization that had stayed hidden for so many years, definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. "You contacted me to continue our trade previously, right? Trading a part of 2 primal Esper abilities and 2 universal treasure blueprints for a part of the holy light particle." "That's right," Oathkeeper replied with a deep voice. Due to the intelligent plague, the deal was postponed for a few months, which he was actually happy about. He had used these few months to focus on finding the spy in the Holy Accord. Sadly, the act of looking for a spy made everyone in the organization uneasy and worried, but he did not even find the slightest trace of a spy. It was either that the spy hid too well, or Black Star's information did not come from a spy. Day by day, Oathkeeper became more suspicious about whether a spy really existed. Hence, he temporarily stopped the investigation. "Then let's decide on another date." Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked casually, "By the way, you guys have a long history, so you should know about a lot of secret information, right?" "Depends. Then, have you guys heard about the Sanctum?" Oathkeeper was totally unprepared and was startled by this question. His mind was filled with shock. "This is a test, right? This must be a test. Didn't you say you don't know our purpose the last time? Liar." His initially shaken resolve became extremely firm once again. "There's definitely a spy. Find him. Find him no matter what." Chapter 11:25 Information about the Sanctum. Chapter 11:25 Information about the Sanctum. Oathkeeper tried his best to suppress the shock in his mind and keep his mind frequency stable, so Han Xiao would not find out he panicked. He observed Han Xiao's expression and mind frequency, but he could not see any mockery from him, only curiosity. Did Black Star ask about the Sanctum because he knew the Holy Accord's plans? Or did he hear about this name somewhere else? There were not that many people who knew about the Sanctum throughout the entire universe. Oathkeeper's emotions were like a tiny boat in the raging sea. He maintained his cool as much as possible. He acted casual and asked, "Where did you hear about the Sanctum?" "Someone told me." Han Xiao casually lied no way he was going to tell the truth. "Who?" Oathkeeper continued asking. "There are very, very few people in the entire universe that know about the existence of the Sanctum. Even advanced civilizations might not." Since Black Star had mentioned the name Sanctum, Oathkeeper knew that Black Star definitely had some kind of knowledge about it. If he acted like he did not know about the Sanctum, he might lose out on the opportunity of finding out how much Han Xiao actually knew. "Well, if I say it's intuition, will you believe me?" Han Xiao had no choice but to use the jack of all trades of excuses. Although it was not very convincing, he did not plan to convince Oathkeeper anyway. However, to his surprise, Oathkeeper nodded softly and did not continue asking any more questions. It was as if this was the right answer. Oathkeeper then said, "This is indeed a simple way of sensing the Sanctum, but it's not within one's control and it's very blurry. Only individuals who reached a certain level in the hierarchy of life can maybe, somehow, possibly build an extremely weak link with the Sanctum, occasionally witnessing its blurry outline when connected with the universe. However, your senses are countless dimensions apart from it, and you will never come into contact with it. The most you'll experience will only be mumbling beside your ears in the ancient language. Han Xiao was stunned. Excuse me, what's going on, buddy? What's with this theology explanation? Hearing what Oathkeeper was saying, Han Xiao did not know if he should believe him. He really did have no idea of what the sanctum was, and he had only brought it up today with the attitude of trying his luck. However, it looked like the Holy Accord really did know about the sanctum. Stop the nonsense. Can you say something that I can understand? Han Xiao could not take it anymore and interrupted. Oathkeeper went silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating over whether he should expose any information. After contemplating, he decided that sharing some basic information would not hurt, so he slowly said, "The sanctum is an ancient existence. No one knows when it appeared. It might be even more ancient than the three universal civilizations. One can only sense or even come into contact with it during special timings using specific methods." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had finally met someone who knew anything about the sanctum, so he was not going to give up the opportunity. Then what is the sanctum? Where is it? Hearing this, Oathkeeper looked at Han Xiao with a strange expression. Seeing that Han Xiao did not look like he was faking it, he asked, "You don't know? Why would I ask you if I did?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. What he knew about the Holy Accord was limited only to the surface. He really did not know about the Holy Accord and the sanctum's connection. Therefore, he had no idea that he coincidentally asked the right question and horrified Oathkeeper. Hearing this, Oathkeeper finally was relieved and glad. It seems like Black Star really doesn't know about our plan. Did I misunderstand? Could there be no spies and Black Star got the information from somewhere else? While thinking that, Oathkeeper continued speaking. The sanctum is not in the material world, nor is it in the secondary dimensions. In fact, it does not have a geographical location. I don't know how to define the sanctum either, but I think it's more like a phenomenon. A phenomenon? Han Xiao asked curiously. Yes, a phenomenon. Han Xiao waited for Oathkeeper to carry on, but Oathkeeper had no intention to. The two of them looked at each other, and the conversation got cut off. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew that Oathkeeper was not willing to continue on this topic, so he changed the question and asked, "So, what's inside the sanctum?" The two of them continued to look at each other. "How many sanctums are there in total?" This time, Oathkeeper replied, 6. Han Xiao was a little stunned. This answer was not what he expected. He asked a few more questions such as how to find the sanctums, how to open the sanctums, and so on. Without exception, Oathkeeper said nothing about any of that. This guy definitely knows more, but he's just not willing to share any key information. Hence, the sanctums are definitely something very important, although I still don't know what their uses are. This thought flashed past his mind. Seeing that he could not obtain any more information from Oathkeeper, Han Xiao ended the sanctum topic and went back to their deal. They decided on a new date, location, and method of the deal and agreed on it. Having achieved what he had come for, Oathkeeper's silhouette exploded, turned into flowers of black flame, and dissipated. Han Xiao sensed around, made sure that Oathkeeper had left, then caressed his chin and started pondering. The Holy Accord organization seems to know about a lot of secrets. I might have to think of a way to get more information from them. The only way of contacting them now is when Oathkeeper contacts me, so I'm a little passive in this respect. During the deal, I can try tracing their emissary. By the way, there are 6 sanctums? Han Xiao was confused. This was different from what he had guessed. He originally thought there were only 5 sanctums. Why 6? However, Oathkeeper was very ambiguous on this matter and was not willing to share any more information. He had an idea. After the deal is done, I can consider bringing up their intention to revive the primordial ones. Maybe I can use that in exchange for information about the sanctums, counting it as the price for keeping my mouth shut. Inside the secret temple in the Holy Accord organization base, Oathkeeper, who was floating in midair with his legs crossed, deactivated his spiritual projection. The clusters of flames floating around him went back into his body. How did it go? Law and Fei were waiting below and looking up at their boss. Black Star was friendly. The deal has been re-established, Oathkeeper said slowly. Prepare our chips. The method of the deal remains the same as planned, so we won't be tracked by Black Star. Understood. The two of them nodded. Oathkeeper nodded and said with a tone that was a little grave but had some anticipation in it, due to the information state disturbance Destiny's Child talked about. The promised day has been brought forward. After we acquire the holy light particle, we'll prepare to activate the third sanctum and the awakening ceremony. Thousand Shadows' Esper ability is the foundation of the fusion. We have no time to wait for him to completely transform, so we'll have to start finishing it. While speaking, Oathkeeper's eyes looked like they were staring deep into the universe. It's time to fulfill my promise and welcome the return of history. The spy. The two of them brought the matter up at possibly the worst timing. Oathkeeper's emotions were interrupted. He ground his teeth and said with frustration, "Humph, stop looking for one. I might have been mistaken." In the underworld dimension, the shattered black floating islands had assembled together into a black land. It looked like a flowing desert, sometimes with tall mountains, sometimes with deep cliffs. This terrain kept changing. In the sky, heavy black clouds covered the sky, some darker and some lighter. A pale white sphere of light floated in the middle of the sky like a moon. Its gently silver light penetrated the clouds, illuminating the land. The atmosphere was calm and peaceful. More than half a year had passed since Gila started to refill the dimension's core energy. The broken space walls there were already repaired, and the chaotic space streams were blocked out. It was no longer in a horrible and heavily damaged state. This was what the underworld dimension should really look like. At the heart of the underworld was a red lake. There was no wind, only high tides. When looking at it more closely, this was made of highly condensed and almost liquid-formed energy. It was indeed Gila's death energy. At this time, the piercing bright red had tints of faint black. This came from the underworld and was applied on Gila through the mark of the underworld. Her connection with the underworld enhanced the strength of her Esper ability tremendously. This was the inheritance of the former death energy Esper, which was given to Gila and made her much stronger. Above the bright red lake, Gila was floating in midair with her legs crossed. She was surrounded by faint red energy. Her eyes were closed tight, and her eyelashes were shaking. She was releasing her energy and giving it to the underworld. At this time, Onisulu appeared beside Gila. "Your connection with me is stronger." Gila opened her eyes and said with an expressionless face, "How much have you recovered after absorbing my energy for a few months?" "About 3%, more than enough to fight against the chaotic space streams of the secondary dimensions." "So little?" Gila frowned. After all, the energy of the underworld comes from two Esper abilities. If the vital energy Esper reaches beyond grade A and feeds the underworld energy together with you, it will cause resonance and increase the speed of the underworld's recovery tremendously. "You're the only one now, so of course, it won't be as efficient," Onisulu said with a smile. "I see." Gila suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, since the underworld is stable now, can the souls of the hero spirits be released?" "Well, they can be, but it's too early, so I don't suggest you do that." Onisulu shook her head. "This is the graveyard of hero spirits. There are a lot of souls here. Their activities will consume the energy of the underworld. The stronger the hero spirits were when they were alive, the more energy they will consume, which will decrease the speed of the underworld's recovery even further. Before the underworld recovers to 30% and the stable way of putting them to sleep is recovered, it's best to keep them sleeping." "So, you're saying there's not enough power output now?" "You can say that." Gila sighed. Although the underworld was powerful, there was a long way to go till it reached its peak, so it would take a very long time before she could summon hero spirit warriors like the founders. This time, Gila suddenly got curious and asked, "Speaking of which, the underworld can let the souls of the past temporarily awaken and let them come to this world again. So are there any other ways to let dead people appear in this world again?" Hearing this, Onisulu searched her memories for a while, then said with uncertainty, "When Nurkis and Eros, the two old masters, were still alive, I seem to recall hearing them speak about a special phenomenon related to the dead reviving." "Really? What's that?" Gila asked. "It's something called the Sanctum, I think." The two masters had an argument because of it once, and they hardly brought it up after that. It seems like someone invited them on a mission related to the sanctum. I don't know the details, but they rejected it. So what is the sanctum? Is it similar to the underworld? No idea. I don't know much about it. I only overheard their conversation. However, from what I've heard, the sanctum is very powerful, and reviving the dead is only one of its functions. Onisulu shook her head. I see. Hila shook her head. She was only casually asking, so she was not too concerned. However, Onisulu thought about it for a while and said, if you're very curious, there are some hero spirits of primordial ones in the underworld. They might know something. However, if you wake them up, you won't be able to force them to go back to sleep. Never mind then. I'll think about it when they can go back to sleep after being woken up. There's no hurry. Hila shook her head. She memorized the information about the sanctum and planned to share it with Black Star to discuss it. Chapter 1126 Stewart's Peace Prize. Chapter 1126 Stewart's Peace Prize. The three universal civilizations' official announcement quickly spread across all the star fields and resolved the panic and unease of the galactic society brought by the intelligent plague. Although most civilizations and races were displeased with how the three universal civilizations did some things, they still had strong trust in the three universal civilizations when it came to matters that involved the safety of the entire explored universe. They could always make people feel assured. Before the impact of the announcement was gone, the three universal civilizations officially opened up the ancient star desert in less than a month, connecting the star field with the galactic society once again. The first-generation virtual mutiny virus was mostly wiped out. The three universal civilizations installed special firewalls in various star fields. Without the virus core, these viruses could no longer cause a problem. They would completely disappear with time, so the threat was already defused. Word from the ancient star desert got out along with it, revealing many more details than in the three universal civilizations announcement. The passion and interest of the galactic residents rose once again. Han Xiao paid attention to the public opinion of the Galactic Society on the way back. It was almost all compliments of the three universal civilizations and the beyond grade A mechanics with him at the top of it, mixed with criticism of Mechanic Emperor Manison and complaints about the order of the area. During the intelligent plague, the various star fields were not peaceful. Most problems were caused by local rebellious forces attempting to incite panic, but were all stopped by merciless methods. As for those mercenaries who tried to smuggle the virus out of the ancient star desert, most of them entered the prisons of the three universal civilizations, while the rest all became wanted criminals. Public opinion was going in an excellent direction. There were not many negative opinions, or the negative opinions were censored. Like sharks that smelled blood, the galactic media groups of the various areas swarmed to the ancient star desert and visited the various planets, digging for more detailed information about what happened during the pandemic. In a short time, they produced a large number of themed shows to compete for attention, which was approved by the three universal civilizations behind the curtains. Their power came from obedience. The three universal civilizations had just done something great and heroic. This was the time the media's compliments and discussions were needed, so that their positions as the rulers would be firmer and receive more recognition. The Black Star Army fleet carrying Han Xiao and the others had only arrived at the Shattered Star Ring through the dynasty's military stargates, when the dynasty sent someone to contact Han Xiao right away. An award ceremony? Han Xiao heard this from the dynasty's exploration marshal, Tarakov. That's right. Led by the three universal civilizations, the explored universe has once again defused a universal disaster. This will undoubtedly be written in the history books. As for the heroes who aided in defusing the disaster, we'll be hosting a large-scale award ceremony to emphasize what they've done and reward them. Of course, you're on the invitation list. Han Xiao was not unfamiliar with this. Although he felt this was a rather formal event, he knew that events like this had to be held. Okay, where will the award ceremony be held? When? I'm not going to have to make a trip to the central galaxy, am I? I've only just returned to my headquarters. The three universal civilizations will be hosting the award ceremony together, so to keep up with the times and make it more convenient for all the beyond grade as to attend, it's been decided that it'll be held in the new star field, the Flickering World. The date is in 3 months, so there's plenty of time. Convenient, indeed. Han Xiao nodded. Suddenly, he kept his voice down and asked with a mysterious tone, "Tell me, have you guys finished preparing to target the Superstar Cluster Alliance? When are you guys going to do it?" "I don't think this is a suitable time to talk about that," Tarakov coughed. He also kept his voice down and said, "Anyway, the three universal civilizations will only consider redistributing the Superstar Cluster Alliance's territories after the fourth phase of the Free Competition Zone's exploration finishes. Not taking them back but sharing them with free organizations and other civilizations. Maybe an excuse similar to the new star field anti-monopolization exploration regulations will be made as the reason." Pot calling the kettle black. Han Xiao curled his lips. This was what happened in his previous life, so he was not surprised. "Speaking of which, before you opened up the ancient star desert, did you guys do anything to the superstar cluster civilizations there?" "We really didn't this time, and you understand why. However, although we did not make an attempt on them, we left a lot of eyes and ears behind, closely monitoring the whereabouts of the military and resources of civilizations like the Star Arc civilization, all to prepare for the conflict that might occur soon," Tarakov explained. "Tisk, evil," Han Xiao joked. "You're one to talk." Tarakov rolled his eyes. "Don't think I don't know. I heard quite a lot of rumors from the intelligence department that you left quite a lot of things in the ancient star desert's black market. You and I both." Han Xiao did not mind. The two of them were already old friends who had known each other for many years. They joked around for a while and prepared to end the communication. This time, Tarakov suddenly thought of something and said, "If you have the time, you can go and watch this show. My colleagues in the Public Opinion Management Department seem to have sent some of your information over." After the call ended, Han Xiao received a link from Tarakov. An episode of a political talk show appeared on the virtual screen. It seemed quite recent. This was a show similar to Rudin's show, but it was more authentic and official. It was called Focus Talk, targeted at people with higher positions in society. This episode was about the intelligent plague. It analyzed the impact the intelligent plague had on the ancient star desert. Han Xiao fast-forwarded for a while and finally saw his name. A well-dressed Godaran was speaking fluently on the show. The subtitles below said this was an advanced researcher of galactic society. A scholar. Before Black Star left planet Aquamarine, the Godaran civilization had already heard of him. With our very own eyes, we saw this powerful neighbor, the Black Star Army, rise step by step. We even fought alongside them. The Black Star Army has gotten past the growing stage, and it's not difficult to notice they're trying hard to take on more responsibility in society from the recent Black Star Cup, the Holy Light Emissary Project, and the Intelligent Plague. Although Black Star is a universe-level warlord, his principles are different from the others. Currently, he controls a large number of resources, and instead of simply keeping all of them to himself, he seems more passionate about using these resources to maintain and improve the environment of the universe. The other beyond grade A warlords make us feel afraid and fearful, but toward Black Star we mostly feel admiration and reverence. He gives us a completely different image, reducing the instinctive fear the galactic residents have toward those strongest individuals in the universe. Perhaps this is the source of his extraordinary affinity. While Han Xiao was enjoying his compliments, the images changed, and his deeds flashed past the screen one after another, accompanied by a serious narrator summarizing the events. It sounded quite like an official news segment. Very soon, the recent events were brought up. This show was able to get their hands on the exclusive first-hand video footage of the confrontation on planet Magnetic Cloud and played it to the entire universe. So, this was the promotional material the Dynasty sent. The video captured him fighting Manison in a third-person view. He heard himself saying that sentence again, and it got a close-up. This universe has an end no matter how enormous it is, but ambition has no limits. Han Xiao stared at the screen and smirked. He had to admit that, at this instant, he looked very handsome in the video. The Dynasty probably sent this video out because they felt that this scene was beneficial to improving his public image. The next moment, the narration ended, and the scene changed to a grand office. The interviewer changed into someone very famous too. The subtitles showed that this person was the president of the Stewards Committee. Kraber Peturius, a tenured professor of the Federation of Light's Advanced Supreme Science and Technology Institute, principal of the Truth Academy, winner of Stars and Heller's Eye medals. There were so many titles that the subtitles had to keep rolling down to display all of them. The Stewards Committee was not some little organization but had an extremely long history and superior position. Its founder was the founder of the energy rank theory, Professor Stuart Ona, traditionally known as the Father of Supers. In his late years, he founded an award under his name. It was used to reward professionals who had made a huge achievement in various areas. The committee was the organization that managed and assessed the award. It was similar to the Nobel Prize in Han Xiao's past life, but this was even more impressive and had been going on for thousands of years. Every year, the three universal civilizations and the advanced civilizations would provide sponsorships. The Stewards Award maintained absolutely neutral. The assessment of their award was affected by any political or economic factors. The award was given out once every 3 years. It could not really be considered the most anticipated event, but it was very prestigious. Crabber stroked his neatly combed gray braided beard, smiled at the camera, and said, "Black Star is an extremely powerful individual, as well as a respectable scientist. Not mentioning his capabilities, I also respect his philosophy. I'm a scientist too, and I know very well of the overflowing desire and curiosity we scientists have about the unknown. No one knows better than me how much perseverance it takes to personally destroy unknown technology. I admire Black Star, and I believe he deserves to be the first shared special safety consultant of the three universal civilizations more than anyone. I can let you guys know a little bit of information from behind the curtains. The Stewards Committee has already received a lot of members' nominations for Black Star's Peace Prize. As a nominee of this year's Stewards Peace Prize, Black Star has received a lot of support. From my personal perspective, I have high hopes for him. He's made a huge contribution to the universe." Crabber did not hide his admiration for Han Xiao at all. At the end of the interview, he made a brief summary. In the future, when we look back and study this history, we might see the choice Black Star made today as the turning point of this era. He might have affected the path of the entire world. Han Xiao let out a deep breath. He had heard of the Stewards Award, but something so high-class, of course, had nothing to do with the players in his previous life. If I win the Stewards Peace Prize of this year, it'll probably be another universe legendary point. The dynasty really isn't holding back on promoting me. Han Xiao chuckled in his mind. He was very satisfied with how the three universal civilizations promoted him. With so many honors gifted to him, they could be seen as a defensive aura that could deflect damage. If anyone attacked him, that person would certainly become a public enemy and lose a lot of reputation. Even if the Federation and the Church wanted to do something to him again, they would have to first dirty his image. Otherwise, even they would have to think twice about if the reputation drop was worth it. Frubnov.com. Beep beep. At this time, he received a communication request. Han Xiao looked at it, and to his surprise, it was a call from Ames. As he picked it up, the projection of the beautiful Ames, who was wearing a black dress, appeared before him. Her arms were crossed, and her lips were slightly lifted. "I saw the video. You copied me." "Haha. Just suddenly thought of it. Looks like you paid attention to what I said." Ames narrowed her eyes with overflowing happiness in them. Clearly, she was in a very good mood. "I remember most of the things you said. You really are getting better at talking." Ames then chuckled softly and said, "I'm not doing anything at home. Have time to visit me? Missed me? Are you coming or not?" Ames slightly raised her brows. "You've already invited me. How can I possibly not go? Wait for me to arrange my schedule. It's on the way too." "I'll wait for you at home." Ames stepped forward and raised her hand to touch Han Xiao's cheeks. Sadly, it was just a projection. She then smiled and ended the communication as her projection disappeared. Han Xiao touched his face and shook his head with a smile. "It's not good to go empty-handed. I should take some gifts." It just so happened that the three universal civilizations had opened up more resources to him, so he could acquire an Esper ultimate knowledge and give it to Ames. He could then give it to Gila afterward too, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Also, he had something he had to ask Aesop too. Maybe that knowledgeable old man knew something about the Sanctum, Holy Accord, Oathkeeper, or Manison. Furthermore, Han Xiao had a feeling. He felt that if he went to see Ames now, he might receive something surprising. While thinking of that, Han Xiao looked outside the window, and Harrison just happened to walk by. Chapter 11:27 Prophecy. Chapter 11:27 Prophecy. Dark blue tail flames extended from the deep cosmic space and brought light to the dark universe. The trail stopped at the dock of the floating Dragon Island, which was orbiting planet Aquamarine. Although they had a lazy leader, Floating Dragon still expanded to having 5 islands and close to 100 million residents. Most came from planet Aquamarine. Staying on planet Aquamarine's surface meant they had to be ruled by the Aquamarine Federation, but Floating Dragon was a neutral island with no regime, so it was freer. Plus, they could experience galactic society while still being close to their home, so it was a good holiday destination, which was why the tourism industry of Floating Dragon was booming. The Black Star Army fleet parked on the main dock and immediately attracted the attention of countless people. When Han Xiao walked out from the cabin with a group of subordinates in the Black Star Army uniform, people instantly swarmed over with excitement. "It really is Black Star. You make us proud. Can you give me an autograph? My grandfather loves you." Han Xiao was surrounded by the crowd and could hardly move. Hearing the noisy yells and feeling the passion from everyone, Han Xiao used his classic smile, which was quite effective and made the crowd even more thrilled. Most of the people there were born on planet Aquamarine. They were taught about Black Star from a young age and were almost all admirers of Black Star. Lately, due to the 3 Universal Civilizations promotion, his reputation had become extremely positive. He was almost worshipped by planet Aquamarine's people as an almighty god. This time, the Floating Dragon soldiers who had been waiting for quite some time walked over, split up the crowd, and opened a path. Jenny approached with an expressionless face. She then said in a tone that completely lacked any emotion or sincerity, "Welcome to Floating Dragon, Your Excellency Black Star." "You don't sound like I'm that welcomed," Han Xiao joked. "No, I'm thrilled." With her eyes opened wide, she moved aside and made a pleased gesture. "Follow me." The 2 of them left with their subordinates, leaving the crowd on the dock watching them disappear in their sights. Quite a number of people shot knowing looks at each other. Gossip about Black Star and Ames had been passing around in the Shattered Star Ring for decades, and that was even more so on planet Aquamarine. Almost everyone knew about it. There was a reason it started in the first place. Black Star frequently visited Floating Dragon, and Dragon Emperor moved her base to Black Star's home planet. If someone were to say there was nothing between the 2 of them, not a single person from planet Aquamarine would believe it. Han Xiao and Jenny walked at the front and led the others through one street after another, receiving thrilled looks from countless passersby and chatting here and there. Han Xiao glanced at her. "You seem to be in a good mood today. Why do you say so?" Jenny wondered. "Your attitude to me isn't as bad as before." "Humph." Jenny snorted softly. "If you liked it, I can go back to that." She had never liked Black Star, partly because he gave her tons of work and partly because of Ames. However, after watching the recent news, although Jenny never mentioned it, she actually did admire Black Star somewhat. If she continued to be so cold to Black Star, she would not feel good about it. "Tisk." Han Xiao shook his head. "I liked you more when you were defiant." Jenny secretly rolled her eyes and did not bother responding to Han Xiao. At this time, they arrived at a junction and heard the sound of dense footsteps, as well as the clear and loud sound of metal rubbing against metal. They looked over and saw a group of Floating Dragon warriors in dark gold heavy armor, pushing several creatures from different races that had their heads covered in black cloth. They hastily passed by on the street not far away from them. The pedestrians around quickly stepped out of their way like they were horrified. These warriors were covered by armor from head to toe, including their faces. They gave off a cold-blooded, merciless vibe while walking. There were 2 symbols on their chest armor. One was Floating Dragon's symbol, and the other was a symbol Han Xiao had never seen before. "Who are those people? I don't recall seeing them the last time I was here." Han Xiao was curious. "They're the Hunters. They recently split from Wilsonder's law enforcement team and became an independent division," Jenny explained briefly. Harrison saw that the creatures that were being escorted had dried blood marks on their clothes. So he asked, "What are they going to do to those people?" As soon as he asked that, Han Xiao and Jenny both turned and glanced at him with a strange expression. What? Harrison was a little terrified and nervous from being looked at by the two of them. Jenny did not bother about him but looked at Han Xiao. Black Star, where did you get this newbie from again? He doesn't seem to know when to speak. Don't say that. Harrison is a great kid. He's helped me a lot. Han Xiao did not mind it and smiled. I like it when you're being mean. It just feels right. Humph. Jenny sized Harrison up, waved her hand, and said, since you're so curious, why don't we go and take a look? It's not that far anyway. Can we? Harrison looked at Han Xiao. Go take a look then. Han Xiao nodded. Although he was Harrison's boss now, he would still try to satisfy the tiny requests of someone with advanced luck glow. The group of them followed after the hunters and came to the edge of Floating Dragon Island. The translucent light gold protective shield separated them from the vacuum of space right outside. A large crowd had already formed around, but the hunters did not mind it at all. They did not chase the bystanders away and focused on their tasks. They lined up the people blinded by black cloth in a row and made them kneel down. They then opened up a small part of the light gold protective shield. As an opening was created on the gold shield, the group of people who had no armor got sucked out instantly. They were exposed to the cosmic space and started to struggle in agony, like fish jumping around on the cutting board. Very soon, these people struggled less and less. A layer of white snow appeared on all of them, and their bodily functions were destroyed by the vacuum. Their faces were hidden under the black cloth, or their twisted facial expressions would have shown as well. The next moment, the hunters raised the firearms in their hands and fired simultaneously. Green beams shot out from their guns, shattering those people who were about to turn into ice sculptures into pieces that drifted out into cosmic space. Is this an execution? Harrison opened his eyes wide. What crime did they commit? Isn't this too cruel? Although he had never come to the Shattered Star Ring, he did some slight research about Floating Dragon when he heard their schedule had changed. As the Black Star Army's galactic pirate Happy Little House was too famous, the galactic pirates in the Shattered Star Ring all transferred their business elsewhere. Floating Dragon, too, stopped letting galactic pirates in. This place had become an orderly, safe, and free city. He had expected the atmosphere in Floating Dragon to be very positive, but to his surprise, Floating Dragon shockingly carried out death sentences right before countless spectators. This was not something that would happen in an orderly city at all. Furthermore, open execution was a special trait of places that were ruled by terror. He did not expect to see something so violent here at all. Cruel? Look around you, Jenny said with a displeased tone. Which one of them thinks it's cruel? Harrison turned and looked around. To his absolute shock, all the people around looked happy, and some were even clapping. Jenny looked at Han Xiao and snorted. One's enemies increase with one's fame. In recent years, there have been multiple infiltration cases on planet Aquamarine. These culprits are spies and rebels of different organizations. They have advanced technology, and their goal is to infiltrate planet Aquamarine through messing up your mother planet, causing damage to you. Some had their eyes on Floating Dragon and attempted to build secret strongholds here or make use of the geographical location of Floating Dragon to launch destructive weapons at planet Aquamarine. Hence, we formed the Hunters who exclusively clear out these spies. Black Star, we've helped you block quite a lot of pressure. Hearing this, Harrison finally understood. Most people around were from planet Aquamarine. No wonder they were so glad. These people were criminals who were planning to attack their mother planet, so not only was publicly executing them not cruel but even beneficial to making the people feel assured. Thanks. Han Xiao smiled. Ames had moved Floating Dragon there because she wanted to help him stop these evil people. Just a thanks. Han Xiao thought for a moment and said, I'll bring you some special magic potions that stimulate hair growth for you next time as a present then. Go find Ames yourself. Jenny's face turned green. She suppressed her impulse of yelling at Han Xiao right on the spot and left straight away. Seeing this, confused, Harrison mumbled on the side, Your Excellency Black Star, you stand at the top of the universe. Why is this woman so disrespectful toward you? I've known her for decades, and we've always been like this. There's no point making the difference in positions so clear between friends. Han Xiao waved. I see, you're really generous. Harrison praised Han Xiao subtly and asked, what's her name then? You don't know? Jenny is the chief administrator of Floating Dragon. She's the Dragon Emperor's sister and good friend. You should know that from your internet research. I didn't go to so much detail. But I see her name is Jenny. I think she's quite pretty. When did you go blind? Han Xiao suddenly stopped in place, sized him up, and said with a surprised tone, have you fallen in love with her? Harrison slightly blushed and reluctantly said, I wouldn't call it love. I've only met her once, after all. Oh, got it, you lust for her body. Harrison was speechless and did not know what to say. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He did not know much about Jenny's private life in his previous life, but he knew that Harrison remained single all the way till he sacrificed himself during the World Tree Civilization War. Although Jenny might be more than 100 years older than Harrison, she maintained herself very well and looked like she was just 30. Furthermore, age was just a number. Love was what mattered. This was a win-win. This might work out. Having thought of that, Han Xiao patted Harrison's shoulder and giggled. Go for it if you like her. I'll be your shield. Quickly conquer her and adjust her personality. I don't mind her personality because we're old friends. But with the way she is, she'll definitely get beaten up often if she ever goes out. Harrison blushed even more. What should I do? I have no experience. You're the second-generation owner of a big financial group. But you have never been in a relationship. I liked reading books more back then. Shameful. Han Xiao was hurt. You've wasted being born with a silver spoon. While the two of them chatted about nonsense, they arrived before Ames' palace. Han Xiao told Harrison and the rest of his subordinates to wait at the stronghold while he tidied up his clothes and stepped into Ames' palace. He walked all the way to the garden filled with rare greenery. Ames was lying sideways on the long bed in the middle of the garden. Her black dress looked like a blossoming black flower. She was using her force field to play with the revive token that Gila had given to her by making it fly around the garden. The table beside her was filled with food and drinks. Hearing footsteps, Ames retrieved the coin, turned to look at Han Xiao, smiled, and patted on the mattress. You're here. Quick, come and sit. I've waited a long time for you. Han Xiao walked forward, grabbed a crystal blue wine glass on the way that was filled with wine, sat at the edge of the mattress, and took a sip. Old man Aesop made this again? As soon as he said that, he felt a pair of white arms above his shoulders. Ames placed her chin on his shoulders from behind and asked curiously, what did you do in the ancient star desert? The news has little detail. I want to hear it from you. Han Xiao was not surprised by her intimate actions. During the trip to the secondary dimensions, the two of them had spent months with each other alone. Their relationship had become much closer. Although Ames hated to have any physical contact with others, he was an exception. Forget that for now. I've brought you a present. Han Xiao snapped his fingers. A virtual screen popped up and displayed a list of the Esper-class ultimate knowledges. The 3 universal civilizations have allowed me to acquire ultimate knowledges and teach them to others. But there's a limit. Pick one you want. I'll get it for you. So nice. Ames blinked. Let me guess, you're not just giving this to me exclusively. You'll also teach this knowledge to other Espers, such as Gila, right? Of course. Han Xiao nodded. Now that sounds like you more. Ames smirked slightly. She looked at the screen and pointed at one item with her long finger. Han Xiao glanced at it. This doesn't seem like the most suitable one for you. Didn't you say there's a limit to the number of knowledges you can exchange? Never mind me, as long as it's suitable for Gila and Aurora. Ames smiled. You're too concerned about them. Han Xiao sighed. They're my only students. They're like my children. Who else will I care for if not them? Ames casually slammed Han Xiao's chest, making a loud bang sound like beating on a drum. Quick, tell me stories. I want to hear them. Han Xiao finished up the wine. He casually picked up the crystal blue fruits on the table and tossed them in his mouth. He then started to talk about every detail of his experience in the ancient star desert. After telling stories for more than half a day, Ames finally let Han Xiao go with satisfaction and made him promise to continue tomorrow. Han Xiao left the palace and was about to look for Aesop, but Aesop had already surprisingly come looking for him at the army stronghold. Han Xiao returned to the stronghold and saw Aesop sitting in the hall right away, accompanied by Harrison and the others. "Old man, I was just about to look for you. Did you foresee something again, so you came to find me?" Han Xiao sat opposite Aesop and joked with him. "Stop messing around. I'm here to speak about something serious with you today." Aesop put down the glass in his hands. His tone was rather serious. "How rare." Han Xiao was a little curious. "What do you want to speak with me about?" "Lately, my passive foresight has been triggering very frequently. I think it's better to tell you some of the things." Aesop raised one finger and said with a deep voice, "First, I saw a special existence landing on planet Aquamarine, and I've seen his appearance clearly. Since you know what he looks like, why not just go tell Bennett and let him cross-reference it with the planet surveillance to find this person?" "That's the problem." Aesop frowned. "I've looked all over planet Aquamarine. There's no record of this person anywhere. There are no witness reports of this person too. It's like this person doesn't exist. Is your prophecy wrong?" "No, I've never felt as strongly about a prophecy. I can't exactly explain why, but I can say with full certainty that this prophecy is reliable." "Then what else is special about this person you saw?" Hearing this, Aesop glanced at Han Xiao. "According to my prophecy, you seem to have already crossed paths with him very long ago." Chapter 11:28, No Such Person Found. Chapter 11:28, No Such Person Found. Crossed paths? Show me what he looks like. Han Xiao was curious. Aesop took out the communicator and showed a 3D portrait. This was a pale-skinned man who looked like he was from planet Aquamarine. Han Xiao sized him up for quite some time but did not seem to find this person in his memories. "That's weird. I've never seen this person before. Anyway, I'll let people look for this person on planet Aquamarine. Since he was part of Aesop's prophecy, this person was definitely involved in something important. He did not know if it was a good thing or not that this person had arrived on planet Aquamarine. After all, planet Aquamarine was his mother planet, so he had to worry about its safety. What you just said was the first thing. What's the second?" "I've foreseen history repeating itself." Aesop frowned slightly, a little confused. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. "You're saying, in my visions, many people who died long ago reappeared in the world. I even saw some of the primordial ones. Could it be the event of the Holy Accord reviving beyond grade as? If Aesop felt this future too, then the trigger of that would most likely be his deal with Oathkeeper." You don't seem surprised about this prophecy." Aesop wondered. "I have some knowledge about this." Han Xiao rubbed his chin and asked, "By the way, do you know about—" He briefly asked Aesop about the Holy Accord, Oathkeeper, the Sanctums, and all those related matters, hoping that an Eternal like Aesop who traveled around would know something others did not. Sadly, Aesop shook his head and expressed that he had not heard about those things. However, when mentioning Oathkeeper, he seemed to recall something. This higher dimension spiritual projection ability that completely ignores distance you've mentioned is not common. It might sound easy, but it's extremely difficult to do. Most spirit-related Esper and Psychics abilities won't be able to achieve it. If this is not his own Esper ability, then it's quite similar to a legendary primal Esper ability entity Soul Flame. Having heard the term primal Esper ability, Han Xiao knew this was probably the case, so he asked, "What else do you know?" Soul Flame is one of the super high-risk Esper abilities. There have been no witness reports of it for many years. "Oh, but you should already know that, so I won't go over that. Tell you something you don't know, in my early years wandering the universe, I seem to recall that I once had a prophecy. That prophecy warned me that if I did this one thing, a person who used the Soul Flame would suddenly appear and try to control me, making me help him search for something. Hence, thanks to that prophecy, I avoided that thing and stopped it from happening. That guy might be the Oathkeeper you spoke of, and this is the only information I have about him." After communication for a while, Han Xiao realized that this was all Aesop knew about Oathkeeper, so he stopped asking him and remembered the name Soul Flame. He planned to go back and ask the primal chaos, mysterious energy, and holy light particle. They were both members of the primal Esper ability family, so they might know more. Furthermore, primal Esper ability entities had existed for a very long time. If the two of them knew whose hand Soul Flame last ended up in, he might find out more about the Holy Accord organization. Since you have some knowledge about this, I won't say too much. Aesop pointed a third finger and said with a serious tone, "There's one last prophecy. I saw that a universal-level disaster is now brewing somewhere we can't see. Are you talking about the intelligent plague? Then your prophecy might have expired." "Do I look like I'm kidding?" Aesop asked. "I saw wormholes that were millions of miles large opening in cosmic space one after another, countless fleets swarming out from within, and the occurrence of a galactic war comparable to the exploration era. No one will be able to avoid it." Han Xiao's eyes turned solemn. "That sounds like the invasion of the World Tree civilization. Prophecies occurred for a reason. There were definitely some causes or changes that caused Aesop to have this prophecy. This meant that the World Tree storyline had progressed." Han Xiao immediately thought of the wormhole coordinates from the past, which was outrageously difficult to pin down and required absolute accuracy. He had made limited progress, so was the dynasty able to find something? freewebnovel.com. Looks like I'll have to find the time to ask around about it. Back when ESGod accidentally obtained the wormhole coordinates, I already knew that the World Tree storyline would change. Han Xiao shook his head. Aesop stood up, stretched his waist, and casually said, "I've delivered the prophecies to you, so I'll leave the rest to you. I'll also notify you if there are any new prophecies." He deliberately told these prophecies to Han Xiao but not Ames because it would not make a difference even if Ames knew. She would only see it as a story. Only Black Star would do something about it. Han Xiao was about to send Aesop out the door, but Aesop waved and told him there was no need to. However, he suddenly stopped at the doorstep, as if he had thought of something, turned around and said, "By the way, I've got to tell you something. While I was waiting for you, I did some prophecies on your subordinates to kill time. This kid called Harrison has quite a bright future. His string of fate is very thick, and it's deviated from its original path." Then, Aesop opened the door and left. Han Xiao turned to look at Harrison, who was completely at a loss. Han Xiao was not surprised. He had dragged Harrison with him, so of course, his string of fate had deviated. The World Tree War would very likely erupt earlier, and it was uncertain if Harrison would sacrifice himself like he did in Han Xiao's previous life. Han Xiao committed the 3 prophecies to memory. Although they were all quite blurry, Aesop did indirectly provide some key information to him, so he had more clues. Currently, the best thing to do was to look for that person Aesop spoke of first. Han Xiao gave the portrait of the target to Philip and told him to monitor the entire planet. He then summoned the Black Star Army members who were stationed on planet Aquamarine and sent them out to search all over the planet. With his power on planet Aquamarine, he could find even a tiny mouse if he wanted to, not to mention a person. "My name is Rhodey Anchor, 48 years old, a citizen of Ice Forest City, Maple County, planet Aquamarine. My house is on number 107 Morning Light Street, Block B 1511. My ID is 7705459-1A62H. I'm currently working at the Pharaoh Organization Subdivision 3 streets away. I'm the vice manager of the operation department. My parents are survivors of the old era. They died during a riot caused by the mutation disaster. Back then, I was just an ignorant child. The disaster caused the majority of the city's residents to flee. The shops were robbed clean, and burnt cars were everywhere on the roads. I lived a few weeks in a waste of a city like this and was finally found by the Black Star Army's rescue team. Thanks to that, I was brought to life in the sanctuary. After that, His Excellency Black Star got rid of the mutation disaster, and I was sent to Public Orphanage number 87. After receiving therapy from Ms. Martha for 6 years, I finally got over my childhood trauma. My social anxiety, depression, and other illnesses were cured. After that, my life felt like it was fast-forwarding. Went to school, graduated, entered society, participated in rebuilding planet Aquamarine, kept changing jobs, kept moving houses, had one girlfriend after another, experienced 2 failed marriages. The tides of the fast-developing times dragged me along with its extremely quick pace. Like everyone in the same era as me, I worked hard to contribute to society and the new era. With my very own eyes, I witnessed the unbelievably quick development progress of planet Aquamarine after it connected with the galactic society. However, as I grew older, my ambition started to shrink. Instead, I started to miss my parents more and more. 5 years ago, I decided to quit my job in a large company in Black Star City and return to my parents' home, Ice Forest City. My home city had finished being rebuilt. I bought a house in this city, found a new job, and started living here. The new job is very relaxing. The intensely competitive environment I experienced in the capital does not exist here. Life is like a quiet lake. I meet the same people every day. I'm old now, and I have noticed I've grown a liking for a slow life. Very quickly, I fell in love with this peaceful life. Galaxy calendar year 731 July 16th. I can still vividly recall that sunny morning. I woke up early and washed up as usual, preparing to take out the leftover dinner from the previous day and heat it up as breakfast. However, when I was brushing my teeth, I suddenly realized that I could not see myself in the mirror. Horror gripped my heart. I had no idea what happened. I cowered in the corner of the washroom and looked around anxiously as if a monster was going to jump out any minute. I spent more than a minute in that state, shivering in the corner. Then, I finally found the courage to sprint out of the washroom. Without even having the guts to put my shoes on, I hastily grabbed my keys and rushed out of my house, pressing the elevator button rapidly like a madman. I lived in a condominium that's 33 floors high. It had 4 elevators. At the morning peak period, the elevators always automatically went up to the top floor before slowly descending, stopping on almost every floor. Usually, I would watch the morning news while waiting for the elevator, but seconds felt like years at that time. I almost wanted to pry the elevator door open and pull the elevator down. Finally, the lift arrived at where I lived, floor 15. The door opened, and it was completely filled with people. Usually, when I came across something like this, I would always greet my neighbors inside with a smile and wait for the next lift. However, I completely threw all that aside at that time. I grabbed onto the door and screamed at them, describing what had just happened to me. However, I quickly realized no one was looking at me. No one was listening to me. It was as if I did not exist. As I was drowning in panic and fear, the people inside noticed that the lift door was not closing. So the person standing by the buttons rapidly pressed on the closing button impatiently. Someone even reached out and tried to slap the door, and that person's hand just happened to land on my arm. Something happened that made me even more horrified. This person's hand easily passed through my arm like I was just an illusion. Before my brain could even react to it, my sight started to ripple, and I saw an illusion. A lady in the lift did not hold on to the communicator in her hand properly, and it dropped onto the floor. At this instant, an immense pain erupted in my body. I lost control of my body, fell onto the floor, and started twitching all over. My sight quickly turned blurry, and a powerful sense of drowsiness rushed up to my brain. The moment before I passed out, I faintly saw a communicator that was exactly the same as the one I saw in the illusion earlier, and I saw it drop onto the floor inside the lift. The next second, I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was already night, and I was still lying on the floor outside the lift. A sense of overwhelming weakness pervaded my body as if I hadn't eaten or slept for 2 whole days. The extremely strong sense of hunger seemed to have chased away my fear. I dragged myself back home and ate up almost everything in my fridge, finally regaining some strength. During which I tried using the metal cutlery and the camera to see my reflection, but everything failed without exception. After that, I tried my best and barely calmed down. After multiple tests, I've realized that I'm non-existent to everyone, and I can't touch anyone either. However, I can influence some objects that are not in contact with any form of life. Therefore, I tried driving, stealing, creating accidents, and so on. Most of my actions that will have a direct influence on others will be interrupted by me suddenly passing out. However, many of my attempts at stealing worked and no one noticed. It's only thanks to that was I able to live till now, or I would have starved to death long ago. The illusion that causes me to faint happens frequently. I've realized that I seem to be able to see a certain period of time into the future, but I can't activate or deactivate that power. When this power activates, I faint and feel weak after. I'm guessing that the cost of using this power is my stamina. I thought of the mutation disaster. My body has definitely gone through some kind of terrifying mutation. I've lived for about 3 months in this state. Initially, I was terrified, but then, for some time I felt happy, and after that I felt lost and alone. I can't interact with people in real life, so I tried communicating with people online. However, no matter what method I use to leave a message, it all still seems to get ignored by others. I've sent messages to my friends, but I never get a reply. No one from my company has even called to ask why I haven't been going to work. It's like everyone has lived with the fact that I've just simply evaporated. I don't understand why. Therefore, I've written this diary, hoping that someone sees it and comes to help me. My address is Maple County, Ice Forest City, number 107 Morning Light Street, Block B 1511. I'll be waiting at home for you. Planet Aquamarine Public Announcement Channel. Post, help, I've disappeared. Views 0. 1 day later on Floating Dragon Island. No such person has been found? Han Xiao received the search report from Philip and the various army members. Frowning master. Not only are there no traces of this person in the surveillance footage, I even cross-referenced the photo with all ID photos of the residents registered in the Aquamarine Federation. Still, no match found. We've scanned the entire planet using all kinds of vital sign detection devices, including every spot, and we could not find the target either, the army warrior who was in charge of the field search said. Is this person really on planet Aquamarine? Han Xiao tapped on the table, turned to Harrison, and asked, "What do you think?" Me? Harrison pointed at himself with surprise and said with some hesitance, "How about we make a search notice?" "All right," Han Xiao nodded. Initially, he did not know anything about this person in Aesop's prophecy, so he did not want to alert him. However, since they could not find him now, making it public would not hurt. Anyway, he was right there, so he was not worried about anyone causing any problems. He had to see what connection he had with this stranger. Chapter 1129, High-Dimensional Information Form. Chapter 1129, High-Dimensional Information Form. For days passed very quickly, but the search notice sent through the Aquamarine Federation's official news did not receive any response. Either no one saw the target or the target saw it but decided not to come. There were also no witnesses. Left with no choice, Han Xiao could only have his subordinates continue searching. He also used Bold Explorer on the portrait Aesop had provided only to see some images, but he had no idea what they were supposed to represent, a bunch of string crossing cosmic space. After another round of searching, spaceships returned to the Floating Dragon's dock one after another. Many Black Star Army members walked out the hatch unhappily. After searching for so many days and still not finding the target, continuously repeating a task that had a result long ago would make anyone frustrated and annoyed. The army warriors were not exceptions. Harrison was in the crowd too. Suddenly he caught sight of Jenny. His heart skipped a beat. He hesitated for a moment, walked over, and found the courage to finally speak with her. "Jenny, I'm Harrison. We meet again." Jenny was dealing with a group of financial group investors. Hearing someone call her name, she turned, casually nodded, and said, "It's you. What is it?" A few days ago, Han Xiao and Ames had hosted a small party that all the important officers attended. Han Xiao had introduced Harrison to her back then, but she did not have a very good impression of him. She only remembered that this was a talkative, curious, and immature kid. "Say, can I speak with you?" Harrison stuttered. "Now?" Jenny frowned slightly, waved, and said in a displeased tone, "I'm very busy now. Can't you see I have guests to attend to?" Then, she looked away from Harrison and left with the investors. She was distant and cold. Harrison opened his mouth but did not dare disturb her more. Dejected, he followed the others and headed to Dragon Emperor's palace to report to Han Xiao. However, when he was about to leave the dock, he suddenly saw that someone was lying on the floor not far away. This person's clothes were ragged, and Harrison could not see his face. The pedestrians around did not notice him, as if they could not see him. That's odd. Is that person sleeping on the floor? Why isn't anyone doing anything about it? Harrison was curious. Frubnell.com. The Black Star Army warrior beside him heard his question and looked over in the direction he was looking. He then said with a confused tone, "Where?" "Right there. Can't you see?" Harrison was stunned. The army warriors around all stopped and looked over. They stared in that direction for a few seconds before turning around and looking at Harrison with the same weird expression. "Buddy, better go have your eyes looked at." Harrison was lost. His overflowing curiosity instantly started burning. He left the crowd and quickly approached the person lying on the floor. He hesitated for a moment before giving this person a light push. "Wake up." This person did not react at all, as if he had fainted. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Harrison turned this person over. The instant he saw the look of this person, his eyes widened with shock. "You're saying that this is the person we're looking for?" Half an hour later, Han Xiao rushed back to the base from the Dragon Emperor's palace, came to a secret interrogation room, and looked across the table with a strange expression. "Yes, I found him on the dock. He seems to have fainted and still hasn't woken up." Harrison stood by the side and pointed at the seat on the other side of the table. Han Xiao looked at the empty seat with a frown. He then said with a serious tone, "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" "There's no one here." Harrison scratched his head and said with a confused tone, "I don't understand why either. It seems like I'm the only person who can see him, and no one else can. But I can assure you, he looks exactly the same as the target we're looking for." "Where did you find him?" Han Xiao wondered. "You might not believe me, but..." Harrison shrunk his neck and said, "I picked him up on the streets." Han Xiao was speechless. What else can I say? If not because Harrison happened to see this person, even if he was standing right in front of me, I would not have seen him. No wonder you became an explorer. This is what talent is. Able to find good stuff anywhere you go. Doubtful. Han Xiao pondered for a moment and sent a message to Aesop and asked him to come over. Then, he told Harrison to describe what this person looked like. Harrison took a step forward and looked down at what seemed to be empty space in Han Xiao's eyes. "He looks very weak. He's so skinny that there's basically only skin and bones. His clothes are ragged and torn, and there's a lot of dust on his body like he hasn't cleaned himself for many days." Han Xiao told Philip to draw out the appearance of this person according to Harrison. In comparison, what he described was much thinner than the portrait Aesop provided. One would not even be able to tell they were the same person if the two portraits were not placed side by side. Aesop soon arrived. As soon as he entered, he looked at the empty seat, smiled, and said, "You guys are quite efficient to have found him this soon." Han Xiao was frustrated. "Why am I the only one who can't see him? How does this even work?" If not because he knew Harrison's personality, he might have thought that these two were working together to trick him. Thinking of that, Han Xiao reached out and waved at the space in front of him. He could not sense that he had touched anything at all. "Army Commander," your hand passed through his body. While Harrison was explaining, he suddenly said with surprise, "Wait." He's suddenly twitching, like you're electrocuting him. Quickly wake him up. Han Xiao pulled his hands back, frowned, and brought up the surveillance footage of the room. He realized that no type of detection device could detect the existence of this person. Clearly, he was not simply invisible. It seemed like only some people were able to see and touch this person. What similarities did Aesop and Harrison have? If he really had to say, it seemed like both of them were quite lucky. Could it be that only those whose luck was high enough could see this guy? Then I'd better wash up and go to sleep. While he was making guesses, Harrison suddenly yelled, "He's awake!" Han Xiao regained focus and forced himself to talk to the seat. "Tell me who you are." The atmosphere became silent. Han Xiao did not receive a response even after a few seconds, but he did see Harrison and Aesop listening closely to something. Did he speak? Looks like I can't hear him either. Han Xiao sighed. "Tell me, what did he say?" Harrison scratched his head and repeated. He said his name is Rody Anchor, born on planet Aquamarine. Hearing this, Han Xiao quickly connected to the Aquamarine Federation's database and did a precise search of documents under this name. However, the result was still that no such person existed. Now this doesn't make sense at all. Since he's a resident of planet Aquamarine, there's no way there aren't any documents at all about him. Either they were wiped by some kind of abnormal power, or something is stopping me from finding out his identity. Could it be that anyone who can't see him won't be able to find out any information about him in any form? But I can still hear what Harrison is saying about him. Han Xiao searched through his memories. Suddenly, he thought of a special form of existence. This situation looked like the traits of a high-dimensional information form. The explored universe had limited knowledge of the term information form. Their theories remained unproven and unclear. It was said that any and all individuals carried various forms of information such as height, weight, smell, mass, and so on. These forms of information fused into the conditions that made the individuals detectable. High-dimensional information form represented a specific form of existence, where physical attributes of something were removed and only the concept of this information was left. These concepts formed a certain kind of existence similar to physical life forms, energy life forms, and so on, becoming a new form of existence. Whether it existed or not depended on the observer. To those special groups of people who could sense and observe this cluster of information, it would be something that had a physical form and could be touched. However, to those who could not observe it, they could not obtain any information on high-dimensional information forms through any channels, as if it did not exist. Like spirits that roamed the world, they would not be able to have any information exchange with each other. There were many names for this phenomenon, such as information closure, information isolation, and unobservable entity. At the same time, information closure was not limited to the senses of life forms. It was also effective on technological and magical methods of observations. This was why some documents that were supposed to exist could not be found. This was because, including virtual technology, all these detection devices were also carriers of information, tools to obtain and save information. At their roots, they were no different from life forms using their organs to sense the world. Information closure worked on both life forms and these tools. This was also the reason it had the high-dimensional prefix. However, after those people who could observe high-dimensional information forms obtained the information they obtained would become their own information, so they could describe the existence of high-dimensional information forms to others. This was the only form of information flow. However, even if others obtained this information, they would still not be able to sense the high-dimensional information forms. Looks like he's still not a complete high-dimensional information form, or he would not have to consume food. His situation feels like he's only half transformed, causing the information he carries to mutate and his existence to be wiped. However, he has yet to completely become a high-dimensional information form, which is why he can still interact with some objects. These traits are more similar to him awakening a related Esper ability but temporarily being unable to control it. Why would a totally normal person suddenly become like this? There has to be a cause, and maybe that's why Aesop saw him in his prophecy. Han Xiao tapped the table and said with a deep voice, "Tell him to tell me everything that happened." For now, the only thing he could do was have Harrison and Aesop relay Rody's situation. Han Xiao understood the situation very quickly and explained what had happened to this person with the information form theory. This person's name was Rody Anchor. He had always lived on planet Aquamarine. Some time ago, he mutated and gained some traits of a high-dimensional information form. He tried to communicate with others in many ways, but everything failed, so he had no choice but to do nothing for a few months. A few days ago, he had seen the search notice that the Black Star Army had put up. Overjoyed, he had sent countless messages to the Army's mailbox but never received any replies. He had no choice but to board a spaceship and come to Floating Dragon, hoping to find Han Xiao. Every time a life form passed through his semi-high-dimensional information form body, he would passively read part of the information of that life form, bringing the illusions that felt like foresight, which led to him fainting. With his current body, if he wanted to do anything to someone, It would be equivalent to him trying to rewrite someone else's form of existence on the information level, interfering with reality using information state disturbance, which required more energy than he could afford. Hence, he would faint halfway every time. It was a self-protection mechanism. Therefore, he dodged all passers-by on the way there. However, when he arrived at the floating dragon's dock, even without coming into contact with anyone, he suddenly had foresight visions again, so he passed out. This was how he appeared in Floating Dragon and was coincidentally discovered by Harrison. Han Xiao captured the key information and pondered. He awakened foresight. Maybe his information form mutation came from his sudden ability to see the future. Maybe, Aesop said with a deep voice, the ability to see the future can be seen as the ability to sense, process, and deduce information. The terms us foreseers use are strings of fate, cause and effect, and so on. This is because foresight ability requires one to connect with a lot of strings of fate, so it's not impossible for it to cause someone to undergo information form mutation. Now, this is the blind spot of my knowledge. Han Xiao had a slight headache. Old man, your prophecy says I crossed paths with him long ago. Is this referring to me saving his life because I resolved the mutation disaster? According to Rhodey's past, Han Xiao thought of this possibility. How would I know? Aesop shrugged. If prophecies were that accurate, do you think I'd have been caught by you in the past? Han Xiao was hesitant. He did have an idea regarding how to find out what was going on with Rhodey, which was to activate the combat information, but he first had to be able to touch this person. In order for a normal person to observe a high-dimensional information form, it looks like one has to have a strong information connection with the target. He seems to be able to touch dead objects. So, it's not as impossible as real high-dimensional information forms. I can't see the clothes he's wearing either, which means his clothes are assimilated too. Maybe I can start from there. After some pondering, Han Xiao took out a mechanical suit, linked with it using mechanical force, and tried touching Rhodey. However, Rhodey passed through it without any difficulty. Since this mechanical suit was connected with Han Xiao through mechanical force, it was like Han Xiao was touching it, so it could not touch Rhodey. Han Xiao then deactivated the mechanical force link and let Rhodey try to touch it again, but it still failed. Artificial intelligences are observers too, Aesop hinted. Han Xiao then pulled out the artificial intelligence controlling the mechanical suit too. After several experiments, when all connections including the virtual links, fundamental authority, and everything else were removed, Rhodey finally successfully wore the mechanical suit. The next moment, the mechanical suit disappeared right under Han Xiao's nose. Seeing this, Han Xiao tried finding the mechanical suit using methods such as mechanical force, virtual technology, and so on, but everything failed. This mechanical suit just disappeared into thin air. Then, Han Xiao told Rhodey to take off the mechanical suit, and it appeared on the floor again. After running a few more tests, Han Xiao sighed and said, "He's basically an information black hole. I'm almost out of ideas." Aesop crossed his arms, frowned, and asked, "Are there really no other ways?" "It's too difficult to find a flaw." Han Xiao was a little frustrated. Those who could not observe Rhodey had no way of creating any information link with him. Combat was a form of information exchange too, but even if he attacked him, he would probably still be completely unharmed. He would only take damage from a weapon that was completely unaffected by any observer, a neutral weapon. If not because this guy can't influence any other life forms who aren't able to observe him, he'd be a terrifying infiltrator. Han Xiao clenched his teeth, looked at Harrison, and gave it his last try. "Ask him. Does he have anything that he wants me to help him do?" Harrison nodded, listened to Rhodey for a while, and said, "Your Excellency Black Star. He hopes you can help him to get out of this state." The moment he said that, Han Xiao's heart skipped a beat. A notification popped up on the interface. "You have triggered the mission, Destiny's Child, Subbody Transformation. Mission Introduction. Rhodey Anchor, an ordinary man who lived an ordinary life, has undergone a unique mutation. He hopes you can help him to deal with this problem. Mission requirements. Solve Rhodey's mutation and find the root cause of it. Reward, 2 random rewards, plus 80 Rhodey favorability, 2 character summon cards." Before he could take a closer look at the mission, A skinny and weak middle-aged man appeared in Han Xiao's sights, sitting on his chair and looking at him with a face filled with hope. It was indeed Rhodey, and he appeared all of a sudden. It worked? Han Xiao was surprised. He did not have much hope initially and did not expect this method to really work. Being able to see Rhodey meant that he now had an official information connection with him, and the source of that was definitely not just Rhodey's request. Han Xiao was absolutely certain that if a mission was not triggered on the interface, even if he knew about Rhodey's request, he would still not have been able to see him. Therefore, the interface became their connection. However, this was not what shocked Han Xiao the most. It was the name of the mission. Destiny's Child. Isn't this one of the trump cards of the Germinal organization in version 1.0? Although I've never seen it, I once got his character summon card. How is this related to Destiny's Child? Isn't that guy dead? So, this is what Aesop meant when he said we crossed paths before. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Thousands of words were at the tip of his tongue, but they all became one word. Damn! Chapter 1130 Questioning and Information. Chapter 1130 Questioning and Information. Shock and doubt appeared in his mind. Decades had already passed, but Han Xiao still had vivid memories about it. He used to think Destiny's Child was just simply a foreseer who ended up dead due to the Germinal organization's explosion, turning into dust. Now, however, it looked like Destiny's Child had more unknown secrets. Not only did it play an important role in Planet Aquamarine, but now it was related to the high-dimensional information forms. Initially, he felt that having him, Gila, and Aurora, three outrageously talented members, was already the limit. To his absolute shock, Destiny's Child, who had died long ago, was not as simple as he thought. The Germinal organization was filled with mad talent. Fewinvel.com. If the Germinal organization leader suddenly revived and appeared right in front of him, he probably would not even be surprised. What in the world is the Destiny's Child? Han Xiao was stunned. He could not stop worrying without finding out the truth. Army Commander, Harrison suddenly prompted. Han Xiao regained focus. Aesop shook his head. He thought he understood why Han Xiao was silent and explained, even the three universal civilizations don't know much about the information form theory, so I understand that this request might be too difficult for you. Rhodey was instantly frustrated and said with despair, "Then what should I do? If even His Excellency Black Star can't help me, who can? Please help me to convince His Excellency Black Star. I really don't know what to do." Hearing this, Han Xiao waved and said, "Don't worry, I'll try to help you." "That's great. Thank you, Your Excel." Rhodey showed appreciation subconsciously, but he was suddenly stunned halfway. He stared at Han Xiao with his eyes widened with shock. Aesop and Harrison were startled too. They looked at Han Xiao with surprise. "Army Commander? You can see him now?" I can, but earlier have you found a solution? But you didn't do anything." Aesop could not understand why. Han Xiao coughed and lied. Real high-dimensional information forms can choose who can observe them. Maybe his strong will triggered that trait, so he actively created an information link with me. To put it simply, he removed me from his blacklist. Harrison's eyes were filled with confusion. How does that work? Aesop thought about it for a while before accepting it. That actually makes some sense. He might have inherited that trait, only he can't control it freely, but subconsciously he might be able to. Han Xiao looked at him with a smile and supported the old man in his mind. "That's it. Please keep guessing. Help me convince you yourself." Like a drowning man holding onto the last straw, Rhodey suddenly pressed on the table with both hands. He stood up and said while his entire body was shivering from excitement, "Thank you so much. You're really just like what they say in the news. Not only a great man of planet Aquamarine, but a great man of the entire universe. You're so noble. To be frank, in my 48 years alive, there's only one person I ever admired, and that person is you. You've been my role model from a young age, the light of my life, the motivation of my advance, encouraging me to grow." Han Xiao uncontrollably smiled with recognition. He loved to hear people say these facts about him. However, very soon, He wiped off the smile on his face and signaled for Rhodey to calm down. You don't have to be so appreciative. Honestly, I'm only helping you because I'm interested in your mutation and want to study it. As for whether I can cure you, I can't make any promises. I understand. I don't have anything else I can repay you with. I'll do my absolute best to cooperate with your studies. Rhodey nodded rapidly. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction. There were no free meals, and Rhodey knew that, which made things easier. He stood up, circled around Rhodey, sizing him up closely, and suddenly thought of something. That's right. I've already established an information connection with him, so I should be able to sting him now. As this thought appeared, Han Xiao immediately acted. He raised his finger. Electrical sparks flashed, and nanoparticles formed into a tiny metal needle. Then, he cautiously stung Rhodey's arm with the needle, using as little force as a normal person would use to pick up an ant, afraid of using too much strength and squeezing the ant to death. Then, Han Xiao looked at the interface right away. As expected, combat information appeared, and he could see all of Rhodey's attributes. The target was just an ordinary person, so there was little information. All of Rhodey's abilities were ordinary people abilities. There were only about 2 lines of information, completely different from how supers had pages and pages of information. Only one abnormal piece of information attracted Han Xiao's attention. There was a special status in Rhodey's status bar, and it had the exact same name as the name of the mission. Destiny's Child Subbody Transformation. The primal Esper ability entity Destiny's Child has caused an information state disturbance, creating all kinds of subbodies randomly in the entire universe. You're one of the chosen ones. A mutation is going to occur to your body. The traits of information forms will gradually develop in you, and you'll randomly obtain part of Destiny's Child's abilities. During the transformation, not only will your body change, but your personality will too. When this process ends, you might lose the majority of your desires and emotions, you might lose your memories, or you might believe in made-up life experience. A brand new personality will be born in your body. Current transformation progress, 37.1%. Han Xiao's eyes opened wide. He had captured the key information. Destiny's Child is a primal Esper ability entity, randomly creating subbodies all over the universe. This was surprising for him. On the super high-risk Esper ability list, Destiny's Child was not included. In his previous life, no players obtained any related information about it. Could this be an undiscovered or unpublicized primal Esper ability? Looking at the introduction on the interface, Han Xiao had a lot of thoughts. If that's how Destiny's Child works, what was in the germinal organization back in version 1.0 should have been a subbody, not the primal Esper ability entity itself. Rhodey has yet to completely transform. Once he fully becomes a Destiny's Child subbody, his personality will be replaced. Maybe that's another form of death. Although Han Xiao now knew that Destiny's Child's true identity was a primal Esper ability entity, there were still a lot of unsolved mysteries. Perhaps Aho and Ake, who were also primal Esper ability entities, would know something. Han Xiao told the few of them to wait a while in the room while he went to another room, closed the door, and opened up the secondary dimensional army box, summoning the mysterious energy host. At the same time, he sent Aurora a communication request and contacted the Holy Light Particle too. Black Star, how have you been? We have to chat more if you haven't been busy. The primal chaos mysterious energy looked very happy. He did not have a master, and he was dying of boredom being inside a metal carrier that had no soul. I have something I'd like to ask you guys, Han Xiao said. Do you guys know about a primal Esper ability entity called Destiny's Child? Considering that there might be different names, Han Xiao even described part of Destiny's Child's characteristics, which he deduced from the interface. Hearing this, the primal chaos mysterious energy and holy light particle suddenly became silent for quite a while. This guy, I seem to have seen him before. Odd. Did I sleep too much? I feel like I know him, but I just can't recall. It felt like the feeling of suddenly realizing someone looked familiar, but they just could not recall who it was. According to the information I have, Destiny's Child is heavily related to information forms. Maybe that's why you two can't recall it. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and made a guess. The two of them tried recalling for a while longer. Then Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy said hesitantly, "You might be right. We can't recall any more information about it. All we can recall is that there seems to be a primal esper ability entity in our memories who can switch between a physical form and high-dimensional information form. It has the ability to foresee the future, interfere with reality, and so on. It might be the Destiny's Child you're talking about. Looks like I can't get more information from the two of them." Han Xiao then changed the topic and asked, "Then, do you guys know about Soul Flame? There's a primal esper ability entity too." "I know this one." The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy quickly responded as if worried the holy light particle would take away its chance to speak. "This guy is sneaky. I haven't met him many times, and the last time I heard about him was during the exploration era. He seems to have chosen a primordial one as a master. After that, he disappeared for many years." Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. According to Aesop's intelligence, Oathkeeper might very well be the master of Soul Flame. He might even be the primordial one whom Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy mentioned. As long as he knew Oathkeeper's identity, he would be able to expose him. "Do you remember who that primordial one was?" Han Xiao quickly asked. "I only remember his nickname, Soul Emperor if I'm not wrong. A powerful spiritual esper. But he should have died in battle. TSK. This nickname doesn't sound like someone who's easy to mess with." Han Xiao noted it in his mind and planned to ask the dynasty for information about this Soul Emperor. As for something as mysterious as Destiny's Child, the dynasty might not have records of it. Since Destiny's Child is a primal esper ability entity, and the Holy Accord organization is the professional at studying primal esper abilities, asking them might be a good choice. Han Xiao nodded in his mind. He decided that after his deal with the Holy Accord was complete, he would ask Oathkeeper about Destiny's Child. Maybe he could get some information from him. Speaking of which, could Destiny's Child be in the Holy Accord organization's hands? It's possible but not very likely. Destiny's Child can trigger disturbances, meaning it should be free and not locked up. No point thinking so much. It won't hurt if I only ask Oathkeeper. Han Xiao smirked. As for whether Oathkeeper will be able to take it, I think his mind should be quite strong. As he had already asked everything he wanted to, he was about to hang up the communication when he suddenly thought of something and said to the holy light particle, "By the way, I'll have to cut off a part of your body after some time and use it to make a deal with someone. I'm telling you first so you can be mentally prepared." The holy light particle suddenly stopped in midair and was stunned. The Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy was stunned for a minute too. He then suddenly started gloating and laughing loudly. "This day has finally come for you. Who asked you to laugh at me? You can't escape the same fate. Ha ha ha." The holy light particle did not respond out loud. "I'm so tired. I feel like I won't believe in love anymore." Chapter 1131. I'm leaving her to you. Chapter 1131. I'm leaving her to you. Once Han Xiao had digested the information he had just obtained for a while, he pushed open the door and returned to the interrogation room. Aesop, Harrison, and Rhodey all looked over. "Your Excellency Black Star, Rhodey hastily wanted to ask, but Han Xiao raised his hand and stopped him. "I already know about your situation. Come with me for the time being. I'll try to solve your issue." Han Xiao pondered over what to do about Rhodey. Rhodey was now only a work in progress. He had yet to complete transforming, so he could not control his abilities. He might only become like the germinal organization's Destiny's Child after completely transforming. However, once the transformation was complete, Rhodey's personality would be taken over by a brand new personality, so he could be considered dead by then in some senses. A stable and controllable Foreseer would be much more useful than this half-assed Foreseer who fainted occasionally. However, since he had accepted the mission, he did not want to just let the transformation happen. Hence, Han Xiao decided to think of ways to prevent Rhodey's transformation as much as he could. And if he could not prevent it, he would not mind getting a new Destiny's Child. Judging from Rhodey's current state, controlling his whereabouts was a necessity. Han Xiao told Philip to empty a new private lab on the spaceship and told Harrison to take Rhodey there, put him into a restoration cabin, and inject hypnosis drugs into him so that studying him would be easier. Rhodey had no choice but to hold on tight to his only hope and cooperate fully. After the two of them left, Han Xiao and Aesop were the only ones left in the room. They looked at each other. I saw you left for a while earlier. Have you already discovered something? Aesop asked with curiosity. The source of this guy's mutation might be because he was affected by a certain special primal esper ability. Han Xiao briefly talked about Destiny's Child's information and his experience in the Germinal organization. Destiny's Child. Never heard of it, Aesop murmured. That's normal. I don't know much either. Aesop coughed and said, I don't know much about your past experience, but assuming that the Destiny's Child you met in the past is also a random product of the primal esper ability entity like Rhodey, why would two subbodies appear on planet Aquamarine? If it's really random over the universe, do you think this is really coincidental? That's nothing. I've seen things that are more coincidental. This thought flashed past Han Xiao's mind, but he did not show it on his face and agreed. It is very coincidental indeed. Following this logic, if the mutation occurs on the information level, I think that planet Aquamarine might be special in some way. Maybe it has a special string of fate or something. I'm not saying this out of the blue. I've seen many people who are born with a different string of fate to others. Mid-sentence, Aesop stopped, sized Han Xiao up, and said, That's right, someone like you came out of planet Aquamarine as well as Gila, another beyond grade A. The rise of the two of you caused your mother planet to be unique. Maybe that's the reason. Han Xiao wanted to say something, but he did not say anything in the end, only patting Aesop's shoulders. Smart people are indeed easy to trick. You convinced yourself before I said anything. Thanks. Without your prophecy, I would have never noticed this. Jokes aside, Han Xiao was quite appreciative of Aesop's warning. You don't have to thank me. Floating Dragon and Planet Aquamarine are neighbors now. I'm just ensuring the safety of the surrounding residential environment. Plus, among the people I know, my prophecies will have the most impact in your hands. I believe in your abilities and morals. Aesop waved his hand. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but realize how much things had changed. In the past, Han Xiao really envied Aesop's powerful connections. However, as he continued to rise, without him realizing, he already now had the highest position among the people Aesop knew. Aesop was willing to discuss anything with him. He had become reliable in his eyes. Aesop sighed and said, I've lived so long, and I consider myself to be knowledgeable. Yet, you're still the most shocking person I've ever met in my long life. I've never seen anyone as magical as you. The first time I saw you, although I felt that you had a bright future, I would never have expected you to reach heights countless people are never able to reach in just a few decades. History might forget me, but it'll never forget you. Why the sudden compliments? You're flattering me. Han Xiao joked but revealed an expression that said, Don't stop. Maybe it's because I'm getting older, so I like to say these things more and more. Aesop sighed and earnestly said, Thank you for helping Floating Dragon all these years. Seeing this, Han Xiao wiped off the smile on his face and slowly said, My achievement cannot be separated from the help I've received from Floating Dragon. Without AIM's protection in the past, things would not have gone so smoothly for me. Therefore, you don't have to thank me. Anything I've done for Floating Dragon is what I should do as repayment. Just like creating a business, having sponsors would be much easier than starting with nothing. When he was weak, Floating Dragon had helped him a great lot. Therefore, even though his position in the universe was far superior to Floating Dragon, he still held respect for the people of Floating Dragon and never considered himself superior when speaking with them. Plus, he had never stopped helping them. Having the opportunity to help someone like you might just be Floating Dragon's luck. Aesop's expression was complicated. He said with a low tone, Ames is like my daughter, but as you know, the only thing I can do is foresee. I'm not powerful like you guys. You can protect her better than me now. I've lived for many years, and I've never asked for anything from anyone. But I'm asking you today, protect Ames. I'm leaving her to you. I hope that even after hundreds and thousands of years, you'll still remember what I said today. Then, he gave Han Xiao a meaningful look, pushed the door open, and walked out the room. His slightly bent back disappeared at the end of the corridor. Old man. Han Xiao watched him leave and exhaled slightly. He understood what Aesop meant. Although Aesop was an eternal, he was getting old, and he hardly had any combat capability. Even though he could see the future, what he could do was limited. He was far from being almighty. He foresaw the storms that might occur in the future, and the disaster he saw made him feel worried, something he had not felt in a very long time. He was afraid that he was not capable of protecting Ames, so he planned ahead and was willing to put down his pride to privately ask Black Star to always be the protector of Floating Dragon. This was a form of insurance. In Aesop's eyes, Black Star was the only one who had both the capability and motive to protect Ames, so he was the best candidate he could find. Ames would absolutely never say these things, so Ames knew only he could say it, and he had to say it. This was why the old man came to him first. Unlike before, he got scared by his own prophecy. The old man suppressed his nature of looking for thrills and stayed for decades in such a boring place. Floating Dragon. Although he's grounded by Ames on paper, if he wanted to leave, he definitely could. And now, because he's worried about Ames' future, he ignored his pride and came to ask me for something. Han Xiao smiled. In his previous life, Ames caused Floating Dragon to be destroyed for the sake of revenge. Looking at it now, Aesop was certainly worth. However, this time I'm here. I won't let the same thing happen to Floating Dragon. Tidying up his emotions, Han Xiao returned to the office and summoned Philip. He still remembered about searching for where Soul Flame ended up in. Using his authority, he found the information about the Primordial One Soul Emperor and quickly browsed through it. Soul Emperor's real name was Rovel Sisok. He also had other nicknames such as the King of Souls and Master of Secrets. He was a primordial one. Before becoming the Master of Soul Flame, he was already a powerful beyond grade, a spiritual esper. This person was born in an advanced civilization that was already a powerful civilization in the exploration era. Back then, beyond grade as had only just appeared. Compared to other abilities, spiritual esper abilities were more difficult to deal with. The technology at that time could not give birth to any spiritual barrier devices that could stop Soul Emperor, so he could easily penetrate the shields and armor to kill or control the people in spaceships. He made a name for himself in the exploration-era war very quickly. After obtaining Soul Flame, like a tiger growing wings, he won countless battles for his civilization in the war using his individual strength and received countless honors and medals. He was seen as the hero and protector of the entire civilization. However, as all the advanced civilizations started to study the beyond grade as the era when the primordial ones were invincible quickly passed. Battles became tougher and beyond grade A casualties started to appear. Soul Emperor was no exception. Although he was still powerful even among the beyond grade as and he was still one of the strongest forces in galactic battles, since he would be targeted every time he appeared, it became tough for him to contribute as much as he did before. He could no longer decide a battle on his own. Plus, his civilization suffered multiple losses in other battles. The civilization's overall strategy was heavily affected, and the situation gradually grew worse. Because of that, Soul Emperor's fighting style became aggressive. Sometimes, even if it meant he had to suffer heavy injuries, he would still try to turn the battle around. Although it was not enough, this showed how much he wanted to contribute to his civilization and how loyal he was. The primordial ones back then were unlike the beyond grade as now. Most of them did not have the mindset of putting themselves first. In the exploration-era war, the fate of individuals was almost totally tied with the fate of civilizations. Over the long years of war, the turning point quickly came. The civilization's Soul Emperor belonged to faced multiple enemies on the main battlefield, which spanned 2 star systems. The civilization dispatched a large number of military forces, and a decisive battle began. Countless fleets fought intensely on many battlefronts. The situation changed every second. At the peak of the battle, this civilization was faced with a choice. Soul Emperor was being targeted and surrounded. He was exhausted and needed reinforcements urgently. Meanwhile, an extremely crucial battlefront also requested immediate backup. If the fight on this battlefront was lost, it would cause chain reactions and might cause the entire war to slip into the abyss of defeat. However, if they were able to win on this battlefront, they would obtain a huge strategic advantage and have much higher chances of winning. This was also the reason the enemies kept sending troops into this battlefield. At this point of time, this civilization had already dispatched most of its forces into the battlefield and had very few fleets that were available to be deployed. They knew that if they sent reinforcements to both sides, there might be a chance they could save Soul Emperor, but they would definitely not be able to guard the crucial battlefront. That was where the choice lay, which side they should send their reinforcements to. To the civilization, this choice did not seem difficult at all. They abandoned Soul Emperor and decided to put all the reinforcements into that crucial battlefront. The results were just as they expected. They successfully won the fight on that battlefront, obtained a decisive advantage, gradually forced the enemies to retreat, and finally won this war. Soul Emperor was sacrificed. This civilization said he fought to his last moment and that his death was what led to their victory. The entire civilization mourned for him and paid their respects, hosted his funeral in the highest regards, and gave him the Valverde Golden Tower medal, which represented the highest honor of the civilization. The civilization then also built the Soul Emperor's hero monument on its mother planet to remember him. However, in the exploration-era war, one thing that was never in shortage was enemies. The crucial victory this civilization acquired could not be their amulet forever. In the end, this civilization never became a winner of the exploration era. It was destroyed by a stronger civilization, its race was almost extinct, and it became a loser that was eliminated. That was the brief life of Soul Emperor. He was marked as killed in action in the documents. All this happened too long ago, and the exploration era was a chaotic time, so the 3 Universal Civilizations database only had rough data of Soul Emperor, nothing too detailed. As Soul Emperor's civilization was eliminated, a lot of information about him was buried by history. After seeing the documents, Han Xiao started pondering. He was not surprised about how the civilization treated Soul Emperor. He was used to it. He was now only interested in the whereabouts of Soul Flame. Soul Emperor is the last Soul Flame master known by the world. Is this guy Oathkeeper? Either Soul Emperor faked his death, or Oathkeeper is someone else who took Soul Flame away from Soul Emperor. If that's the case, there's a chance he's one of the beyond grade A enemies of Soul Emperor in that battle, but there's also a possibility it's someone else. This time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of the primordial ones who got revived in his previous life. They did not seem to include Soul Emperor. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. It seems that there's quite a high chance Soul Emperor faked his death. Han Xiao pondered. Quite a number of primordial ones were revived in his previous life. If he waited for those people to be revived, he could ask someone who knew about it. However, at this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something and was instantly stunned. Wait a minute, people who know about it. Are not only those primordial ones revived by the Holy Accord? The underworld dimension Gila inherited is also storing the hero spirits of primordial ones. Now this is excellent. Han Xiao's eyes widened. Is this fate? Or has collecting people who have luck glow really changed my luck too? Chapter 1132, Plenary Meeting and Provocation. Chapter 1132, Plenary Meeting and Provocation. There are a lot of souls of powerful individuals of the exploration-era war stored in the underworld dimension, not just the primordial ones but also supers of various races, mostly calamity grades. They're all antiques. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled brightly. These people were not just combatants. They were also the people who witnessed the various times of the exploration era and reliable sources of first-hand information. They possessed a lot of ancient secrets. Aurora can only make bodies for these hero spirits and turn them into combatants when she's beyond grade A. Speaking of which, the underworld dimension is kind of similar to the indestructible mechanic empire. Although the hero spirits can't have bodies now, it shouldn't be a problem just communicating with them. I wonder how much Gila has repaired the underworld. Han Xiao still remembered that he had an underworld dimension mission. Once the underworld was fully recovered, he would receive a mark of the underworld. I shall find a moment to ask Gila if what I'm thinking is right. Gila was now in the secondary dimensions, so it was not easy to contact her. However, she should return in the next beyond grade a plenary meeting. Han Xiao planned to ask her then. It just so happened that the next plenary meeting of the Development Union was not far away, so he did not have to go to the secondary dimensions to find her. He suspected that Soul Emperor faked his death and Oathkeeper was Soul Emperor, but he had yet to decide if he was going to test Oathkeeper the next time they met. Beep beep. This time, Harrison sent him a message saying Rhodey had settled in. Okay. Han Xiao was very content. My intuition was right. I did indeed get surprised when I returned to planet Aquamarine this time. I discovered the secret of Destiny's Child, acquired a semi-transformed subbody of it, and obtained some key information from Aesop. However, Aesop's prophecy made him feel pressure too. Storms were secretly brewing. The stronger he got, the more secrets he came to know, and the more he could sense the hidden chaos and instability under the peace and prosperity of the explored universe. Han Xiao pondered. I've got to think of a way to ask about the Crimson Dynasty's study of the World Tree Civilization wormhole coordinates. After he spent a few days on Floating Dragon as a guest and visited Bennett, Han Xiao and his fleet departed again and headed to the flickering world. At the dock, Ames stood. The stream from the thruster of the spaceship made her black dress sway like a cluster of black fog. She had brought along the Floating Dragon officers and watched the Black Star fleet leave, disappearing from sight. He left again. Ames exhaled slightly and looked down on the data storage device in her hands. This was a gift Han Xiao had given to her before he left. Inside was an Esper Ultimate Knowledge. She turned around and saw Jenny's conflicted expression. She was squeezing tightly on a syringe in her hands. That was a gift from Han Xiao too. Frubuvel.cm. What's wrong? What did he give you? Ames was curious. Nothing. Jenny forced out a ferocious smile and hid the magical hair growth potion behind her back. Aesop stroked his beard, smiled, and said, Black Star gave me a gift too. I'm starting to like him more and more. Beside him, 8 fist-sized sphere-shaped weapons swiftly flew around. This was a product personally built by Han Xiao. He named it Explorer Multifunctional Life Guarding Formation. It had a full set of functions, including combat, defense, enhancement, life sustain, stealth, healing, hyperdrive, radiation block, and many more. It was perfect for solo explorers. With this set of devices, it was equivalent to carrying around a guard team, logistics team, and a galactic carrier. Even an ordinary person would be able to survive for a very long time in Grade B dangerous environments. They would even last quite a while against calamity grades with a chance of retreating unharmed. It was expensive to build and very powerful. Just one set was enough to wipe out ordinary surface civilizations, and Han Xiao had given a total of 10 sets to Aesop. Ames blinked and suddenly said, I heard that you privately asked Black Star to protect me. Stunned, Aesop grabbed his beard and said, Who told you? Who else? Ames' brows raised. TSK. This Black Star doesn't even know to keep it a secret for me. Aesop had a slight headache. He nodded with resignation and said, That did happen. Yes, I foresaw that a drastic change is going to happen. My capability is limited. Only Black Star has the ability to. Before he finished, Ames interrupted him and said with a slightly heavy tone, I'm a beyond grade A. I can protect myself. Next time, discuss it with me first before thinking for me. I don't like others making decisions on my behalf. All right, I've overstepped. Aesop raised 2 hands and expressed that he did not want to argue. Seeing this, Ames nodded. She then smiled faintly and softly said, But still, thanks, I appreciate it. She knew that Han Xiao had told her about it because he did not want Aesop's kind intentions to not get recognized. Furthermore, Han Xiao was the only one who could mention this. Aesop was never going to tell Ames and ask to be appreciated. He was not that kind of person. Aesop figured out Han Xiao's intentions too, and his tiny bit of unhappiness disappeared. He was a little touched and appreciative. His impression of Han Xiao was even better. The fleet traveled for 10 days and finally entered the flickering world through the military stargates. On this day, the Beyond Grade A Association hosted another plenary meeting. Due to the fact that the mechanics had been dealing with the intelligent plague for quite some time, they had missed quite a number of meetings. This was the first meeting for Han Xiao and the others in a while. In the Development Union's headquarters on Planet Finn, Han Xiao's remote projection landed outside the conference room in the Army Commander's gold-edged black cape, looking respectable. There was still some time till the official start of the meeting, so not everyone had arrived yet. People gathered in small groups outside the conference room and chatted casually. One of the purposes of the Development Union was to build a platform that was convenient for beyond grade as to communicate with each other. Other than official meetings, their private communications were just as important. As soon as he appeared, the space outside the venue instantly turned quiet. Everyone looked over with various expressions on their faces. The atmosphere was a little odd. This time, Milizhao's and several dynasty allies approached. "Yo, Black Star, you've finally returned," Milizhao said loudly. Han Xiao turned and looked over with a smile. He then greeted Baoni, Silver Shadow, and his other friends one after another. After a round of greetings, Milizhao's praised, "What you did in the ancient star desert really made me see you in a new light. Sadly, I'm not a mechanic and could not witness it with my own eyes." "That's right. To think that we could not participate in such a historic moment. What a shame." Viru looked regretful. "If I was there, you wouldn't have fought alone." "I'd definitely have fought Manison with you," Baoni said. Lotus Swordsman was merciless. She said coldly, "Nonsense, if you were there, you'd be the first one to die. You're a burden just like Kohler." Kohler frowned. "Why bring me into it? I didn't say anything." "Not a big deal. It's not worth mentioning." Hearing compliments from everyone, Han Xiao waved humbly. One consequence of him destroying the virus core was that the Allies saw that his position had increased again, and he was more trusted by the three universal civilizations, so they all came to give their compliments. This time, Milizhao's looked left and right, lowered his voice, and said, "Everyone thinks you're now totally opposed to Manison. The president and the vice president having different philosophies will definitely lead to arguments. The atmosphere in the association now is very sensitive. No wonder everyone was looking at me strangely earlier." Han Xiao smiled and was not surprised. "Today is the first time you and Manison will attend the meeting together after the two of you confronted each other. So most people are now waiting to see what will happen." Han Xiao shook his head and said, "Don't worry. The Development Union's purpose to the outside world is to solve conflicts between beyond grade so Manison will definitely not publicly disobey the rules. Otherwise, the foundation of the association will be damaged, and that's unacceptable for him. Therefore, he has to set an example. The most he'll do is cause trouble for me verbally. There's no way he'll use the association's powers to cause problems for me. As for me, I have even less of a need to provoke him. After all, I grabbed even Mechanic Emperor's trump card. I'm not the one who lost anything." Han Xiao giggled in his mind but did not say the second half of the last sentence. Milizhao said slowly, "Yes, that's for the best. Don't provoke him. Actually, after Manison expressed his goal, there aren't that many people supporting him in the association anymore. What he did this time was too risky. Many people don't agree with it. Had he succeeded, we would all have been dragged down by him too. Therefore, quite a number of them are unhappy with Manison now. On the other hand, there are a lot of members supporting you. Most people hope to use the Development Union to stick together in groups and obtain better safety assurance, as well as more benefits. But to completely oppose the three universal civilizations? That's too unrealistic. Not many are willing to take the risk. Therefore, since you stopped Manison and also built a closer relationship with the three universal civilizations, many people are appreciative of you and recognize you for what you've done, and they stand on your side." Hearing this, Han Xiao looked around, and in many eyes around the room, he saw friendliness. As expected, Han Xiao responded. He had figured all this would happen long ago. At this time, a raging voice suddenly sounded from beside. "Black Star, you're such an asterisk shoal." The people looked at the source of the voice. Secret Master was walking over to him with a blaming expression on his face. "What did I do to you?" Han Xiao was confused. "Still playing dumb?" Secret Master was furious. "You messed up my black market forces in the ancient star desert during the Starfield lockdown. I was just following orders to prevent the virus from leaking." Han Xiao blinked. "Do you think I'd believe you?" Secret Master said with rage. Only after the three universal civilizations stopped the lockdown did he know that his forces in the ancient star desert had become a mess because of Han Xiao. He almost vomited blood. You really have misunderstood me, Han Xiao explained slowly. The 3 universal civilizations wanted me to control the black market to prevent the virus from leaking. Since it was an abnormal situation, I had to use an abnormal method, so I had no choice but to be aggressive. Furthermore, the intelligent plague has already been dealt with, and I've moved out of there. It's the 3 universal civilizations that are trying to continue to control the ancient star desert's black market. I only took on this sinful job for the sake of the safety of the universe. Even if I didn't do it, someone else would have, right? Secret Master clenched his teeth. The thickest thing I've ever seen is your skin. He did not really want to blame Han Xiao. He knew that the 3 universal civilizations would not compromise even one bit in the face of such a large disaster. At this matter's roots, he could only blame himself for being so unlucky that the location of the virus outbreak happened to be the ancient star desert. Secret Master also realized that ever since he crossed paths with Black Star, he kept getting unlucky. I'd better stay away from Black Star, so that I won't get affected if he's struck by lightning one day. As they were chattering, another remote projection arrived. It was Manison who was at the center of the storm. Buzz! In an instant, the entire place became silent. Everyone looked over at Manison and Han Xiao with eyes that had various emotions. The only similarity these eyes had was that they were all looking forward to a show. Manison turned around and calmly looked Han Xiao in the eye. As if the fight between 2 of them never happened, Manison slowly greeted Han Xiao with a calm expression. We meet again, Black Star. What a coincidence, Mechanic Emperor. I thought you'd be too ashamed to attend the meeting today. Han Xiao chuckled. At this point in time, he felt he looked more like a villain than Manison. On the side, Milizaus rubbed the dragon horn on his head with confusion. Didn't you agree not to provoke the Mechanic Emperor? Did you completely forget what I literally just said? Chapter 1133, Confrontation. Chapter 1133, Confrontation. Manison did not get baited. He sized Han Xiao up and nodded. You're quite humorous. I'm the Development Union president. I wouldn't miss the meeting even if you might. Han Xiao stood with his arms crossed and said, as the president, what you did doesn't really live up to your position though. Not everyone supported you, yet you made the personal choice of kidnapping their interests and gambling with it. The moment he saw Manison, he completely forgot about not provoking him. In fact, all he wanted to do now was provoke him. Knowing about the side the association was leaning to, he deliberately tried to bring up the dissatisfaction of the people around, which proved to be quite effective. Many people looked at Manison with even unfriendlier eyes. They were all important people, so none of them liked having anyone else make decisions for them. The 2 of them had now clearly drawn the line and gone back to being competitors. Damaging Manison's reputation was not the main goal. Satisfying his guilty pleasure was. Wait, it seemed like it was supposed to be the other way round. The allies of the Federation present felt the most awkward. Manison was still the Federation's ally on paper, but they did not want to be on Manison's side either. Those who supported Manison before were feeling uneasy. Manison completely ignored how the people around him looked at him and coldly said, I've finally seen through you after this. The purpose of us creating the association was to gain more power and not be controlled by advanced civilizations. You claim to be thinking for the beyond grade but you're actually just a dog of the 3 universal civilizations. Everything I do is for the beyond grade as in the long run, and it's impossible not to take risks. Sadly, you want to suck up to the 3 universal civilizations and not lose your reputation among the beyond grade so you chose to destroy our hope. In my eyes, that's nothing but a selfish act of an opportunist. I will never have any hope in you anymore. Oh, I didn't expect the great Mechanic Emperor to have to resort to **ting. Being old surely has benefits. Even your way of twisting the facts is so skilled. Han Xiao did not mind at all and said, sadly, the audience's eyes are clear. The things you're trying to frame me for won't stick. Everyone has their own opinions about the truth. As the vice president, I have a duty to stop you from forcing everyone to take one path till the end. Hehe. Do you really think of yourself as the hero just because you're wearing the coat of public opinion the 3 universal civilizations have weaved for you? You've got a lot of things to say now, but I'm very curious. Will you have the face to attend the award ceremony sometime soon that'll be broadcast to the entire universe? Why not? If not for me, how could the 3 universal civilizations have discovered the virus so soon? How could the special antivirus program have been invented so quickly? Without me, the intelligent plague would still be running rampant even now. In terms of contribution, I'm not much inferior to you, but the 3 universal civilizations never said a single word about it. How obvious are their intentions? As the conversation got a kickstart, the 2 of them started to argue without holding back. They started arguing, and the various beyond grade as watched with popcorn from the side. After arguing for a while more, Manison looked around and said coldly, "I didn't come to argue with you today. The purpose of the association is to solve conflicts between beyond grade as the president, I have to set an example, so don't worry, although we have our differences, I won't do anything to you. You say it in such a nice way. I think you're so busy dealing with the 3 universal civilizations and simply don't dare to mess with me anymore," Han Xiao said with a mocking tone. Manison narrowed his eyes and said, "You seem to think that our tie was real. We both know the truth, but you seem to have misunderstood something. Do you really think you can fight on par with me? freewebnovel.com. That's the truth, not a misunderstanding." Han Xiao chuckled and said with a taunting tone, "If you don't approve of it, I'm available anytime." He had gotten quite a lot of good stuff from Manison, including even his core unique talent, so he even wanted to fight Manison more. The purpose of the development union is to solve physical conflicts between beyond grade as I won't lower myself to your level. Manison turned and walked into the venue with an expressionless face, no longer bothering with Han Xiao. Seeing this, Han Xiao secretly curled his lips. Old man Manison really is patient. If I provoked him like this in the past, he would have undoubtedly come looking for me to have a talk with a 40-mile-long sword in his hands. However, the mechanic emperor should feel frustrated too. He was so certain he could defeat me, but he was forced to stop at a tie by the 3 universal civilizations, and now he has to patiently wait for the opportunity to regain his position. Until then, he will have to watch his reputation get weakened with his own eyes. I, however, not only acquired his core unique talent but also secretly acquired the incomplete blueprint of the virus technology that he dreams of having. I even got a new ability that counters him. But in his mind, my strength is still the same as when we fought. If I fight him again, I'll certainly give him a surprise. While Han Xiao was smiling in his head, Kasui came over and said, "I've not seen Manison get forced to do something for a very long time. You're one of the very few people who can give him a loss." Han Xiao turned to look at him and said with surprise, "I thought your relationship was quite good with Manison. But you seem quite happy." Kasui smiled with narrowed eyes. "Hehe, don't misunderstand. I have known Manison for many years, and we are indeed quite close friends. However, he's him and I'm me. To be frank, I don't agree with what he tried doing either. Even if you didn't stop him, I would have drawn the line with him after the incident." Han Xiao nodded. "Without this matter, the Mechanic Emperor and I might still be friends. Sadly, our philosophies are too different. I only hope this did not affect the relationship between us. Don't worry, your conflict with him won't affect our relationship. I don't mind differences in philosophies because I think everyone has something they want. However, although Manison's method was not the most righteous, he did say one thing right. The 3 universal civilizations are just using you to damage him, and when you're no longer of value to one day, his present might become your future. I know my lines. You don't have to worry about that." While the 2 of them spoke, a third voice appeared. "Therefore, while we're still being used by advanced civilizations, we'll have to quickly get any benefits we can. This comes from my personal experience." The 2 of them looked over and saw Sorokin, who had come too. Sorokin added his almost symbolic fake smile to the conversation and greeted the 2 shareholders. "Oh, it's you." Han Xiao glanced at him. "What other ideas do you have?" "You're flattering me, Your Excellency Black Star. I'm just an ordinary beyond grade A. I'm in no place to take part in such a big topic. I don't have any good ideas. I'm just giving my suggestion from the perspective of a businessman, hoping to provide Your Excellency Black Star with some ideas to deal with the current situation." Sorokin's tone was passionate. Han Xiao crossed his arms and sized Sorokin up. It doesn't look like you're just here to have a chat. What do you want? Haha. Nothing can escape your Excellency Black Star's eyes indeed, Sorokin said with a bright smile. I'm hoping to talk about a partnership with you. Han Xiao listened to him for a while and finally understood what he meant. He was not even surprised about how shameless Sorokin was. He had become the consultant of the three universal civilizations, so he now had support from all three of them. Sorokin saw a business opportunity, so he wanted to forge a deeper partnership with him, a shareholder. Han Xiao had gotten this shareholder position basically by robbing it, and Sorokin was not happy about it at all initially. However, now that he saw he could profit from it, he instantly put all that behind him without hesitation and came to speak with Han Xiao. The beef between them was not even cleared, yet he could act as nothing happened. Over the past few months, Han Xiao had been busy dealing with the intelligent plague, while Sorokin had been dealing with how displeased the three universal civilizations were with him. After paying a hefty price, he was finally able to mitigate the damage. Not only that, through some flashy moves, Sorokin was able to prove that his stand was the same as that of the three universal civilizations, as well as connect with some of the officials of the Federation and the Church who had real power. He also used his director position in the association to build new profit networks. Han Xiao suddenly thought of something. By the way, Manison is also a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, so won't the things he did affect you too? Can the three universal civilizations allow him to continue being a shareholder? Well, it did have some impact. However, that doesn't stop me from continuing my partnership with him, and the scheduled dividends won't stop for him either. The three universal civilizations allow that. Firstly, my financial group is private and legitimate, so I have the right to freely choose who's in my financial group. Secondly, Sorokin giggled but did not say anything and gave Han Xiao a knowing look. Then it occurred to Han Xiao. No wonder the three universal civilizations did not mind the two of them having a partnership. They were using the Limitless Financial Group as a way of acquiring information about Mechanic Emperor's forces. This had to be one of the terms Sorokin had to provide to regain the three universal civilizations' support. Of course, he did not want to develop a deeper partnership with Sorokin, so he never gave any direct answers to any of Sorokin's questions and just dragged on the conversation. The people chattered for a while, and it was finally time to start the meeting. They swarmed into the venue and sat on their seats. Han Xiao did not continue insulting Manison. Following the theme of this meeting, the two of them dealt with matters one after another just like the usual plenary meetings. However, although the two of them were minding their own businesses, the atmosphere was still very strange. After what happened outside the venue earlier, most people were influenced and acting completely normal would be quite difficult. Very soon, the last topic arrived. Manison looked around at everyone and said with a deep voice, "Due to the sudden outbreak of the intelligent plague, the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the Superstar Cluster Alliance was postponed for more than half a year. Now that the plague has been dealt with, these two sides are about to start fighting. Our Beyond Grade A Association needs to pick a side. As all of you know, the three universal civilizations have been holding tight to the ultimate knowledges. The terms they gave was to have us deal with the Superstar Cluster Alliance in their place, which I don't intend to agree to. Therefore, I suggest we hold our original stand and do not take part in the war between advanced civilizations." The people nodded. Although they were unhappy with Manison, this decision was agreed upon by most of them previously, so there was not much argument. As for the direct members of the three universal civilizations, they usually did not express their opinion at times like this. After all, there would be no point even if they did. However, this time, Manison turned to Han Xiao and suddenly asked, "Vice President, what do you think?" Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he started pondering. He noticed what the Mechanic Emperor intended to do. He was now at the center of public opinion. The reasons behind the three universal civilizations' recent compliments of him might not exclude them wanting him to become the representative of the Development Union who stood on their side. Not only did they hope he would compete with Manison, but they also hoped that he would speak for them in the association. However, one of the very purposes of building this association was to help the Beyond Grade as escape from the faction lock the advanced civilizations had set up for them, so they did not have to murder each other as tools. On this matter, Han Xiao realized that no matter which side he picked, he would still be negatively affected. Supporting the overall agreement of the people present was not a problem on the association side, but although the three universal civilizations would not be surprised about it, they would feel somewhat disappointed, which would reduce the support he would receive. The other allies could make this choice because they were the crowd, while he was the representative whom the three universal civilizations had high hopes for. The impact was different despite the choice being the same. If he spoke for the three universal civilizations and encouraged everyone to deal with the superstar cluster alliance, it would be even worse. He would look like he had completely taken the side of the three universal civilizations and become the dog that the mechanic emperor claimed he was, which would undoubtedly displease everyone. Furthermore, the philosophy he represented would look different. It would turn from peaceful coexistence to sucking up to the three universal civilizations, which completely went against the purpose of the association and was exactly the same as the original path everyone was taking. Han Xiao looked up. Everyone present, including the direct members of the three universal civilizations, was focused on him. They clearly knew what impact this decision he made would have, so they waited for him to make a stand. Manison's question could not be considered dirty or anything. It was just rightfully using the opportunity. Of course, I agree with everyone. That's why we gathered here in the first place. However, I'm going to deal with one of the superstar cluster civilizations. I have some private beef with them, Han Xiao said calmly. He was very realistic, so he would not pick the wrong side at times like this. When the three universal civilizations were praising and supporting him, Han Xiao had known a moment when he had to prove to the other beyond grade as he did not change his heart would come. Hearing his answer, the people were satisfied. After the business was done, the plenary meeting ended, and the beyond grade as went offline one after another. Han Xiao, however, did not leave immediately. He dragged Gila, who had been only watching, to the said, found a room and closed the door. You've returned. Gila sized Han Xiao up and said, you seem to have lost weight. I should be the one saying that to you. How's the underworld? Han Xiao smiled. It's getting stable and slowly recovering. By the way, I have something to tell you. It's about the underworld too. What a coincidence. I have something I want to ask you about the underworld too. But you go first. Gila nodded. Okay. Have you heard about the sanctum? Han Xiao's face was filled with shock. He subconsciously pressed his hand on his chest where his heart was. At that moment, he finally understood how Oathkeeper felt. Chapter 1134. That must be a fake black star. Chapter 1134. That must be a fake black star. Where did you hear about the sanctum? Han Xiao asked with a shocked tone. The underworld told me. Gila briefly repeated what Onisalu had said. Seeing Han Xiao's reaction, she said, Humph. So you knew about the sanctum long ago but didn't tell me. Ahem. That's because I didn't know everything about it either. And I'm still privately investigating. Han Xiao coughed and quickly worked his brain. Gila's message gave him a surprise. He initially only wanted to ask the underworld hero spirits about Soul Emperor, but he was also able to acquire new information about the sanctum. According to Gila, someone once invited the two sisters to participate in an operation targeted at the sanctum. This meant that some primordial ones possessed more information about the sanctum, only that those two sisters did not go in the end. After that, for some unknown reason, the information about the sanctum seemed to be cut off. Fewer and fewer people knew about it. Furthermore, Han Xiao also acquired an important piece of intelligence from Gila. One of the sanctum's functions was reviving the dead. This was the first function of the sanctums he had discovered, and it finally opened the mysterious curtain for a bit. The Holy Accord organization revived primordial ones, the sanctums. Han Xiao finally felt like all these things were connected. No wonder Oathkeeper was acting that way. Previously, he did not connect the two of them because he did not know the exact use of the sanctums. Now, he finally had a clearer image of the Holy Accord organization. One of the rewards of my Primal Esper Ability Collector milestone mission was the third Sanctum Ability Fragment, which means these two are connected in some way. Then the true goal of the Holy Accord organization in collecting Primal Esper abilities should be to open the Sanctum and revive people from the past. Seeing that Han Xiao looked like he was deep in thought, Gila frowned and asked, was this information useful to you? Useful, very useful. Han Xiao regained focus and said, actually, I've been secretly collecting information about the sanctums, and you've helped me a lot this time. Great job. As long as it's helpful for you. Gila stopped frowning and nodded. She then asked, then what were you going to tell me earlier? Haha, I happen to want to ask the underworld hero spirits some questions, and now I have one more question to ask. Do you need me to awaken the hero spirits right now? That'll affect your growth, won't it? As long as you need me to, I don't mind it. Gila did not hesitate at all. You don't have to do that. The underworld is inherited by you after all. Don't only think of me. Han Xiao shook his head, sighed, and said, let's not rush. We'll talk about it when the underworld recovers. All right, just tell me when you need it. I'll help you anytime, Gila said softly. We'll talk about it then. Han Xiao nodded, changed the topic, and smiled. By the way, I brought you a present this time. You should like it. Gila's eyes sparkled. What is it? I've made an agreement with the 3 universal civilizations, and I can now acquire 3 Esper ultimate knowledges for you. I brought one for you this time. I'll let Philip send it to you later. Okay. Gila smiled faintly. She was very satisfied with this present. Even more glad that Han Xiao still remembered about her even when he was out on business. Han Xiao only logged off after chatting for quite a while more. His sight returned to his body, which was in the main ship's command room. The fleet was advancing in the Dawn star cluster of the flickering world. They would reach the edge of the Geru star cluster in a few days and return to the army's territory. Standing beside the enormous floor-to-ceiling porthole, Han Xiao looked at the stars passing by outside and thought back to the meeting earlier. Manison's risky actions caused him to lose support in the association, and his connections were damaged. Without any accidents, during the next election in 50 years' time, it's going to be very tough for him to have 2 consecutive terms. However, that old man Manison isn't one to wait for doom to arrive. He's now busy dealing with the 3 universal civilizations' pressure, but he won't stay passive like that. He'll certainly come up with other plans to improve the situation he's in. Given his philosophy, it's impossible for him to admit he was wrong and go back to the arms of the Federation. That would only cause even more problems. The situation can no longer go back to what it was before for him. He might regain his position as an independent faction like he did in my previous life, but this time, the duration of that will not just last throughout the calamity of the Super's versions. He will become completely alone. Even if the alliance he had with the Federation was not dismantled on paper, the 3 universal civilizations would not give him any more important responsibilities. Manison's actions caused him to no longer have a universal civilization backing him up. However, he could back himself up, so he had the confidence to do this. If not because Han Xiao had told the 3 universal civilizations about the virus core to reduce the damage caused by the disaster, Manison would not have taken the risk and would still be a comfortable ally of the Federation. Thinking of that, Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. The impact of their battle was clearly visible. As the machinery faith believers on planet Magnetic Cloud spread this news as much as they could, the news of him fighting Manison that ended up in a tie was spread in the machinery faith very quickly. This had shaken a small part of people's faith in Manison, and Han Xiao attracted a new group of believers. After the recent events, the bonus of Key of Adeptus Mechanicus had increased by quite a lot. The range of bonuses provided by this talent was comprehensive, basically covering all bases of mechanical abilities. Currently, his machinery affinity was about 600%, and he also received hundreds of attribute points other than in luck. Furthermore, his ability in the armed, virtual, and many other classifications also improved depending on the believer's preferences. Other than that, his efficiency in building, repairing, and enhancing machines was also improved by a lot. He could also use various machines more efficiently. The bonuses of the talent were so comprehensive, and the bonuses were still increasing as his believers increased. Han Xiao did not know if there was even an end to it. The bonuses I'm receiving aren't the most important part. Han Xiao chuckled. His Key of Adeptus Mechanicus. Receiving more bonuses meant he had taken away the Mechanic Emperor's believers, so the Mechanic Emperor's bonuses from this talent decreased. The more I get, the less Manison has. As this carried on, Manison's advantage over everyone else would decrease. I might not have earned the most, but Manison definitely lost the most. After traveling for several days, Han Xiao and the fleet finally arrived at the entrance of the army's territory, Planet Black Gate. He planned to rest there for half a day and then head to the venue of the Black Star Cup. While he was not around, the construction in the army territory had carried on steadily. The Black Star Cup was going smoothly. The members who were eliminated went back to their posts, and the eliminated players returned to the fourth stage free competition zone in the flickering world to continue to occupy strongholds. Everything was going well. Currently, most of the matches of the Black Star Cup had already ended. Only the last two most popular matches were left. They were the dual finals of the Calamity Grade group and the Square Group finals of the Players group. The two contestants of the former were both elite Black Star guards. One was the old bootlicker Hadavi, and other was the newbie bootlicker Jadina. Both were beyond grade A seeds, and they stood out from the various calamity grades of the army. Not considering Han Xiao and Hila, these two were recognized as among the strongest in the army. Originally, both Logi and Lothair would also be qualified enough to fight for the top place among calamity grades, but Logi, being Logi, had already given up in the qualifiers. As for Lothair, it was not suitable for him to appear in front of the public due to his job, so he did not participate in the Black Star Cup. As for other calamity grades, none were a match for Hadavi and Jadina. Even Phaidon and Nero could not make up for the difference in direct strength with their advanced luck glow. As for the Square Group's contestants on the players' side, they were Frenzied Sword's Team Rivervale, King Admiral's Team Dynasty, Rainy Kim's Team Thunderstorm, and a group of very highly skilled players' Gold Team. Only one of the Chinese clubs entered the finals of the Pro League, but this was different because the rules of the Black Star Cup were less strict, more random, and more dramatic compared to the official league. Usually, the big clubs would always face attacks from the other three sides at the same time in square scrimmages. Hence, Long Sky, Temple of God, and Fried Eggplants with Fish all got eliminated by their passionate fans. The fleet docked at Planet Black Gate. As soon as Han Xiao walked down from the spaceship, he saw Sylvia welcoming him on the dock. A security perimeter was set up. The crowd watched from behind it with curiosity, including some army warriors and players. Not only that, they even held up a set of banners. The left one said, "Holding loyalty with iron shoulders." The right said, "Carrying lives with a merciful heart." And the middle said, "Welcome home, hero of the universe." What the hell? Han Xiao's eyes opened wide with shock. He turned around, walked back to the cabin, closed the hatch, and opened it again, making sure he was not seeing things. Did I open the hatch wrong? While he was being stunned, Sylvia approached him, saluted with the officers, and yelled as if they were afraid the others could not hear them. "Welcome back, Army Commander." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He did not even have to ask to know that this was definitely Sylvia's idea. Never mind when others praised him, but his own subordinates doing it was too embarrassing, not to mention the fact that this was a public area. Han Xiao dragged Sylvia aside and whispered with a speechless expression, "What's with the welcome? This welcome ceremony is necessary so that the entire army knows you've returned victorious. It's beneficial for enhancing the members' sense of recognition," Sylvia said with a serious tone, but her barely suppressed grin sold her heart out. Speechless, Han Xiao quickly dragged Sylvia toward the dock exit and changed the topic. "The Black Star Cup is coming to an end. How are the preparations for the closing ceremony?" As this was a business matter, Sylvia wiped the smile off her face and said, "It's all been settled. When the time comes, you'll have to make a speech and compliment the winners of every contest. There are so many items. How many people is that going to be?" Sylvia rolled her eyes. "You asked for this, hero." "All right, I'll be there," Han Xiao said with resignation. "Also, I suggest that you watch the last two matches live at the venue. Since you've returned, it's best for you to show up at the finals to show how much you care about the competition." "Well, I'm in no hurry. Might as well." The group hastily left the dock. In the crowd, a group of players were looking at Han Xiao with extended necks. Many people around them recognized that these people were the Gold Team, which had entered the finals of the square scrimmage. They were all highly skilled players, and their excellent performance during the Black Star Cup attracted quite a lot of fans. After watching Han Xiao leave, the members of Gold Team all turned to look at their mechanic teammate, who stood in the middle. We actually really got to meet Black Star by waiting here. How was it? Were you able to create the character summon card? What ability did you get? Their goal of gathering there was to get their mechanic teammate, who had a blank character summon card, to copy Black Star's ability. It would be a trump card for the finals. As beyond grade as were very difficult to find, they were initially planning to just copy from a calamity grade. However, the army commander coincidentally returned, and no one was a better target for the blank character summon card than Black Star. Don't be so impatient. Still randomizing. This mechanic teammate displayed his interface and looked at it nervously with everyone else. After about 2 to 3 seconds, a notification finally popped up on the interface. The group hastily looked at it. You have received character summon card Black Star. Ability: Billion Mechanic Empire Manison. Uses 0/1. Everyone was at a loss. What's going on? Wasn't the target Black Star? Why is the ability from the Mechanic Emperor? At this point, the few of them suddenly trembled. They exchanged looks and saw horror in each other's eyes. They felt they had just discovered a gigantic secret. There was only one explanation for this situation. The army commander had been swapped. That Black Star must be fake. Chapter 1135 People. It is our turn to save the army. Chapter 1135 People. It is our turn to save the army. An hour later. Inside a dark room, the tiny dark green candle was the only source of light. The flame swayed and flickered, illuminating the faces around the table, leaving shadows on the wall. It looked quite scary and creepy. Above the candlelight, an interface that was displayed to the people around was floating, showing the introduction of the Black Star character summon card. Gold Team's captain was Fly Free, a top non-professional player who started playing all the way back in version 1.0. He looked worried and troubled as he said in a low voice, I didn't expect to discover such a big secret. Guys, what should we do now? What else? Publicize it. But this is the trump card we're going to use in the finals. If we make it public, won't we have exposed ourselves? Priorities. Compared to the safety of the entire army, the competition is no longer that important. As they were arguing, a female player gently raised her hand and said, I have a question. Why don't we turn on the lights instead of this one candle? This kind of dark and mysterious environment is needed for something this important. That's how they play it in the movies. Another team member scratched his head and asked, I understand that and all, but why only light one candle? We might be the only ones who've discovered the truth. The atmosphere has to be serious, understand? Another teammate gave a long, oh, and then said, I see, but why only light one candle? Enough! Fly Free could not take it anymore. He stood up and stopped the replay. Then he went to turn on the light and pulled the rest back on track. After acquiring the Black Star character summon card, the fragile hearts of all the Gold Team members were shaken. They quickly returned to the stronghold to discuss what they should do. On dealing with the issue, the opinions of the team were split in two. One side felt they should keep the secret till after the finals. Another side felt that the matter was too important, and they should immediately publicize it on the forums to warn the army players that their faction boss might have been swapped. Although they had worked hard to finally enter the Black Star Cup finals, after discovering this secret, the competition did not seem that interesting anymore. Their attention was completely absorbed by the mystery of the army commander. The character summon card had a Black Star prefix, but they had no way of knowing if this was also part of the target's disguise. After all, the prefix of character summon cards usually only displayed the target's current identity. It did not have the natural ability to see through disguises. For example, if they used a blank character summon card on Sorokin or Oathkeeper, it would only be displayed as Sorokin character summon card or Oathkeeper character summon card, not their true identity. Therefore, this Manison suffix was clearly more convincing. Boom! Fly Free slammed the table heavily and said with a firm tone, I think we should immediately publicize this information. We would never have a chance of getting into the finals of any official league. but the Black Star Cup gave us this opportunity. Even if we lose in the finals, we're still top 4, and we'll still have gained a lot of fame. Without the Black Star Cup, all this would not have happened. We cannot forget where we came from. The reward of the competition is nothing compared to the safety of the entire army. Plus, throughout the versions, just how many benefits has the army commander brought us? How many of us love this character? He might be in danger now. How can we ignore that? The chance of saving the army lies in our hands. The players present were mostly senior Chinese players who had strong feelings for the army. They had come to see it as their home faction long ago. For example, in order to protect the army and Black Star, Fly Free was even willing to give up their advantage in the final just to tip everyone off. He knew that just a few of them were far from enough to make a difference. So he wanted to unite the army players' power, have them come together to find a way, and expose the Mechanic Emperor's conspiracy. Hearing this, the people present were reminded of the past and suddenly felt a burning flame of faith in their hearts. Fly Free reached out his hand. The others understood this gesture. They all reached out their hands and stacked them together. They looked each other in the eyes and saw the strong sense of responsibility in everyone's gaze. Now, it's our turn to save the army commander. Fly Free immediately opened to forums to start writing a post. Without hesitation, he gave it this title: Revelation of the Century, the unspeakable secret between Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor. The fleet rested for half a day on planet Blackgate. Then, it very soon started to head toward the venue of the Black Star Cup Finals. Inside the cabin, Han Xiao chatted with Sylvia about business for more than half a day, and only then did Sylvia leave. Alone in the room, Han Xiao comfortably sat in his chair, casually opened up the forums, and started his daily idiotic players' observation time. Let me look at the Happy Meal today. Han Xiao hummed in a great mood as he entered the forums, but he was instantly stunned. With a glance, the titles were all along the lines of extremely urgent, please share. The army commander's identity has become a mystery. Mechanic Emperor's horrifying conspiracy. Danger. The Black Star Army's owner might have changed. And please save the army commander. The entire Flickering World panel was filled with posts similar to those. What in the world is this? It's not even been a day since I last looked at the forums. What happened? Confused, Han Xiao opened the most viewed post. The original poster was surprisingly an ID he knew, the captain of Gold Team, Fly Free. The post started directly with a high-resolution screenshot, the introduction of the Black Star character summon card. As soon as Han Xiao saw the Billion Mechanic Empire Manison ability, he had a rough idea of what was going on, and his lips started twitching uncontrollably. You can't be serious. I have thousands and thousands of abilities, and he somehow copied this ability to the blank character summon card? How lucky can these people be? Speaking of which, I've only just returned. When did they use the blank character summon card on me? Was it at the docks? He continued reading. As he expected, Fly Free explained what happened. Comrades of the army, I'm Gold Team's Fly Free. About an hour ago, we discovered a shocking secret. Not long ago, when the army commander returned to his territory, our team was in the crowd, and we planned to use one blank character summon card to copy Black Star's ability. Initially, we planned on using it as the trump card in the upcoming Black Star Cup final. However, as everyone can see from the screenshot, never could we have expected to get the Mechanic Emperor's ability from Black Star. This completely appalled all of us. We could not understand the situation. After some discussion, we came to a shocking conclusion. The army commander now might be the Mechanic Emperor in disguise. His goal is to replace Black Star and take over our army. In the end, we decided to immediately publicize this crucial information. We need everyone to unite, find the truth, and destroy this conspiracy. Comrades, the future of the army is in our hands. Han Xiao looked like he was constipated. I mean, this deduction isn't complete nonsense, but why do I still feel like these people are mentally challenged? He looked at the responses below, which had already exploded. Countless people expressed their doubts. Is this real? Is this screenshot photoshopped? It has to be. Youngsters are trying to come up with big news every day. Are you guys trying to make the news and attract some attention while it lasts because you know that you have no chance at winning? Boolsh asterisk T. It's over. Someone is going to have to change his name into Mechanic Emperor's big pages. Facing the doubts, Fly Free responded to these comments. I know everyone definitely has doubts. On the day of the final, we'll use this character summon card and display it, so everyone will believe that we need to save the army. Save your ass. Han Xiao ground his teeth and returned to the panel, quickly browsing through the related posts. He realized that other than those who doubted it, there were also quite a number who made posts to seriously analyze the possibility of it being true. Reinhard, perhaps it's true. The Mechanic Emperor totally has motive. Didn't the two of them fight with each other some time ago in the ancient Star Desert? Could it be that the Mechanic Emperor attacked the army commander after that? Pikachu. If this one is fake, then where's the real army commander? Did he die? Wolf Flame. That shouldn't be possible. After all, just think about how tanky the army commander is. I think that Mechanic Emperor might have just exiled him, and he can't come back anytime soon, which is why Mechanic Emperor dares disguise himself as Black Star. Hippo. Are you guys all going with the story that the army commander has been swapped by default? Why can't Black Star have learned the Mechanic Emperor's ability somehow? Smelly Feet Slayer. That's too unlikely. This is the first time in so many years that the blank character summon card has gotten an ability from Black Star with a suffix. 0 square foot of 0. Could it be that they've made some kind of deal to teach each other their abilities? My dog's name is Loggy. So, if we use blank character summon cards on Mechanic Emperor now, we might get Indestructible Body Black Star? You really are a genius. Han Xiao's teeth were almost starting to hurt from all the grinding. Ice Tornado. Wait, there are other possibilities too. Could it be that Black Star was taught by the Mechanic Emperor from the beginning? Blueberry. Holy SH asterisk T. That does sound possible. If Black Star has been Mechanic Emperor's secret disciple since long ago, that'll explain his extremely quick rise. Shadow Song of Execution. If that's true, their conflict some time ago might just be a show. They appear to be on opposite sides, but they're actually on the same side. What a plot twist. I figured it out. The Mechanic Emperor is planning something huge, and he's playing a gigantic match of chess. Figured your ass out. Veins popped up on Han Xiao's forehead. Blood rose. No, my curiosity can't be suppressed any longer. What happened between Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor? Paradise Disco. Just a tiny question. Will I get killed if I ask the army commander directly? Although I'm not afraid of that. Bunhit Dog. Ah, my eyes see through all. A storm is brewing. This secret might lead to a new enormous main storyline. I have a feeling that the theme of the next version is going to be the Black Star Army split. I'm going to have plenty of material again. What split? You're the one that's going to split. Han Xiao had a feeling that if he caught these players and shook them hard enough, he would most certainly hear the sound of liquid flowing in their empty heads. Then he suddenly saw a new post. The title was Army Rescue Operation Recruitment Post. He clicked in and saw that it was a post from FreeSH*T again. Brother and sisters, the Black Star Army has accompanied us over 4 versions. This is our faction, and we can't allow others to rob what we've worked so hard for. However, sadly, the Army's officers will not believe what we say. Only us players can see the evidence. Because of that, I've decided to start a righteous mutiny. When the closing ceremony of the Black Star Cup is broadcast live to the entire universe, I'm going to step out and expose the Mechanic Emperor's real identity to everyone. Therefore, I need all of your power. Although we're far from being able to match beyond grade, as we can use our lives to show the entire universe the Mechanic Emperor's conspiracy. All heroes who are willing to participate in the operation, leave your name under this post and contact us. Comrades, unsheathe your swords. We're the only ones who can save the army now. Even in death, I'm still a member of the Black Star Army. Mechanic Emperor Manison, show us your HP bar. Han Xiao was completely astounded. He looked down, and the comments of this post were growing by the hundreds each second. Countless people were thrilled and signed up for it. What the hell? Are they planning to backstab me? Should I feel a headache now, or should I feel touched? This proves that what I've done in the past 4 versions has been very effective. I've already built a strong emotional bond with the Chinese players. The fact that these players are willing to go this far for me, it's really touching. Touching my ass. What kind of turn of events is this? He looked at the post again for 2 more times and clenched his teeth. Frankly, this post did indeed make me quite heated. Damn it, smaller brains do indeed occupy less space in the brain to give room for more stupidity. Chapter 1136. This is love. Chapter 1136. This is love. Han Xiao could not help but rub his temples. Players were the incarnation of anarchy. Even though they were already members of his own faction, they could still not be fully controlled. Although their intentions were good, what they did would always end up causing all kinds of strange things to happen. The atmosphere of the entire forums got carried away by this topic. After being frustrated for a while, Han Xiao suddenly laughed. These guys really can't seem to stop causing problems. But this might not be a bad thing. He pondered for a while and suddenly realized that he did not have to stop the players. Not to mention that the players were communicating on the forums and there was no way he could use that as evidence to catch them. This was not a bad thing for building a sense of belonging for the army. If not because the senior players loved and cared about him, they would not try to save him. He did not have to operate a universal armed force like a tinker, fixing any problems that appeared. Instead, letting the players cause some trouble during the closing ceremony would even bring the Black Star Cup more attention, and he did not even have to plan anything. The players were led by Fly Free, who wanted to backstab him in the name of justice. But this was completely harmless in Han Xiao's eyes. He was happy to put on a show with them. The Black Star Army's public image in the universe was basically an ally of justice recognized by everyone. The people were extremely forgiving toward the army, so even if something like this happened during the Black Star Cup closing ceremony, it would not affect the army's reputation. Instead, it would feel interesting to most people. The Black Star Army basically had the public opinion armor. Actually, Han Xiao figured out easily that he did not have to explain any rumors spreading among the players to anyone. They were non-issues to him. I'm the faction leader, a top warlord in the universe, and I didn't really get swapped. If I even have to explain myself in the face of such a weird accusation, it will be a joke. The evidence of the players' doubts was the character summon card, which actually seemed to make sense from their perspective. However, as long as they could see the big picture, this kind of suspicion would not be able to stand its ground at all. If the Mechanic Emperor really disguised himself as him, there would be way too many flaws in that theory that could not be explained. For example, why did none of the other Beyond Grade sense it? Why did the 3 universal civilizations not notice it? How could the army's artificial intelligence, Philip, not respond to it at all? And if he was the Mechanic Emperor, how could the Mechanic Emperor use his secondary dimension army box? No one in the entire universe could disguise himself as another peak Beyond Grade perfectly. Even a shapeshifter like illusory deity Kant could not. The players did not understand what seemed like common sense to anyone who could see the big picture, so maybe their accusation would be an interesting topic for galactic residents to discuss over meals. Only completely clueless people would believe it. Their evidence that was on the interface was something that did not exist to ordinary people. Han Xiao knew very well that the main reason the players believed this theory was that it was still fresh. Once the blind passion faded and they saw that everything was continuing as usual, this kind of ridiculous rumor would collapse on itself. All important people would be involved in strange and wild rumors. There was no need to explain himself, so he decided to give the players some room for imagination. Han Xiao's eyes gleamed. To the players who only cared about the benefits of the faction, it did not matter who owned the faction. Therefore, being willing to expose the Mechanic Emperor's conspiracy while bearing the risk of being punished by the faction was basically a sacrificial act. Then does it mean that the more people who take part in this mission, the more united the army is? Furthermore, since the players used this reason to cause trouble, the Mechanic Emperor will be the one getting the negative image here. Having thought of that, Han Xiao smiled and summoned Philip. Philip, watch the immortals of the army closely for some time. Report any and all situations to me. Okay, By the way, invite the Beyond grade as to come and watch the ceremony in my name while you're at it. Send one to the Mechanic Emperor too. Will the Mechanic Emperor come? Philip tilted his little head with confusion. How would I know? Just send it to him. It's best if he comes. I'll have a chance to provoke him again. Han Xiao giggled. All right then, Seeing Han Xiao's evil smile, Philip obeyed him without asking anything. Black Star invited me to attend an event? At a secret base somewhere in Primeval Star River, Manison, who was trying to simulate the virtual mutiny virus, stopped and looked at his artificial intelligence with confusion. Yes, he's invited you to attend the Black Star Cup closing ceremony. What's wrong with this guy? What makes Black Star think I will give him face after what happened? Manison could not understand it at all. Is he trying to fix our relationship? Or make me lose face in public? I'm not going. Reject it, Manison replied and continued to reverse engineer the technology. Okay, message sent. Manison replied with a soft grunt and then stopped what he was doing for a moment. By the way, remind me to watch the stream on the day of the Black Star Cup closing ceremony. Although he did not plan to give Han Xiao face, he still wanted to find out what Black Star was attempting to do. There was definitely a reason he had received an invitation. While the discussion about whether Han Xiao was real or fake raged on the forums, the last two finals of the Black Star Cup started as scheduled. Countless audience platforms floated above the venue planet, covering the sky. They were all fully occupied by army members and spectators who had bought live tickets. The audience platform specially made by the army was in the form of an oval-shaped cabin. All the walls were transparent, so the spectators inside could see the outside from any angle. The walls also had the function to zoom in. These audience platforms were also protected by transparent energy shields that could block all kinds of impacts and radiation so that there would not be any spectators lucky enough to get hurt. They could also fly at Mach speed 24 to ensure the spectators would be able to keep up with the Calamity Grade battles. With the advanced technology the platforms had, the spectators inside would also not feel any turbulence even when flying at such a high speed and always feel as if they were on the ground. Today, Han Xiao personally came to watch the competition at the venue. He arrived at the extremely crowded venue and hovered in front of the various audience platforms. As soon as he showed up, he felt like electricity was running through his skin, as if he was being stared at by countless people from behind. Han Xiao was not surprised. He knew this was the countless players in the audience seats using detect on him. In the eyes of the players, Han Xiao's detailed attributes were still all question marks, but the players' goal was to see the color of Han Xiao's name. The result of that was still green, which showed that Han Xiao was on their side, and they started chattering. Let's begin. Han Xiao was not concerned about the players' discussion. He turned and signaled the host to start the finals. The host coughed and said with a loud voice, "Greetings, everyone. Today is the last day of the official Black Star Cup competitions. There will be a total of 2 finals, the dual finals of the Calamity Grade group and the square scrimmage final of the Immortals group. Without further ado, the first match today will be the fight between 2 Calamity Grades. Contestants, please enter the venue." As soon as he said that, Hadavi and Jadaina appeared. After a brief introduction, the two of them went to their own positions and waited for the match to start. Their battlefield was the surface of the entire planet. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The moment the host announced the start of the match, 2 silhouettes left afterimages in their place and clashed. Boom! A shockwave expanded. The two of them instantly started attacking each other. Their movements were extremely quick as they moved across the planet's surface. Everywhere they passed, they would leave cracks and deep claw marks hundreds of meters long on the ground. Till, boom! Violent pugilist flames continuously landed on Hadavi, shattering all the hills and forests around like a dragon crawling on the land. Disasters such as earthquakes, landslides, and tsunamis erupted. Hadavi was a hardening-type esper, while Jadaina was a pugilist. Both of them were good at melee combat. The battle between them was violent and savage, basically just the clashing of muscles and muscles, like 2 beasts fighting each other. To be more precise, Jadaina was attacking, and Hadavi was enduring the attacks. The battle would only end when the one enduring the attacks could not take it anymore or when the one attacking got exhausted. The impact of a calamity-grade battle was exciting and beautiful for most of the spectators, but in Han Xiao's eyes, the movements of the two of them were like a slow-motion video. He could easily count how many times Hadavi's skin rippled after he got punched. With Han Xiao's current level, battles of calamity grades had absolutely no suspense. Hence, he decided to look at the forums while occasionally glancing back. Under the eyes of countless people, the result was finally decided after the two of them fought for a very long time. The surface of the planet looked like it had been hit by a meteor shower. It was tragic. In the end, Hadavi was victorious. Although he was covered in bruises and wounds, Jadaina had collapsed from exhaustion first. After decades of combat training, or rather getting beat up, Hadavi's defense was now extremely high. In combination with his two molding talents, true damage immunity and low strength attack immunity, there was not a single person tankier than him in the Black Star Army other than Han Xiao. Haha! I'm the pillar of the army who His Excellency Black Star personally trained for decades. You're still too young. Hadavi was very proud as he wagged his finger at Jadaina, who was on the ground. If not for his bruised face, this would have been quite convincing. Damn it! Jadaina was not satisfied with the loss at all. She slammed the ground and created a crack dozens of meters wide. Fruobnovel.com. She could not win the championship, which meant that Black Star would not notice her strength. Black Star not noticing her strength meant she would have less time to communicate with Black Star during the award ceremony. Less time to communicate with Black Star during the award ceremony meant it would be more difficult for her to build feelings. More difficulty building feelings meant the chances of her carrying out reproductive activities with Black Star would be lowered. As a new member of the army whose goal was to sleep with Black Star, she was extremely unhappy. Han Xiao watched as the two of them were sent to have their injuries taken care of. He touched his chin and started pondering. In my previous life, Hadavi did not reach the Beyond Grade A realm, and Jadaina even died at the hands of Beast Ancestor, but now they're both under my command. I've trained Hadavi for decades. His chance of reaching Beyond Grade A, well, isn't zero. It's just that his ability is too monotonous. Even if he does become a Beyond Grade A, he'll probably be at the lowest level like Kohler and Bayoni. As for Jadaina, other than her wild and open personality, Han Xiao quite liked her. In terms of just potential, the chance of Jadaina becoming a Beyond Grade A was probably even higher than Hadavi. However, it would be basically impossible for her to reach Beast Ancestor's level. Han Xiao felt that the limit of Jadaina's growth was probably somewhere around the level of Star Slasher Viru or Tyrant Heber. Not very strong, but not among the weakest. As Han Xiao was reminded of Heber, he started thinking of him. Ever since Heber was defeated by him, he had been keeping a much lower profile and quietly growing in the Shattered Star Ring. Speaking of low profile, Han Xiao was reminded of Psyker again. He felt that this guy's presence had gotten even lower in the universe. He might want to visit the Star Pupil Civilization sometime. After all, he was now the special consultant of the 3 universal civilizations, so visiting Psyker would be totally within his duty. While his thoughts ran wild, Black Star Cup's logistics department entered the venue and started using tons of industrial devices to operate on this almost destroyed planet. After a new venue was built, the host announced the start of the last final. Rivervale, Dynasty, Thunderstorm, and Gold's teams entered one after another, greeting the spectators. However, all the players' eyes were focused on Gold, even including the other 3 teams. Clearly, they were waiting for their proof. Captain, should I use the character summon card now? Fly Free looked around the entire place and firmly said, "Use it. This is the perfect time to prove we were not lying." The mechanic player took a deep breath, opened the interface, and activated the Black Star character summon card. Then, he enlarged his status bar and made it public. Of course, as the interface was displayed, ordinary people would not be able to see it. Only the players could see the name of the effect given by this character summon card. Black Star character summon card, Billion Mechanic Empire Manison. It's true. The players became excited. Some even stood up and made the other spectators confused. Han Xiao floated in midair with his arms crossed and listened to the discussions of the players from the feedback of the cameras inside the audience platforms. He smirked. After a while, many players calmed down and looked up at Han Xiao's back view. All kinds of emotions appeared in their eyes. Originally, since this was the last final, it should have been the center of attention. However, many players were in a state of shock and confusion and could not focus on the match. The NPC spectators were as excited as usual, cheering for the four teams. Completely ignorant of the emotional roller coaster the immortals were going through, Han Xiao did not focus much on the match either, and was looking at the players' comments on the forums. The match ended very quickly. Dynasty was the winner, and Gold Team was the first to get eliminated. Gold Team had exposed their trump card in advance, so as expected, they got focus fired. Furthermore, Billion Mechanic Empire was not very powerful in the hands of the players. Yet, the players did not have those high-level mechanic abilities and could not benefit from the specific bonuses. Furthermore, the duration was only a short hour, so the most powerful production and invention abilities of this ability were completely useless. The only things the player could benefit from were bonuses to their intellect, machinery affinity, and mechanic ability levels. These were just the basic bonuses. Though strong, it was not so powerful it would immediately turn the tide. This ability was totally wasted in the hands of the players. Only peak beyond grade A mechanics would be able to fully utilize the power of Billion Mechanic Empire. All the events of the Black Star Cup have now ended. Thank you for watching, and thank you, Army Commander, for attending the matches today. In 3 days, we're going to host the closing ceremony of the Black Star Cup. The Army Commander will be personally congratulating all those who've achieved great results in the Black Star Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, see you then. The host then left the venue and ended the broadcast. The spectators also left the venue, including the players. They kept looking back at Han Xiao while leaving. Han Xiao smiled and watched them leave. He saw the players' reactions clearly. He uncontrollably raised his brows and felt anticipation for some reason. I would like to find out how important I am to the players and how many are willing to sacrifice themselves for me. Chapter 1137, Die. Mechanic Emperor. Chapter 1137, Die. Mechanic Emperor. It was as if a tide of sacrificial spirit was sweeping across the Black Star Army players. As the character summon card was proved to be real, the forums temporarily became the intelligence center of Operation Saving Black Star. Many Army players gathered in groups and expanded their teams here, making posts under Fly Freeze Operation Command Center. Many senior players who had played since version 1.0 had a sense of responsibility and faith. They felt they had to do something to solve the crisis of the army falling into the hands of the Mechanic Emperor. Crowds gathered, and even some professional players such as Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon took part. Operation Saving Black Star had become a large event held by the army players themselves. Of course, there were also those with other motives among the participants. Some just wanted to make the news bigger, some wanted to show their loyalty so Black Star would notice them after returning, and some wanted to try to trigger hidden missions. The atmosphere on the forums was like a war was going on. Everyone thought they were making a difference. However, the majority were just rubbernecking and adding spices. There were not only Chinese players in the army anymore. There were also a ton of international players who joined only in version 4.0. Most of them were just watching with excitement. Even among the Chinese players, there were also some who did not think it was worth risking the time and effort they had spent in the Black Star Army and did not take part. Everything happening on the forums over the past 3 days was witnessed by Han Xiao. Operation Saving Black Star had absolutely no secrets to him. Although these players were planning on how to backstab him the next day, not only did Han Xiao feel angry about it, but he even found it interesting. At this time, Philip popped out and said, "Master, there are a few immortals who want to see you. They said they have found out that the immortals are planning a mutiny, so they want to report it to you." Oh! Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Traitors? Come to think of it, since they're players, it'd be weird to not have traitors. Tell them to come here, Han Xiao ordered. After staying for a while in the office, a few players in flashy armor came in. They were clearly foreign players judging from their IDs. "Yo, Army Commander, An ice demon race player who seemed like their leader greeted Han Xiao in a very hip-hop style. Han Xiao acted like he had no idea. He looked confused and asked, "You said that the immortals are planning on a mutiny? Tell me, what is this about?" "Yo, here's what it is. We're all good people, but some immortals are ambitious people. They're not happy with your ruling now, so they plan to use a ridiculous excuse to incite the army. Wow. At tomorrow's award ceremony, they'll attack you definitely." Han Xiao rose his brows. "What excuse?" "From what I heard, they said you're the mechanic emperor in disguise. Ain't that funny? Ha ha ha. Interesting." Han Xiao sized him up, smiled, and said, "Got it. I'll investigate the matter. If it's true, you'll all be given rewards. Hee hee. I'd like more contribution points." This person was very straightforward. Han Xiao acted as if he did not hear them. He waved and told them to leave. This time, Philip reported again, saying there were more people who wanted to see him. He did not reject any of them and patiently spoke to one group of traders after another. Most of them were foreign players, and what they said was mostly the same, exposing Fly Free and the others' plan and twisting their motive, claiming the motive of the mutiny was ambition. After sending off the last group of them, Han Xiao smiled. Some of these are pure opportunists, but the rest are probably the spies the foreign professional guilds have placed inside the army. They're trying to cause more problems. He had always known that there were spies of foreign guilds in the army, and this was unavoidable. The motive behind Fly Free and the other senior players' actions was positive, but these spies definitely did not have positive motives. Han Xiao knew instantly that these spies were trying to make the situation worse. On one hand, they wanted the Chinese players to be heavily punished, so the Chinese guilds would be affected too. On the other hand, they also wanted to reduce his trust in the immortals so that the army players would receive fewer benefits. Clearly, the foreign players did not care if he was really the Mechanic Emperor or Black Star. If he was the Mechanic Emperor, he would be alarmed, discover the mutiny in advance, and take action. If this was all a misunderstanding and he was still Black Star, reporting the mutiny to him would also be an act of loyalty. They thought they were killing two birds with one stone. Without the forums, Han Xiao might have fallen for it. However, Han Xiao already knew everything about this through the forums, so he easily saw through these spies' plan to use him. Looking at these traders' satisfied expressions, thinking their plan had worked, Han Xiao looked normal but was laughing inside. "I'll let you guys laugh for a while and deal with you after the ceremony." Han Xiao tapped the table and ordered, "Philip, secretly dispatch the mechanical soldiers in the warehouse and put them around the venue, especially the VIP area, audience seats, and the newsstand. The moment anyone attacks the guests tomorrow, arrest them immediately." This order was not targeted at Fly Free and the others. Their target was only him, and their motive was to protect the Black Star Army. So their plan did not consist of hurting the innocents. However, there would most likely be some people who would use this opportunity to cause problems, damaging the army's reputation by hurting the audience. Han Xiao was quite sure that only those foreign pro-guilds would do something like this. Han Xiao did not want to stop Fly Free and the others from expressing their loyalty, but he was not going to watch people with ulterior motives damage the army. Speaking of which, version 4.0 is in its middle stages now, about to step into the late stage. The National War will probably occur the same time as the Superstar Cluster Alliance battle, just like my previous life. I wonder if those alliances formed by player organizations will still be founded. 3 days passed very quickly. The competition planet had already been turned into an open stadium for the award ceremony. The main stage was a large floating platform. Only the most important guests were sitting there. It was surrounded by many smaller platforms, where the audience, media, and the winners of various items were seated. Spherical shields shrouded the venue, blocking the cold wind in the sky and unrelated people from disrupting the closing ceremony. The inside of the shield had a virtual screen that made the venue look like a closed theater. All kinds of spaceships floated in the exterior atmosphere. The formally dressed spectators, guests, and contestants arrived at the venue on the carriers provided by the army, found their seats, and sat down. Very soon, the venue became crowded. It was a true festival. Fly Free and his team sat in the contestant seats, looked around, and occasionally exchanged looks with the players on the same floating platform. Fly Free's shoulder was tapped. He turned around and realized it was the Rivervale team's captain, Frenzied Sword. "When do we move?" Frenzied Sword lowered his voice. As a real loyal follower of Black Star, he also took part in the operation. "It's still early. No hurry. Just like the plan, when it's our turn to receive the reward, everyone just wait for my signal and move at the same time," Fly Free said quietly. "How many people do you think will be with us? Although a lot of people signed up on the forums, it'll be amazing if even 1/10 of them actually do carry out the plan." Fly Free shook his head. "Okay. We'll be waiting for your signal." The players who were taking part in the Saving Black Star operation communicated privately. On the other side, there was also another group of people planning for a different operation. On a floating audience stand, a player with the ID of Winter Wolf asked his friend beside him through a private channel, "Are our men scattered out yet?" "Yeah, don't worry. Our men are scattered throughout the platforms. Some are very close to the celebrity guest seats. When those Chinese make a move, we'll be able to act in the midst of all the chaos. We'll definitely cause quite a lot of destruction." "Good." Winter Wolf nodded and said with a low voice, "The Black Star Army faction is too strong. We have to weaken it. This is the first field operation our northern battlefront has carried out since its secret founding. We have to make it count to open the path for our national war plans." "Understood." At the same time, Han Xiao was welcoming the Beyond Grade A remote projections at the VIP seats on the main stage. With his position and reputation, almost 70% of all Beyond Grade A members of the Development Union came to watch the event. They all sat at the frontmost seats. Han Xiao casually chattered and laughed with them. As the seats at the venue were fully occupied, all the lights gradually dimmed, only leaving the main stage brightly illuminated. Seeing this, the noisy venue quietened down. Everyone's eyes were on the main stage. Sylvia walked up onto the stage. She was not in her uniform, instead wearing an expensive and elegant purple bareback dress. She wore light makeup, making her face even more exquisite and beautiful than normal. Her hair was tied up, showing her long and snow-white neck. Her silver earrings swayed lightly, reflecting light from the venue. The bright but not blinding light colored her stunning and marvelous. She took one look around and said, "Guests, contestants, and viewers behind screens, welcome to the closing ceremony of the first Black Star Cup. I'm the Army's chief administrative official, Sylvia." Then Sylvia paused as stated in the script. Han Xiao smiled and applauded her. The people around followed his lead. Very soon, the venue was filled with roaring applause. Seeing this, Sylvia then said, "As the Army expands, the number of members continues to grow. The initial purpose of the Black Star Cup was to select the elites of the various professions inside the Army, so that the new members who are capable but not senior enough can have an extra path to rise up. At the same time, it gives the older members a chance to improve themselves. Now, the Black Star Cup has come to a fulfilling end. To our pleasant surprise, we realized just how many elites the Army has in various professions." Sylvia started reading the script. The image was broadcast to the entire universe through the media cameras present. Of course, the Black Star Cup closing ceremony did not consist of only giving out the reward. The detailed order of the ceremony went Sylvia's speech, the Black Star Cup Organizing Committee speech, the winners of various items going up onto the stage to accept their reward and each giving a speech. Then last but not least, the Army commander's concluding speech. There were also a lot of performances and shows in between. The Army had invited many galactic celebrities, such as singers, actors, and the like. All those invited were extremely famous. Usually, normal events would be honored to be able to invite just one of those celebrities, given how famous they were. However, the Black Star Cup was way too high class. These celebrities were the ones feeling honored to take part in the closing ceremony. This was an entertainment event hosted by a universal-level warlord, so it was an extremely excellent opportunity to build connections with people at the highest level of the society. In order to obtain a spot in the performances, the companies behind many celebrities even had intense fights. Han Xiao was invited to the stage very soon to give the awards to the winners personally along with some words of encouragement. The remote projections of the two vice commanders, Lagi and Gila, stood beside him. They did not speak and only nodded at the contestants to show encouragement. However, the reasons behind the two of them not speaking were different. Gila did not like talking, so she did not speak, while Lagi's voice communication function was cut off by Han Xiao so that he could not speak. The award ceremony had breaks, which were filled by the celebrity performances. As the closing ceremony was about halfway through, Han Xiao felt as if his face was twitching from smiling too much, and the spectators' palms were also getting red from clapping too much. Finally, it was time to give the award to the outstanding contestants of the Immortal Square scrimmage. Here it is. Han Xiao focused. The people walked onto the stage. Fly Free clenched his teeth and walked up. His back gave off a vibe as if he was walking up to an execution ground. Congratulations, you're all talents of the army. Han Xiao read the script once more, gave Fly Free a glance, smiled in his brain, and took 2 steps back, giving the stage to the contestants to speak. Freebnovel.com. No one on the stage stepped forward. They all looked at Fly Free. Fly Free nodded at everyone and walked to the lectern with heavy steps. The entire venue was extremely quiet. Everyone's eyes were on him, waiting for his speech. The players all subconsciously straightened their backs and became nervous, paying attention to every movement of Fly Free. Fly Free took a deep breath, prepared himself mentally, and spoke. I'm very proud to have achieved good results in the Black Star Cup, but that's not what I'm going to talk about today. Just a few days ago, we discovered a shocking secret. The army commander who's standing on this stage now is not Black Star. He's someone else in disguise. Who? It was like bombs were being set off everywhere. All the spectators, army officers, guests, celebrities, and even the beyond grade as present were completely startled by this sudden change. They looked at this guy and could not respond. What's going on? I'm a member of the Black Star Army. This is my home. I will only ever recognize Black Star as our army commander. I won't allow anyone to disguise as our dear army commander to control the army. Fly Free's tone became firm as he yelled, Today, right here, I'm going to use my life to expose this guy's conspiracy to the entire universe. Save our leader. As soon as he said that, Fly Free turned around. Flames erupted all over his body as he charged toward Han Xiao, screaming at the top of his lungs, Mechanic Emperor, die! At the same time, in a secret base at an unknown location, Manison's hands trembled, and popcorn splashed all over the floor. Chapter 1138 Players Not Causing Trouble Have No Soul. Chapter 1138 Players Not Causing Trouble Have No Soul. Go! Freewebnovel.com. A sudden change occurred. With a loud shout, the audience platforms erupted into chaos. About 1/5 of the players suddenly moved. Silhouettes rose into the sky and headed right toward Han Xiao on the stage. They were all heroic players who had answered the call. Like a taut string suddenly snapping, the rest of the players became excited about what was going to happen. In the crowd, Winterwolf's eyes sparkled. He quickly ordered in the channel, "The chance is here. Let's go." The next moment, several hundred players suddenly moved again and were about to attack the audience platform around them. Winterwolf flew up from his seat. Layers of frost condensed on his skin as he dashed right toward the celebrity seats. Excitement appeared on Winterwolf's face as the reflection of many celebrities' shocked faces entered his sights. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and was about to activate his Esper ability and release an ice storm to turn these celebrities into ice sculptures. At the same time, the heroes who were rushing toward the main stage also noticed this group of people who were using this opportunity to attack the innocents. Shock and rage appeared on their faces. This was not in their plan at all, and subconsciously, some people were about to turn around and stop Winterwolf and the others' guild spies from hurting the innocents. All these changes happened in an instant. As chaos was about to erupt, a bright electric light blasted in the middle of the venue. Snap! Countless bolts of mechanical force lightning shot out like a spider net. The mechanical soldiers that were hiding in the various audience platforms activated instantly and pounced at the players who were causing trouble around them. These mechanical soldiers were all restrainer modified that could disassemble into advanced restraining suits and capture the target alive. Now that they had received mechanical force bonuses from Han Xiao, their attributes completely exceeded the players who were grade B at best. Buzz! Black silhouettes crisscrossed everywhere, and electrical sparks flickered. All the players who were rushing toward Han Xiao from all over the place were suddenly controlled by the restrainer's electromagnetic chains and the restraining devices, unable to move like birds without wings. Fly Free and the rest of the contestants who were on the main stage were instantly blown away by the exploding energy, falling down at the edge of the stage. The group of them were just about to climb up and continue to charge when Han Xiao softly flipped his hand over. A powerful energy shockwave pressed onto them and slammed them all flat on the ground. The next moment, the metal floor turned into robes made of nanoparticles under the effect of Han Xiao's mechanical force, tying Fly Free and the others up tightly. Before the guests had time to react, the sudden danger was resolved by Han Xiao, who was prepared. Phew, fortunately, I'm prepared. Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The players were not even at the calamity grade, so they were no different from ordinary people to him. They would not be able to cause any threat to him with numbers, but if they were to attack others, the ordinary spectators would definitely be hurt. Even if he could react quickly, he could not ensure there were no casualties. However, since he was prepared and the players did not know, he was able to restrain all the players the moment they started to move and no guest was hurt. This operation was caused by Fly Free leading the momentum. That was all. These people were no different from a group of brutes with no proper unity and plan. Furthermore, most of the participants only took part on impulse, which was a common occurrence among the players. Plus, the time to prepare was too short, so there was no way they would be able to come up with a detailed plan. The entire operation felt like a suicide mission. His responses are way too quick. Winter Wolf could only feel a flash before his eyes, and he was captured without being able to resist at all. He was shocked. He struggled to turn around and take a look and saw that all his friends had been captured by mechanical soldiers and restrained, unable to move. *T, not even one person died. Still, what we did was enough to anger the army and reduce its trust in all the players, which will in turn make the players in this faction receive fewer benefits. Winter Wolf was a little regretful that his plan had failed to reach the optimal results, but judging from their goal, this was not a total failure. These changes happened quickly, and the danger was resolved even quicker. The guests present and the spectators from the various star fields were stunned for quite a while before realizing what had happened. Wait a minute. Did we just slip past the gate of death? What just happened? Looks like the Black Star Army's men started a rebellion? They said Black Star isn't Black Star. Why do I have no idea what that means? That startled me. To think it wasn't a performance. As the guests finally realized what had happened, they became surprised. It had all happened too quick. They did not even sense danger arriving, and it was already resolved. They did not feel scared at all, only surprised and confused. All the people started discussing the incident while staring at Han Xiao with confusion. Many army officers quickly came to Han Xiao and stood around him, staring at those players with extremely hostile looks. Gila stepped forward, her face filled with murderous intent as she yelled, "Arrest all of these rebels. Escort them away and interrogate them thoroughly. I want to know who ordered them to do this. Hey, don't get all tensed up. I still have some questions I want to ask them. Plus, I think the guests would like an explanation too." Han Xiao pulled Gila back and signaled for the officers to step back. Feeling the confused and curious looks of the people around, he calmly raised his finger. Nanoparticle robes then separated from the metal ground and slowly flew to before Han Xiao, holding Fly Free and the others. Deliberately showing a somewhat confused expression, Han Xiao curiously asked, "What did you mean by what you just said? Why would you think I'm the Mechanic Emperor in disguise?" Fly Free was quite frustrated. The sudden act of so many people had absolutely no impact, and they were instantly wiped out. They had become prisoners of the Mechanic Emperor. However, at least he yelled what he wanted to say to the entire universe, so his goal was achieved. What was left in his heart was only self-sacrificial emotions. So he yelled, "Mechanic Emperor. No matter how good your disguise is, I know you're fake. Do you have any evidence? Han Xiao raised his brows. Only players could see the character summon card screenshot, so this evidence would not work on NPCs. Furthermore, that particular character summon card had already been used to prove what they said, so this reason was not convincing at all. Fly Free had guessed he would face this question long ago, and he knew he would not be able to convince anyone but the players. He was prepared to insult the Mechanic Emperor. So he shouted, "Your vibe!" Ha! Even Han Xiao was stunned for a moment. Humph! Our Black Star Army commander is a man of justice and honor. Just looking at him will make people uncontrollably admire him. But you, Mechanic Emperor, you ignored the safety of the universe for your own sake, attempting to keep the source of the intelligent plague for yourself. Your despicable vibe has exposed you. The Mechanic Emperor is despicable? Han Xiao deliberately raised his tone. Very despicable. Fly Free was not afraid at all. Who is Black Star? He rose in just a few decades and can already fight you on par. You call yourself an ancient one? All the years you've spent alive have gone down the toilet, compared to our army commander. You are nothing. Quite many beyond grade as touched their nose awkwardly. Why does it feel like we're being insulted too? Han Xiao's face twitched. He had to do everything he could not to laugh. Beautiful. That's right. Buddy, keep going. So, this is the reason for your mutiny? It's not a mutiny. Don't even think about twisting our motive. We've fought and bled for the army. We're inseparable from the army. Only Black Star has the right to lead us. If anyone else attempts to put their hands on it, we'll definitely retaliate. Even if you kill me today, I'll still continue yelling these words in my grave, never compromise. Fly Free said it with so much emotion that even Han Xiao was almost touched. The infectious words made quite a number of senior players' blood boil. The emotions from many versions rushed to their heads. They were fearless, as they would not die anyway, and they started shouting. This is the Black Star Army. F***CK off. Mechanic Emperor. Black Star will shine forever. Captain is the best. Immortals will never be slaves. The voices echoed in the venue. The faith inside these words moved many viewers. So, is this what it's like in the armed forces? How beautiful. On the other hand, the beyond grade as were all at a loss. From their perspective, this was beyond ridiculous. At this time, Kant suddenly said, actually, I can somewhat understand the mindset of these immortals. The others turned to him with expressions of disbelief. Kant coughed and said, I've recruited some immortals. Most of the time they're quite normal, but sometimes they'll show signs of being mentally challenged and do things I cannot understand at all. Such as, there was one guy who asked me directly to turn into a naked female human. I accidentally killed him. 3 times. Kasui agreed. I have some immortals under my command too. Even I can't understand what's in their heads. Someone actually tried to steal my undergarments. Do you believe that? I recall hearing a theory. Experts say that the immortal race's undying trait caused their minds to undergo synchronized mutation, which makes them have intermittent manic episodes, delusions, logic disorders, and other mental disorders. Oh, then it makes sense. Suspecting that their boss was fake just because the vibe was not right? What kind of normal person would ever do that? However, when it was the immortals who did something like this, the people would instantly accept it. It seemed that no matter what outrageously weird things the immortals did, the others would not think of it as abnormal. As soon as the topic was brought up, many beyond grade as who also had immortals under their command started chattering. Very soon, they came to the pleasant agreement that the immortals had mental issues, and they really respected Black Star for being able to effectively manage the immortals who were so unpredictable. Secret Master snorted and said, What are you all talking about? This clearly was directed by Black Star to deliberately embarrass the Mechanic Emperor. My eyes have seen through it all. It's a shame the Mechanic Emperor isn't here. His expression would be a sight to behold. Milizao chuckled. They then imagined what it would look like and giggled with glee. While they were chatting, Han Xiao had many exchanges with Fly Free, insulting the Mechanic Emperor from head to toe in all styles. Come, kill me. Fly Free looked heroic. Seeing that it was about enough, Han Xiao said, although for some reason you are so sure that I'm the Mechanic Emperor in disguise, you really are mistaken. The Mechanic Emperor isn't capable of disguising as me. He's far from it. Hearing this, Kant laughed and said, wouldn't we know if he's Black Star or not? You guys are too young and naive. At least get some solid evidence before you act. We do have solid evidence, but only we can see it. Seeing the reactions of Han Xiao and the other beyond grade as Fly Free and the others started to get shaken. They started to doubt themselves. Those who did not fully believe in the theory that this Black Star was fake started agreeing the effects of character summon cards would not be fake. So the possibility of another theory was higher Black Star had learnt the Mechanic Emperor's ability somehow. Seeing that they were pondering and hesitating, Han Xiao waved and said, escort them away for now. I'll have a proper talk with them after the closing ceremony ends. He did not do anything to them for the time being. Dealing with these people was the army's internal affair, so it was not suitable to handle it there. The restrainers took all the players who caused problems out of the venue. After Sylvia came up to calm everyone's emotions down, the Black Star Cup closing ceremony continued. However, most people's attention was no longer on the ceremony but on this tiny incident. The closing ceremony was initially just a standard affair, but then it immediately sparked more conversations, attracting more attention. Han Xiao's goal of using Fly Free and the others was achieved. There were no other twists and turns to the closing ceremony till it ended. Everything that happened there was broadcast to the entire universe through the media groups. The actions of Fly Free caused a new meme to be born in the galaxy pointing at Black Star to insult the Mechanic Emperor. After the stream ended, Manison's expressionless face was reflected on the now dark screen. His eyes were narrowed, and a tint of irritation flashed past his pupils. Mistaken? As if I believe you. This is clearly a show you directed. I knew you did not invite me for nothing. It was just a plot to embarrass me in public. Manison clenched his fists. Black Star, you're too much. One day, I'm surely going to cut you up and turn you into a felon. Chapter 1139 Compliments from the Big Boss. Chapter 1139 Compliments from the Big Boss. As the closing ceremony ended, spaceships took off one after another, sending the audience away. Han Xiao told Sylvia to take care of the guests who had come to show their support in his place, while he led the various officers and Black Star guards to the main ship in orbit. All the players who had caused trouble were temporarily locked up there, waiting to be dealt with. Swoosh! The cabin opened. Han Xiao and the officers swarmed in and immediately saw the intense situation inside. The players locked there were separated clearly into two groups. The majority of the players led by Fly Free surrounded the spies led by Winter Wolf. Haluz stepped forward and demanded, "What's going on?" The guard quickly approached and replied, "Your Excellency, they have been arguing for a while now. It seems like they're having an internal conflict." An internal conflict between a group of rebels? A Black Star guard snickered. Although Fly Free gave a great speech during the ceremony and expressed that they did what they did for the sake of the army, most of the army officers did not buy it at all. They felt that this was just an excuse for their mutiny. Attacking the army commander in public and attempting to disrupt the ceremony did not look like things someone would do for the sake of the army at all. The army officers did not know the details like Han Xiao, so they would not be easily convinced. Han Xiao knew what was going on, but he did not explain it. He walked to the players, did not speak, and just looked at them with an expressionless face. Seeing that Han Xiao had arrived, the two groups stopped arguing and looked at him. After seeing Han Xiao's reaction and listening to the Beyond Grade as explanation, the loyal players led by Fly Free were starting to feel shaken, doubting their speculation, but they had yet to fully change their minds. They still felt that this might be a show the army commander had put on to prove his fake identity was real. Therefore, many people quietly started video recording at this moment, capturing his expressions and actions while they were in private. If he acted completely different from before, something was definitely wrong, and they would upload the video to the forums to once again warn the other army players. They had yet to give up exposing the Mechanic Emperor. Fly Free stepped up and said with a fearless tone, "What do you plan to do with us?" "No hurry, I want to hear your explanations again," Han Xiao said casually with a normal tone. What else is there to say? We've already expressed our intentions very clearly, Fly Free yelled. Without any changes in his expression, Han Xiao calmly said, even if this was a misunderstanding, your actions will still be punished. Have you thought of the consequences of all this? Of course. Even so, you still decided to take the risk for me. It's for Black Star. As for whether you're really him, we still don't know yet. Fly Free crossed his arms. Then how do you explain attacking the audience? Was that for the army commander too? Hadavi said coldly. Fly Free's expression turned stiff and then to rage. He turned and stared at Winter Wolf and the others angrily. Our plan was only to expose the imposter. We're not the ones who attacked the audience. These people are not with us. Winter Wolf looked shocked. What are you talking about? Isn't this a secret mission you gave us? Now you're trying to deny all of that. Still bullsh asterisk ting. Fly Free was furious. I did not plan this at all. Why did you guys do? TSK, you totally asked us to do it? And now you're throwing us away after using us? Winter Wolf did this on purpose to make the Black Star Army think they were together. This way, they could transfer the blame for attacking the audience to Fly Free and the others, and the Black Star Army's trust in the Immortals would be reduced. The two groups of players started arguing again. These guild spies had made agreements before. They all insisted they were on the same side. The loyal players felt that their motive was repugnant and were furious. Elegant and kind greetings of each other's parents and ancestors kept coming out of their months. If not because of the restrainers, this would have turned into a brawl. Seeing this, many army officers curled their lips and looked unconcerned. They felt that this was just a show the Immortals had prepared in an attempt to prove they were innocent. Gila turned to Han Xiao and softly said, Black Star, more and more Immortals have joined the army. I think it's time to tighten our control over them, to prevent things like this from happening again. Someone added from the side, that's right. We've been too lenient with the Immortals. Hearing the army officer's discussion, the joy of his plan working flashed through Winter Wolf's eyes. However, at this time, he suddenly saw Han Xiao looking over with a faint smile. You're the leader of these people, right? Me? Winter Wolf was shocked inside but acted confused. Han Xiao snapped his fingers. The restrainers surrounded the hundreds of players who attempted to attack the audience, leaving the rest of the players alone. I have video recordings of everyone who attempted to attack the guests. I won't accuse anyone unjustly, Han Xiao said slowly. As punishment, you will be locked inside Spacetime Amber, and you basically shouldn't think about ever coming out again. Unfair! Winter Wolf yelled and looked at the others. We're with them. Why are you only catching us? Bullsh asterisk T. Fly Free and the others were furious. Stop arguing. I knew about what was going on long ago. Han Xiao waved. His expression suddenly became serious as he said, while you guys were plotting, someone told me about it. I could have actually stopped you guys long ago, but I let you act during the closing ceremony. Do you know why? You knew long ago? The people's expression changed. They then thought about it for a moment and realized that there was nothing strange about that. Having traitors among them was totally normal. However, Black Star not stopping them in advance was something they did not understand, so they were curious about it. I briefly know your motive, and I don't really believe you guys would start a mutiny. Han Xiao stopped into the crowd. He patted some people on the shoulder and dragged Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon out from the crowd. He smiled and said, You're all pillars of the army from the earliest days, and I remember all of you, especially you two. We've known each other for decades. Although we haven't interacted much recently, I'd never doubt you. Guys, the people were stunned and greatly surprised. They did not expect Black Star to say something like this, not to mention remembering them. In this instant, many people felt very touched, especially Frenzied Sword and Maple Moon. The two of them were stunned for a few seconds and suddenly looked extremely excited. They were so touched that they were almost ready to sacrifice their lives for Han Xiao right in this moment to show their loyalty and appreciation. Frankie, Han Xiao was quite touched to see these two participate in this little incident too. The two of them were professional players now, yet they took such a big risk to take part in this. They must have deep emotions for him. Looking at everyone's excited expression, Han Xiao smiled. Then, he turned to Winter Wolf and the others, and his expression instantly turned cold and fierce. Frubnov.com. Ever since the army's expansion, I've known of spies of other organizations managing to infiltrate the army. The reason I didn't stop you was that I was hoping to lure out these spies of the army using this opportunity, and it looks like that worked. I can clearly differentiate the army's pillars from the spies, so don't try to fool me. Hearing this, Winter Wolf opened his mouth wide with disbelief all over his stiffened face. Oh my God, even this got seen through. Are NPCs this difficult to fool? They were already mentally prepared to have their accounts permanently banned when they acted. Since they were all employees who received salaries from the various professional guilds, they did not care that much about their accounts. However, now that their plan had been seen right through, it would mean that their sacrifice was completely meaningless, and the plan had failed miserably, which would be a huge loss. Not wanting to listen to any more words from those spies, Han Xiao took out the space-time amber and sealed the hundreds of them one after another, turning them into more samples. Even if they logged off, their bodies would remain inside. Looking at this, Fly Free and the others were both touched and excited. Han Xiao did not explain too much, but him taking out the space-time amber and acting in this way immediately changed Fly Free and the others' minds. They were now basically certain he was the real Black Star. Possessing Han Xiao's universal treasure was one reason, but it was more because Han Xiao had washed away the crime they were framed with committing, and he did not blame them for it. They were very appreciative of that and felt a sense of satisfaction. As for you people, Han Xiao turned around and briefly smiled. Though I do believe you, rules are rules. Your actions have caused trouble, so there must be punishments. The punishment shall be, you guys have to carry out some missions to make up for what you did, and you will not be able to enjoy the army discounts for 3 months. What do you say? We deserve it. I have no objections. Fly Free waved his hand. The rest also agreed. Although they were punished, they felt good about it. Compared to what had happened to Winter Wolf and the others, this punishment was nothing. The contrast was too strong. Han Xiao waved and ordered the restrainers to back off, letting the players leave. After the players left, Haluz said, Black Star, is that it? Didn't I punish them? Han Xiao raised his brows. What kind of punishment was that? It's basically the same as nothing. When the others see that the punishment is so light, won't they keep attempting to do the same thing? Don't worry. I know what to do. Han Xiao waved and smiled in his head. VAT. He knew that these players were definitely recording, and they would certainly upload the video to the forums. His actions earlier would not only make the players admire his judgment, but also make the faction's sense of recognition go through the roof. It was the exact way of gaining people's hearts. The method of dealing with Winter Wolf and the other spies was a warning. He was expressing that he could differentiate between friends and foes. With friends, he could be lenient, but if anyone attempted to harm the army, he would be merciless and give them a free lifelong ride inside the space-time amber. As long as you have a plan, Hila nodded. She extremely rarely doubted Han Xiao. Since Han Xiao had made his decision, she did not express any more doubts and deactivated the remote projection after bidding Han Xiao farewell. Everyone left one after another. Han Xiao looked at the hundreds of amber samples in the place and pondered. Winter Wolf, I have an impression of this guy. He seems to be a pillar of the northern battlefront. Looks like these guild alliances will still appear. The national war is probably about to begin. In his previous life, a large-scale national war erupted in version 4.0. It was also called the First World Server War. It was called the National War, but it was not purely based on nations as factions. As the method of playing version 4.0 mainly revolved around the players grouping up, as the version developed, the players gathered in bigger and bigger groups. In the end, some professional guilds and non-professional guilds created large guild alliances to form official organizations. For example, there were ones consisting of mainly Europeans such as Northern Battlefront, Denland, and September Conference. Some consisting of mainly North and South Americans such as Galactic Business Alliance, 5C Alliance, and Plateaus Eagle, and the Asian ones such as Southeast Asia War Alliance, Golden Alliance, and Northern Tropic of Cancer Light. These alliances were not just grouped in nations. The different guilds of one nation might belong to different alliances. Other than the guilds, the casual players would also join different alliances based on their likings. In Han Xiao's previous life, the army did not exist. The World Server War was not only targeted at one nation but at each other. However, as the Black Star Army was way too strong this time, they became the common target. Part of what triggered the national war was that the factions were developing. The factions the players of various nations belonged to started to grow into more advanced factions. For example, the conflict between the three universal civilizations and the superstar cluster civilizations in the flickering world became one of the fuses of the national war. The root of conflict between the three universal civilizations and the superstar cluster alliance was territory distribution, and the intensity of the conflict gradually escalated. The conflict did not start with direct confrontation between their direct armies. The agent war was also a very important part of it. The Immortals were one of the agents. They fought non-stop in the free competition zone. The national war is a great opportunity to harvest leaks. However, because of the army, it's definitely going to be very different. I wonder what it will be like. Han Xiao caressed his chin. At the same time, Fly Free and the others who had left the cabin quickly uploaded the recording to the forums with excitement. Chapter 1140. This B***starred has no virtue. Chapter 1140. This B***starred has no virtue. During the closing ceremony, Fly Free and the other loyal players carried out the operation. After that, almost all the army players were waiting on the forums for what would happen to them. If you could. I have some interest in that place. Han Xiao smiled. Kirkman casually squeezed at the void energy, burning the information of the land of dead silence within before throwing it to Han Xiao. He added, the space wall of that secondary dimension is riddled with holes, and countless space storms surge within. Be careful, the space might collapse and disappear at any time, and if you are swept away by that turbulent space, you might end up lost in the endless layers of the secondary dimensions. Han Xiao received the energy clump and read through the information before standing up. Noted. We'll make a move now. This was an unexpected harvest of the trip. He had planned to take a gander after he was done with his business to help Hela search for what she wanted. Then, I'll wait for you to return so we can start the war. Kirkman nodded back. Having reached an agreement for the war employment, Han Xiao did not delay and once again summoned the mysterious energy host. Let's go. Lead the way. We'll find your old friend. The primal chaos mysterious energy got the instruction and performed another dimensional shuttle, taking Han Xiao and Ames with him. Meanwhile, Law and Fei were slowly patrolling a vast white space within one of the secondary dimension layers. On the bridge of the flagship, a star map of the secondary dimension was suspended in the air, but its appearance was very different from the detailed 3D map the main universe had. It looked like a model of countless bubbles piled up together, and at first glance it looked like a bunch of grapes. Every bubble represented a secondary dimension that was recorded. Because new secondary dimensions were constantly being born, the terrain of the secondary dimension changed every moment. This map was only used as a reference, and the anchor point coordinates of the different layers were used as guiding markers. Law and Fei stood next to the secondary dimension world model, silently observing. At this moment, a red dot suddenly lit up inside one of the bubbles, and a circle of red ripples appeared within the model. Cross-probing radar has discovered a target, marked as Pinnacle Beyond Grade A level. Our target is separated by 13 secondary dimensions. The route simulation is complete. Expected to encounter our target after 8 jumps. Your Excellencies, awaiting your command. Hearing the reports from the subordinates, Law hummed in agreement before commanding. Lock the anchor point. Start the dimensional jump. Once the command was issued, these warships immediately activated the secondary dimension engine, turning into streams of light as they accelerated wildly. The shuttle device loaded on the battleships began to operate, oscillating at the space walls with a special frequency. The moment the battleship's speed reached its peak, a space wall shaped like a honeycomb appeared in front of it. A crack was quickly created, and the other end was a scene of the next dimension. The spaceships flew straight in, and everyone heard a crisp, pop sound, as though the shock outside caused the air within the spaceships to react. Their vision blurred, and the next moment, they had arrived in another secondary dimension. In just a few seconds, the crack within the space wall closed and disappeared without a trace. This was the conventional way of shuttling between secondary dimensions. The scenes of the secondary dimensions changed rapidly outside the porthole as the fleet jumped many times in succession before finally coming to a halt. Such rapid shuttling brought a heavy load to the spacecraft, and at this time, the spaceships were all shrouded in violent space energy, distorting their very environment as though the engines were overheated. On the star map, the fleet showed that they were finally on the same secondary dimension as the red dot, and the target was rapidly drawing closer. freewebnovel.com. Seeing this, Law quickly came to the front porthole, looking in the direction of the red dot. Prepare to engage. Ready the dimensional exile bullet. As both of them stared out of the window, finally, a figure appeared and flew closer. Just as he was about to initiate the attack, Law took a close look at the person and immediately changed his command. Wait! Don't fire! This person doesn't look like Black Star. His aura is different from the one in our records. Claudia was wearing a mechanical suit, covering his facial features, but he did not hide the energy fluctuations coming from his body. The energy attribute of an Esper and a mechanic were worlds apart, so at close range, Law discovered the significant difference in energy fluctuations. Sensing the group in front of him, Claudia slowed down before coming to a stop in front of the fleet. He opened the wide area communication channel as he coldly spoke. Who are you guys? Why are you stopping me? We're just a secondary dimension exploration team. We're not blocking you but rather happened to come across you. Law sent a reply back. Observing the space energy distortion caused by the rapid jumps around the fleet, Claudia knew immediately that this group was lying, but he did not expose them. Which organization does your exploration team belong to? We're from a small civil organization and have come over to collect some specialties here. Seeing that you're shuttling through the secondary dimension alone, you must be a famous pinnacle beyond grade A. I wonder if we can have the honor of knowing your name, Law humbly said. I'm just an ordinary beyond grade A, Claudia blandly replied. Law cursed in his heart. F***CKU. To think that a pinnacle beyond grade A like you is trying to pretend to be weak. Law and Faye felt a headache coming. Both of them were beyond grade as, and if not for the fact that the detection radar was able to tell them their opponent's combat power, they would not be so humble. This cross-plane life form detection radar was a device dedicated to the secondary dimensions, but its accuracy was quite lacking. The search conditions were already harsh enough, but both of them did not expect themselves to have such bad luck to run into another pinnacle beyond grade A. The two of them were still unaware of Claudia's identity and did not wish to cause any problems. Your Excellency beyond grade A, if we accidentally offended you, we express our apologies. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. He did not even wait for Claudia to reply, immediately steering the fleet to turn around and move away. Looking back, the duo discovered that Claudia did not chase them but rather stayed there and watched them leave. It seems like he's not planning to attack us, Law sighed. Most likely, he's not interested in us. Faye was secretly relieved. Let's get out of here. Law turned back to instruct the crew. Mark this target, and don't bump into him again on accident. Reset the crossplane detector, and search for another pinnacle beyond grade A signal. The two of them were not interested in Claudia's identity at all. In the secondary dimensions, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The two of them were not there to cause trouble. Everything was done for their mission. Claudia watched the fleet fly away without chasing them. The secondary dimensions hid a lot of organizations that operated in secret, avoiding the rule of the three universal civilizations. They were a group of rats in the eyes of the three universal civilizations. In Claudia's eyes, it was likely that this group was one of these hidden organizations. They had pursued the wrong target and ended up bumping into him instead. The goal of his trip was Traveler, and since these guys knew how to back off, he could not be bothered to pick on them. Glancing one last time at the direction the fleet departed, Claudia chose another direction away from them to travel, continuously shuttling. Before long, Claudia stepped into his destination, the secondary dimension of evil convergence. Looking around, The area seemed to be filled with a corrosive purplish-green energy. It moved lazily in waves, like the folds on a stomach wall. Bubbles of purple-green gas occasionally popped out like flooding stomach juices, and it gave off the impression of being in the stomach of some weird creature. From one of the inner walls of the evil convergence dimension then popped out a male's upper body, covered with purplish-green mucus. This person was Traveler. His skin was pale, and he exuded an evil and crazed temperament, as though he had entered a manic mode that prevented him from being rational. The lower half of Traveler's body, which was still engulfed, continuously emitted energy rings that could be seen with the naked eye. The rings traveled through the purplish-green inner walls and were absorbed by the evil convergence dimension. Claudia frowned. With his insight, it was not difficult to see that Traveler was spreading the essence of his own genes. He was technically having sex with this secondary dimension that almost seemed alive. Dark Lord Claudia, what a rare guest. I'm not sure why you're looking for me. Are you here to join the party? I certainly don't mind. Traveler laughed hoarsely. Claudia remained stoic, indifferently replying, You took part in the campaign to encircle and suppress the allies of the dynasty, committing a crime. I'm here today as your arbiter. So, you're here to kill me? The corners of Traveler's mouth hooked upward in an eerie smile. At this moment, from the inner walls of the evil convergence dimension emerged countless figures, forming an endless army. The majority of them were dangerous characters from various dimensions. Among them, there were 3 figures exuding the aura of a beyond grade A, obviously helpers called forth by Traveler. After divining that he would come across a formidable enemy, Traveler had used his contacts in the secondary dimension to set up an ambush. This is the Dark Lord of the main universe? At this moment, one of the assisting beyond grade as stepped out with his arms folded and casually spoke. Doesn't seem to be much, if he's that careless. The other beyond grade A looked toward Traveler and solemnly said, Remember our agreement. This time we'll only help you drive out your enemy and not kill the Dark Lord. Otherwise, the Crimson Dynasty will pursue us. Hearing this, Claudia realized that the 3 beyond grade as were powerhouses he had never seen before, and everything became clear at once. It was impossible for the 3 universal civilizations to monitor the birth of every single beyond grade A. There would definitely be some who were unwilling to be recorded. As long as they kept concealing their identity and strength, not creating organizations or making a name for themselves, the 3 universal civilizations would not be able to discover their existence. Quite a few of them also hid within the secondary dimension, never appearing in the main universe. Some were neutrals that were worried about being persecuted, and there were also secret combatants belonging to other advanced civilizations, such as the Superstar Cluster Alliance. After the tragedy of the Pinnacles, the Superstar Cluster civilizations did not dare show their beyond grade as on the surface. Thus, their allies would all be sent into the secondary dimension to hide, preventing their existence from being discovered by the 3 universal civilizations. At this moment, Traveler opened his arms wide, looking at Claudia as he laughed crazily. Ha ha ha, Dark Lord, you have immense combat strength in the main universe, but this is my home field. Can you even kill me? Claudia's expression remained calm, but his eyes glowed with a dark light. He lightly lifted his arms, and dark energy gathered. He slowly said, Since that's the case, I'll have to smash you apart with your home field. Following the primal chaos mysterious energy, Han Xiao and Ames shuttled through various secondary dimensions one by one, seeing all kinds of bizarre sights. After a long time, they finally stopped moving. We're here. This is the nest of the holy light particle, the primal chaos mysterious energy excitedly said. Han Xiao wandered around and saw that this was a dazzling world, with boundless land, mountains, forests, and rivers. But all of it was made out of materialized light, shiny and colorful. The towering mountain peaks looked like blocks of shining giant gems, and the river was flowing with something resembling liquid light. Everything in this world was pure and flawless, just like a fairy tale. It's rather pretty. This is the first time I've come across such a secondary dimension. Ames could not help but rub her eyes in helplessness. But it's a little piercing to the eyes. It is indeed. Han Xiao smirked before asking, How do we find it? The primal chaos, mysterious energy laughed. Haha, it's either sleeping or doesn't want to be seen. Leave it to me. It's very sensitive to my energy. So long as it senses me, it will become mad. So I can release my aura and arouse its natural reaction to take the initiative to come over. Hearing this, Han Xiao could not help but glance at the mysterious energy host in a weird manner. What's with this tone? Sounds like you've trained it like a pet. The author wrote the actual characters for Coiling Dragon, the novel, inside, so I translated as such. Not sure if there's supposed to be a sexual connotation to it, but Coiling Dragon could also mean someone whose talent was hidden, i.e. aims, since Han Xiao never discovered that she was so lucky. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.